Championship. We've got 46 and 10 on the front row. That's Neil Dudman and Jake Wood. Alongside him, we've got 72 Lee Scott and 2 Ted Cooper. The third row, we've got 89 Titch Kelsall, and then the 41 car of Jason Wood. My name's Ian Soman. We've got Paul Thorpe beside me. We've got 5 seconds to go before the race gets underway. The lights are about from the second row of the grid, trying to squeeze between the two of them there as they head up towards Riches for the first time in this race. But it looks like it's the 46 car of Chris Deere, I should say, that is holding on. But around the outside of him, I think, goes Lee Scott into the first corner of Riches, and it looks like he's got the lead. They're heading through Riches now, up towards Wilson for the first one. In fact, it's Ted Cooper that has gotten through into the lead of the race. Ted Cooper it is that leads the way from Chris Deere in second place, and it's Jake Wood, the man that finished second to Ted Cooper in yesterday's race, that's up to third, Paul Thorpe.
Yes, that was another good start there by Ted Cooper. I was going to say it was Ted Cooper, sorry, having a few technical issues here, but he got another cracking start. Lee Scott had nowhere to go. He got stuck behind the front two cars, but somehow he wiggled his way through to find himself in second place up and off. Martin Rogers taking a very unusual line there around that corner as they head towards Agostini. This is a really slow corner. Ted Cooper is holding on, and it looks like Jake Wood is getting on the inside of Chris Deere. And if he can stay on the inside, he'll be on the correct side of the circuit to take this little fast left-hander. Let's see if Jake has managed to make that stick, and indeed he has made that stick. They're still pretty close down there as Titch Kelsall and Matt Stubbington, they are mates of the circuit, having a little tussle there further back into places. But look at that, and now Jake Wood has got 2 car lengths over Chris Deere. I wonder if Chris Deere made a mistake.
Yeah, might have done it. Ted Cooper then, who won yesterday's race, became the 8th winner in the Racing Classic Stock Championship this season. Jake Wood was second, so the same thing to had in yesterday's race at the moment. And it was Jason Wood third. Jake is the man that is leading the championship ahead of his father, those two disputing the title this season. Chris Deere, frontman, hasn't done all of the racing. He's lost the position now because Lee Scott, along the bench, Jake for the first time has got through to third position, and things didn't go to plan for Lee yesterday.
No, it didn't go bad. Unfortunately, what happened is Neil Dudman went a little bit wide on one side, Lee Scott with it. And he ended up at the back of the group. He in his car. He's definitely making up for that now. He's still got a problem. He's not really on the pace. Titch Kelsall trying to go on the inside of him. I wonder if he has got problems. And Matt Stubbington's getting close to him as well as they head towards. I'm trying to see where they're heading towards now. They're coming. Just trying to see where they are on the circuit now with oh, they're going around Coram now. This is an extremely difficult corner as they come towards this left to the start-finish straight. Who's going to win the drag? And it's still Ted Cooper ahead of Jake Wood, but Jake Wood is right in his bumper, Lee Scott, and it is indeed Titch Kelsall having a good old tussle with Chris Deere as they head round the first corner, Ian.
Yeah, and he's got through, hasn't he, into 4th position, so Kelsall to 4th. Chris Deere from pole position down to 5th on the opening lap. Matt Stubbington up 4 places to 6th ahead of Neil Dudman. Jason Wood, he lost a couple of places down to 8th, and Ewan Lentz and Andy Philpotts completed the top 10, but here's the battle for the lead, and Jake Wood has gone through at the Wilson hairpin.
Yeah, I saw that, yes, he got a much better exit from there, and Ted made a little bit of a mistake there, just going a little bit wide, and let Jake through. What a cracking move, but this young lad is his first full season racing, and he raced a bit last year, and this year he's definitely been on the pace. And now looking further back, Lee Scott has now got an eye full of the XR2 over to Kelsall. He's a local man, he always goes quick here, and he's definitely going to be hassling Lee Scott. Lee Scott, of course, is a multiple champion. We've lost count of how many times he's won the championship, and he's definitely a wily old fox, but now he's got on terms with Ted Cooper. Now, Ted Cooper is carrying 25 kilos of success ballast from that win yesterday, and I wonder if that's hurting his car, Ian.
Yeah, it might be. Of course, yes, it surprised me, wasn't it? The Novas filled the first three positions. They've not previously gone that well here at Snetterton in the past. So we've got well out for Jake Wood pulling away. Very nice over Ted Cooper. Then Lee Scott in third, Titch Kelsall in 42, XR2 Eyes in third and 4th position. And then 5th place is, I think, Chris Deere, isn't it? And then Matt Stubbington, the next couple of cars through in the Peugeot 205. So 2 Novas, 2 XR2Is, 2 205s as they come into Brundle and Nelson for the second time in this race. Probably just about going to squeeze 7 laps out of it, but it's impressive how Jake Wood has built this lead.
Well, very impressive, because he's still carrying a lot of success balance. He's carrying 25 kilos, I believe, 35. Oh, Lee Scott got it all sideways. Now, he's made a mistake. That's allowed Titch Kelsall to get on the inside of him, going around this fast right-hander at Coram. Now, Lee Scott is still hassling there. Lee Scott is definitely trying to hold off Chris Deere as well. He's a wild out fox. He's a champion in other formula. But what a cracking battle we're having at the front. So it looks like Jake Wood has got his head down. He's just, look at that lead he's now got over the second place Nova. Like you say, last year the Novas didn't do that well here, and no one was more surprised than Ted Cooper when he found himself in the lead and winning the race. But they've definitely got these Novas singing, but Lee Scott looking on the inside line, but no, Titch Kelsall's blocked him off for that move. But then we're coming down towards the Wilson hairpin. This is the brave late breakers. Who's going to win the late break? Chris Deere's on the inside of Lee Scott. No, he didn't quite make that stick. Lee Scott's trying to hold Titch Kelsall on the outside, and Lee Scott's holding desperately onto that third place, Ian.
Yes, he certainly is. So we've got the cars heading around Palmer now, and then on towards Agostini. It's Jake Wood leading, Ted Cooper in second place. Jake's had 2 wins already this season at Brands Hatch and Anglesey, but it's side by side, almost 3 abreast down into the Agostini hairpin. It's going to be Kelsall trying to be outbraked by, or trying to outbrake Chris Deere there into the Agostini hairpin. It looked like Stubbington was going to buy into that as well. But the situation is that it's Lee Scott that's back ahead of Kelsall now, and Kelsall was sort of fending off Stubbington, Chris Deere and Stubbington at that part of the circuit. So it's really, really close. The second, third, fourth and fifth, all of this playing into the hands of Jake Wood, who continues to extend his lead.
Yes, he is. Yes, I mean, what a lead he's got over. Looking further back, it looked like Ewan Lintz having a good old battle with Jason Wood. So Ewan Lintz is definitely on the pace today, and as they come down this long straight now, as they head towards underneath the bridge towards Brundle, and we see that Lee Scott looking on the outside. He's trying to get the inside line as they go through Brundle corner. Is Lee Scott going to make it work? Yes. So Ted Cooper has now been demoted to third place. Lee Scott has managed to shake the advantage of Kelsall and has managed to get in front of Ted Cooper second place. But look at this battle. We've got 5 cars there arguing over that position. What a cracking, this is a cracking race.
Yeah, it certainly is. Oh, and Kelsall now trying to get up the inside of Cooper there into the sort of Coram, first part of Coram, this long right-hander, effectively a 180-degree corner that. Couldn't quite make it work there. Then it's a tight left-hander at Murray's that they go through next, and then they'll accelerate their way up the centre straight to end this lap of the Snetterton 300 circuit. And it's going to be Jake Wood that comes through. He's over the line already, and that's a significant advantage over us. Yes, 3.293 seconds. He's lapping in the 225s. The rest in the 226s or the 227s. It's side by side here for second place. Cooper back around the outside of Lee Scott at Riches to get second place back away from him. That was a bold move indeed. Will Scott, though, have another attempt to get back ahead as they head up to the Wilson hairpin, where it's a tight right-hander, of course, and it looks like it is still Ted Cooper, from what we can see, that is ahead, Paul.
Yes, Ted Cooper, he loves that. He knows how to hang on to that car. That's how he got into the lead yesterday, by hanging on the outside. He's definitely got the pace around the outside as they go around the corner. At least got a little bit wide there, but no, he's definitely on the hills. But then they've got all this gaggle of cars. We've now got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 cars in contention for the other podium positions, as Lee Scott trying to go around the outside of Ted Cooper. Is he going to get the cap back? No. And now look at Matt Stubbington. He's got in front of Chris Deere at some point. Is now on the inside line for Titch Kelsall. And now who's going to make that pay? If he holds onto that line, he should be able to take the place, and Matt Stubbington does indeed get that place from Titch Kelsall. Is he going a little bit wide? Puff of smoke there. This is a rent, but this battle is just playing into Jake Wood's hands. I mean, now it looks like looking at the second place car is getting away, and look at this. Matt Stubbington is going on the inside of Lee Scott. Is he going to make that pay? Yes, he is. But now we've got this long straight now. It's going to be the last of the late breakers under the bridge again, Ian.
Yeah, and they are sort of going to be ganging up on Lee Scott here. Of course, he can pick up a toe, possibly a toe from more than one car here. But look at Jake Wood with that big advantage. Don't think he can quite wrap up the championship today. There's 2 more races to come at Castle Combe in about 5 weeks' time. But it's almost 3 abreast him. It's Stubbington now that's making the move, and Cooper's got big. Scott's out wide at the bomb hole. That's going to allow Stubbington a run towards the right hand, and he goes through now to 3rd place. So Stubbington up 3rd, Scott is 4th, Council 5th, and then it's Chris Deere 6th and Neil Dudley in 7th place.
Yes, and I see Titch Kelso's got on the inside. Lee Scott's gone very wide, and he's got 2 cars, at least 2 cars trying to go on the inside of him. He definitely took a bit of a wide line, but he has got the inside line for this left-hander. Is he going to hold on? Yes, he nearly lost he lost 1 place. Oh no, he's got a bad exit. Now Chris Deere and Neil Dubman have got excellent traction out of the car. So going down the start-finish straight, the 2 205s have jumped Lee Scott. Lee Scott's going backwards. What an incredible position, looking at who's got the... Jason Wood finds himself in 10th place. Darren Bathenswaite in 11th. They're doing... Jason really, he qualified quite high up, but he's not having the race he was hoping for, Ian.
No, which is strange because he went well yesterday, didn't he? In 3rd place in the results, behind Jake in 2nd and Ted Cooper, who took the win yesterday. So no, Stubbington 3rd, Council 4th, Chris Deere 5th, Neil Dudley 6th, and Lee Scott's fallen to the back of that group. Closing in on them there as well is Andy Philpotts in the red XR2i. He's been around Classic Stock Catch for a very long time, and a gap back to Ewan Lentz and Jason Wood in the red Nova. We just saw through the back of shot there, but it's Jake Wood still continuing to lead. He's got the best lap of the race at 2:25.443, which is 7/10 faster than he went yesterday. Interesting.
Oh wow, okay, but looking further back, it looks like the battle for 2nd. Ted Cooper's managed to break away in front of these other ones battling for the 3rd position. Just seeing there, look like Titch Kelso went a little wide there, but managed to hold on to it as they go to this very tight inner section. It's a very technical part of the circuit, and you really have to earn your muscles. But they are slowly trying to get close to Ted Cooper. But now Ted Cooper's just getting his head down. He's definitely, I don't think he's going to catch the fast Jake Wood. I mean, that tussling early on played right into his hands. So yet another win. So he will be he'd be the only guy to win more than 1 race. If he wins this race, it'll be his 3rd win of the season. All the other races have been won by different winners. So he's definitely putting his authority onto this championship. I mean, he's got a ridiculous lead. It's about a half a straight lead he's got as they go underneath the bridge. But now Titch Kelso is desperately trying to get on back in contact. Look at these 4 going round there as they head towards the bomb hole corner. It's a little bump at the bottom, and you have to time it quite right to power out of it. But there looks like it's going to be argument over the 3rd place as we head with 3 minutes to go. And I see that Lee Scott has got a track limits warning, so any more track limits and he will get a penalty in.
Yeah, that's right, and that won't help him because already at the back of that group, it will drop him behind Andy Philpotts, and I think probably Ewan Lentz if he was to get that penalty. So we're going to start the penultimate lap of the race now, I think, 2:39, so there'll be time for 2 more laps to make it a 7-lap race for the Morgan Racing Classic Stock Catch Championship. Jake Wood looking to be the first driver to score 3 wins so far this season. Really well spread out amongst a range of different drivers. It's been so competitive this year, although you wouldn't guess it by the way that Jake is leading this race. Ted Cooper there in 2nd, Stubbington 3rd, Kelso 4th, Chris Deere in 5th position, the number 6 car, and then Neil Dudley. Scott Philpotts down towards Palmer they go, the left-hander. It seems just to have settled down a little bit as we get into the final couple of laps.
It has, like I say, that early tussle from those 2nd and 3rd place fighters there managed to let Jake get away, but like I say, it has settled down a bit. But they've been looking at the clock. They know this is the last lap. This is going to be the last late lunge by people. It looks like Ted Cooper is just keeping Matt Stubbington at bay as they go around Agostini, looking at the Andy Philpotts car with his lucky number 13, and it's been lucky for him this season. He's been up at the front end, and doesn't qualify that well against him. And we're looking at, Jason Wood has come into the pits. Looks like, oh, what a shame, only 1 lap to go. He's obviously got a bit of a mechanical problem, and unfortunately we've lost Jason Wood. Now that's really going to affect his, he's currently in 2nd in the championship. But then looking further back is the person in third place in the championship at the moment is Lee Scott. He's got a little bit of a buffer there, so he can still make amends at Castle Combe. As we come down for the last time this long straight, look at the lead that Jake Wood has got, phenomenal. But I can see cars going abreast, and it looks like Matt Stubbington has had a cracking part of the technical section, has got himself on the inside of Ted Cooper. How did that happen? Obviously he got a lot better around the technical. Now Ted Cooper's been demoted to third, now he's got Titch Kelsall. He's a local man, he always goes well here. He'll be eyeing up the third place lot as he literally goes into the bumper of the Ted Cooper car. We've got four cars definitely arguing over the third place as they go around Coram. They're going around about 75, 80 miles an hour around here as they brake for the very tight left-hander. Now it's so important to get the right exit. Now Titch is trying to go on the inside. He's took a late dive, but that will compromise his exit if he's not careful. As they come down, we see Jake Wood coming across onto the last straight. He's just going past the line. Jake Wood does indeed win. Now look at this fight. Matt Stubbington.
Another lap.
It's another lap. I was told that would be the last lap. It's just 7 seconds. How did they squeeze that one in?
Yeah, so one more lap to go. Jake Wood's lead is now 4.2 seconds over Stubbington. Cooper and Deere, who's now got the fastest lap of the race, in fourth position. And it looks like Deere might be attacking. No, he's trying to defend from Kelsall. As it's Cooper who's almost attacking Stubbington there. For second position again, up to the Wilson hairpin. And he might have another go down towards Palmer. No, he's going to tuck back in behind them over, I think, isn't he? As they come down towards Palmer once again. But it's Jake Wood with about 2/3 of a lap to go now with this big lead over the rest. But look how close the fight is. There's 7 cars in there disputing second position, and it's Cooper up the inside of Stubbington into Agostini. Can he find the way through there? Looks like he can, and it might be Chris Deere that's able to follow through as well in the yellow 205 alongside the grey one of Stubbington. Out of the corner they go, and off goes Cooper off the circuit. Now that
What's happened?
problem rather than anything else.
I don't know. All of a sudden he seemed to slow up and then pull off to the circuit. So now that's played into the hands of Chris Deere and Matt Stubbington. So I don't know what on earth happened, but he's back on the circuit. I wonder if he did make a mistake, go a little bit wide. Oh, he'd be gutted about that after his win yesterday. A little tiny mistake, and because these cars are, although they're different marks, they're so competitive, these 3 cars are ready to pounce. Now we've got 3 cars now arguing over the second and third position. Titch Kelsall's going down the straight trying to find the inside line. As you see the cars, the different lines they come, look at that, you see them 3 abreast. Titch Kelsall's looking all over the back of Matt Stubbington and Chris Deere. Chris Deere, he'll be covering, making sure his 205 is extra wide as they come round on towards the bomb hole corner. And indeed Chris Deere is definitely making that car. I can see a little bit of damage there to Matt Stubbington's car and a little bit of damage to Titch Kelsall's car. One of those two had a little coming together, but as they come across around the Coram, they're coming up towards the checker flag.
Yes, they certainly are then. It's not quite going to be sealed today in terms of the championship for Jake Wood, but he's done just about everything he can. The only thing he's going to be missing, unless he's got on the last lap, is the fastest lap. There's something going on in the background. Paul can tell us about that in a moment, but as they come up to the line, it's going to be Jake Wood to take the checkered flag and win the 10th round of the Classic Stock Cats Championship. Oh, and it's almost a dead heat for 4th place, I think. Looking at the times, it was Chris Deere that stole second position, Stubbington third, so 2 205s on the podium, and then Neil Dudman, Ted Cooper and Titch Kelsall completed the top 6.
Yeah, I saw it. I just got excited there. I saw them coming down out of the corner onto the start finish straight, and I see him going 3 abreast, and it looks like they just managed to hold on. So Neil Dudman was able to secure that 4th, only just from Ted Cooper and Titch Kelsall. Like you say, almost 3 abreast. Well, I mean, look at this championship. I mean, Jake Wood has definitely shown his authority in this championship. Our last meeting on the 3rd of October at Castle Combe. We haven't been to Castle Combe for a number of years. And yes, let's see if he can seal it up now. But this has not done his championship any harm whatsoever. But looking further back, looking at another local man, Darren Bassingthwaite managed to finish 9th. And they're looking further back. Yeah, what a cracking race. I mean, that just shows you all these cars are the different marks, but they are so competitive, and that was shown in that race.
Certainly was, Paul. Thank you very much. I'll give you a quick rundown on the top 10. The winner was Jake Wood, number 10, from in 2nd place, number 46, Chris Deere. In 3rd place, it was 67, Matt Stubbington. 4th place to number 48, Neil Dudman. In 5th place was number 2, Ted Cooper. In 6th was number 89, Titch Kelsall. 7th was number 13, Andy Philpotts. 8th was number 72, Lee Scott. 9th was number 18, Darren Bassingthwaite, and running out the top 10 was number 73, Ewan Lintz. So we've got another 6 races to come before the lunch break here today at Snetterton. We've got 750 Formula, Sports 1000, the Mazda 7s, the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship, the VSG Crypto Clear Sport Championship, and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, all before the lunch break. We'll be heading down in just a few moments to hear from the top 3. We've got Josh Barrett there with the radio mic in hand. We've got our winner, Jake Wood. We've got Ted Cooper. So we've got Chris. Well, we don't have Chris Steer, interestingly. Where's Chris Deer gone? We have Matt Stubbington in the 67 car, but it's Chris Deer that is not there at the moment for some reason. Has his car stopped, or did he just get waved back into the paddock or something like that? We'll head down there and see if we can find out in just a few moments' time. But as I say, lots more racing to come before the lunch break. After lunch, we also got our 2-hour Jaguar Club Enduro Championship race. We've got the Freaky Park Sports Specials, the VSG Crypto Clear Sport Championship, and BMW Car Club Racing Championship. But let's now head down for the first time today to Josh Barrett, who's going to speak to successful drivers in Classic Stock Hatch.
So we're down here in Park Ferme. Our race winner's just walking away, so I think Jake Wood's going to make his way back to us, and then we can have a word. He was just speaking to his sister Billy. Well done, Jake, on the win. That give you a 750 Motor Club winner's cap, a race winner, 3rd win of the season, and no one else would more than one, so it's great stuff from you.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I got a bit fortunate there. They were battling so hard that I could just get away, and made sure I kept the tyres cool, and if they were battling, it was going to be tough for them to catch me. So yeah, good race really.
I suspect Billy's just told you that Dad unfortunately didn't finish. So from a championship point of view for you, that's good news, I guess.
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing because he will not be happy. But do you know what happened with him?
I'm not sure.
No, it's not very good.
Castle Combe next for you, which I guess is a track you've never been to before, perhaps let alone raced before.
No, I think it might have been the last time that Classics went there was before I was born. So yeah, but I enjoy learning new tracks. Especially we went to Anglesey earlier in the year, first time I've ever been there. But yeah, looking forward to it.
And on the whole, this year's been pretty remarkable for you, a big step up from last year.
Yeah, well, more seat time, and then this car should have won so many more races last year if I had maybe a bit of a different driver or a bit more, but hoping I'm doing the car justice this year.
Well done. We'll have a quick word with Matt Stubbington, who's down here, who finished on the podium. We've got cars coming to the grid for the next race. We'll quickly have a word with Matt. Well done back on the podium. The front of the car doesn't look quite how it started.
No, Ed just said he missed a gear coming at Agostini on that last lap, and obviously because he was so slow and it all concertinaed, I just went straight in the back of him. So other than that, though, it was a really good race. You know, it was tight but clean all throughout. So I don't know where I ended up, 2nd or 3rd.
I think it might have been 3rd.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know what happened at the end there. I think they've got a bit of sorting out to do, but
right.
yeah, really enjoyed that one. Other than a bit of damage on the front of the car, it was all good.
Well done. I think we've got more racing coming up, so we're going to head back to the commentary box upstairs.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Josh. We have cars coming to the grid now for the next race of the day, which is the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. It's the 2nd race of the weekend for these cars. They were out they were out yesterday, and there was a very good race yesterday, in fact, which was won by David Reed, which was with the lead changing twice in the past couple of laps. Just an opportunity to introduce my co-commentator for the rest of the day. We say goodbye to Paul Thorpe, and we'll say a good morning to Pip Hammond. Pip, good to have you back with us for the first time since Pembrey.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. It's we've had a obviously very energetic start to the day with a good close Stock Hatch race, and Paul bringing lots of energy that good for 15 minutes, and I don't know if I could keep that up for 6 hours or whatever we've got here, but really looking forward to this one, and we've got a decent grid of 750 Formula cars who are already down there and getting ready to go. Yes,
they certainly are. So situation in the championship, he said, untangling himself, is that coming into this weekend it was Bill Cowley leading David Reed by 19 points. That gap will have reduced slightly as a result of the race yesterday, where David Reed won by 0.2 of a second from Bill Cowley. Conway Dorr was 3rd. He had his first podium of the season. In terms of how that leaves the championship situation, if I get my spreadsheet up on screen, which will slowly appear, and it's certainly those top 2 that are still in contention for the championship. and I think, if I scroll back up, we'll see that it's Conway Door also in contention, and a couple of others as well, but really, as we get towards the business end of the season with just one more meeting to go after this at Mallory Park, that the championship is whittling down to a smaller number of contenders. The car's about to head off on their green flag lap with the grid set by the second fastest times in qualifying yesterday. So I can tell you that on pole position is the number 77 car of Bill Cowley, and alongside him is number 33 David Reed, the winner of yesterday's race. On the second row of the grid, it's going to be number 68 David Facer in the Clubman's Mallet Mark 16, a guest class car by scoring points. And 28th, that's Alan Bunting Shark. On the third row, he was there a lot. This was a non-finisher yesterday for the first time. This is number 4 Matthew Unwin in the race kits Falcon, and number 35 David Winter, who was non-starter yesterday. Row 4, 11 Hugh Davis and 12 Conway Door. Row 5 is going to be 87 Mick Harris, 10-time champion, returning first time of years, sort of a new car, the Derby 877T, development of car believe so successful previously. 6 Simon Bolter alongside fifth row of the grid. The sixth row is 37 Richard Rothery and 3 Jake Doherty. The seventh row 58 Thomas Orland and 40 Martin Depper, and number 44 Colin Marshall on the 8th row of the grid. So these sports racing cars powered by the Fiat 11 8cc Fiat Fire engine, evolved over the years from their origin to the Austin 7 engine, when the was created in 1949, running still racing. It's evolved through the light engine and latterly to the Fiat engine for the last couple of decades or so. So they're off on their green flag lap, a chance for them to get some heat into these slick tyres.
Yeah, and we're likely to see the battle resume with our main two protagonists, David Reed and Bill Cowley, with the order reversed on the grid this time. Cowley on pole in the family-run, family-built Cowley Mark 7. So you'll probably see that typically between these two, Cowley maybe will struggle a little bit on straight line speed and be relying on a decent toe and his longer refined ability with this car over many years. So like I say, the top two maybe will have a little bit of a gap over the field, but there's plenty of battles to be had, and Conway Door's always going to be lurking somewhere nearby looking for another podium and maybe a little improvement from there.
Yeah, so halfway, or 2/3 of the way around this green flag lap now, and it is Bill Cowley leading them around. Then situation in terms of race wins so far this season, up until this weekend we'd had 8 races so far. Opening meeting was at Donington, where Bill Cowley won the first race of the season. Ed Pithup in the POS driven by Richard Rothery today was second. At Silverstone, David Reed had his first win of the season there. David Bartholomew was driving the POS on that occasion. He was in the second race. At Anglesey, it was a breakthrough win for David Winter, with David Reed winning race 2, and Cowley and Bartholomew were the winners at Cadwell Park in July, with Reed adding a third win earlier on in this weekend, so he's become the first driver to have 3 race wins during the course of this season. And cars coming back up towards the grid now. You drove this circuit yesterday. What kind of condition is the circuit in this weekend, would you say?
It's tended. Oh, we do have a car coming to the pits. Just couldn't pick up the number on that one.
I think it was Matthew Unwin, number 4.
He had problems yesterday. That's a shame for the driver who was third in the championship coming into the weekend. The track itself, there's been a little bit of resurfacing around, so the times seem to be a bit slower than the years previous. There's been some curbs reprofiled as well, which so you can't be quite so aggressive with those. So it has tightened up the track a little bit. That should favour the likes of Bill Cowley in number 77.
In fact, it was the 35 car, beg your pardon, that came down the pit road. So 4 Matthew Unwin is there on the grid, but 35, which is David Winter, who was the Anglesey winner, came down the pit lane, and has he gone into, he's gone into Park Fermé, so he's not going to start from the pit lane. So that's a great shame for him after that win at Anglesey, a 0 return from this weekend. So we're waiting for the race to get underway. Revs starting to rise. Watching for the lights, then the lights go out, the race gets underway then. It's a good start from Bill Cowley, a good start too from Dave Facer in the Kent Engine Mallock, the orange Mallock, second on the grid, but it looks like Cowley has got out in front. The 44 car of Colin Marshall a bit slow away, but it is underway now, and it's the same top two from yesterday that are already starting to break away from the field. David Reed in the HRD, the ex-Dave Hodkin car, but Bill Cowley, more to the point, in the Cowley in the lead of the race. The Facer Mallet gets swallowed up by a couple of cars going either side of it through Wilson for the first time. One of those was Simon Bolter in the ex-Billy Allbone Baton, and I think the other one may well have been, I'll pick that up in a minute because we'll look at the leaders for the moment, and it is Cowley and Reed. You can see how they're pulling out a lead already. It was the Alan Bunter Shark that was the other one in there, and Reed to the outside at Agostini, tries to go all the way around the outside. Can he possibly get a cut back on the inside line? Meanwhile, the Mallet was back up to third place by the time it arrived at Agostini hairpin, so that's going up and down the race order like a yo-yo. But you can see here, Pip, that as we saw yesterday, the top two was a little bit quicker than the rest.
Yeah, and Bill needs to make a bit of hay here in the technical section, because the Cowley Mark 7's a good-looking car, but it lacks a little bit in the aero department versus some of the more modern builds. So he's really got to maximise his exit here, because Reed will pick up the toe as well onto the straight, and you can see that gap closing already.
Yeah, and he's in the toe here, and this is what we saw yesterday. Bit quicker, we're thinking, the straight line, that car, and is he going to be able to make the move into Brundle around the outside? Cowley is, very good at defending positions, and it looks like he's held on for the moment at least, and he'll back himself through the twistier sections, will Bill Cowley. In the background, we've got Dave. Oh, we're up over the curve. That was Simon Bolter in the Baton. That won't have done it very much good, because that was a very rough ride indeed, and he's losing several places as a result of that. May well have done some damage to that car, I suspect. He lost a position to Jake Doherty, but I was just going to say, Dave Facer in the Mallet back up to third position, but he's got the Rothery car behind him now, the PRS for third position. Leader's about to come through to complete another lap.
Yeah, that was a tricky moment. That is one of the curves that's been reprofiled. It's actually slightly better to ride over, because it's not just the sausage part of the curve. They built up the back of it, so at least these cars being fairly flat bottomed, it will have helped it on its way back to the ground, but it may have done some damage to the aerodynamics on the underside of the car. So we'll see if that affects the performance, or if it's damaged the alignment at all. We're just keeping an eye on their car number 28. That's the sorry, I've lost my notes. But it looks like we got a move on for third there. Was that the Mallet hanging on?
Well, it looks like we've got to change there. Alan Bunter, the number 28 Shark, that's a fifth, has lost out a position there to, I think that was Conway Dorr in the race kits Falcon. Look at the lead that the two in front have got. There's a long way back for Dave Facer in the Mallet, the very experienced driver. He raced at the Birmingham Super Creek weekend 40 years ago, this bank holiday weekend, and is here at Snetterton today in his Mallet. But there we can see Conway Dorr, so he was on the podium yesterday, slowly making up ground here. He was a bit further back on the grid, on 8th position he was on the grid today. But he's making up a little bit of ground as this race goes on. But still for third position, we've got back there between the Mallet and the PRS. That's Richard Rothery in the number 37 car. Seems to be going better than yesterday when he finished the race in a very distant 5th position.
Yeah, and it's nice to see close battling with these sort of prototype style cars, not afraid to get very close to each other. The leaders are side by side again into Brundle. You sense Reed's sort of rehearsing this one a little bit. He's been up alongside a few times, but tends to lay out of the throttle a bit, make sure he gets through the corner cleanly, maybe having a couple of goes in different parts of the track to see if he's feeling keen for it later on. We've got plenty of time left to go in this race, and great to see a battle this close.
Really good fight for the lead of the race here in this second race of the weekend. Only 2 more races to go this season for the Race Park 750 Formula Championship, and it looks like the title battle will go down to the wire at Mallory Park in October. Leaders over the line again. This is to complete lap number 2. The gap between them is pretty much exactly half a second, so it's a bit bigger than it has been at other stages of this weekend. And third place coming across the line now, which is Dave Facer in the Mallet, and the gap from second to third is more than 14 seconds. Then it's Rothery in 4th place, Conway Dorr 5th, Alan Bunter in 6th, Jake Doherty in 7th, Simon Bolter in 8th.
Yeah, Reed got really sideways on the exit of the hairpin there. He's trying to keep this gap close through the technical section of the track, and they're very closely matched on lap times. The pair have gone through only less than a tenth apart, with Cowley just taking the fastest lap last time around on a 2:11.3. So Reed's really pushing hard here to try and keep that gap down. You can see these lines are just a little bit over the curb then, but a little tidier than the first hairpin anyway.
Yeah, that fastest lap compared to yesterday's fastest lap, which was 2:08.551 for David Reed, which was only 4/100ths of a second outside Dave Bartholomew's lap record from 11 years ago. Meanwhile, that's the number 3 car of Jake Doherty pulling off and out of the race. Not a happy weekend for him. He was not in the results yesterday, in 10th place, and retiring from this one early in the car his grandfather Bob Simpson raced for so many years. But the leaders coming down to the left-hander now at Brundle, and you can see that again we've got the yellow car, the HRD of David Reed, really hassling Bill Cowley, but seemingly he's not been able to get past him. Now you just wonder though if he's just keeping his powder dry, Pip, and saving that for later in the race, knowing that he might be able to get past now, but he might then lose the position again, almost just biding his time.
Yeah, you sense with the difference in the lap times from yesterday that Cowley not holding up Reed so much, but maybe Reed has a little bit more pace there. He's taking his time. He's still got over half the race left to go, and they've got this monster lead over third place of Facer in the Mallock. So the race is really just between the two of them. In fact, as I say it, he's having another look round the outside into Richie's, and I think he's got that done.
Yeah, it looks like it. So Reed does take the time for biding his time. Reed is in the lead of the race now. Number 33 from number 77, Bill Cowley in second place. Up towards Wilson they go. Still the third place car has not yet come over the line. Such is the extent of the lead of these two. It's just as well they're pretty evenly matched and giving us a good race. Looks like Reed has made a few car lengths here already. So Bill Cowley will be keen to try and limit that and not allow him to extend his lead much further. Otherwise, it could be a relatively quiet final half of the race, as Reed does have sort of 4 or 6 car lengths lead as they go into Haggerty. That time that's quite a long sweeping left-handed hairpin. They'll then go through the left-hander at Hamilton, and then it's towards the right-hander as they continue their way through this infield. That is sort of 15 years ago now, this infield section, which is about Manfield 200
Yeah, I had a few trips all the way out onto that concrete runway from back in the day. Reed has built this gap here, even through the technical section, so it does seem that he was losing ground or losing time behind Cowley. This is they both jumped in lap time last time into the 2:09s, and this gap is looking to extend. Reed did take the fastest lap yesterday as well, so Cowley's going to do well to try and hang on to this. You can see he's using a bit more extremes of the circuit than Reed, who's nice and tidy, not running the curbs too hard, he says. But yeah, that's we'll see if Cowley's got anything for Reed in the really quick corners around here through the Bomb Hole and Coram, but you'd fancy that gap. He's looking about a second now. It'll be tough for Bill to come back from there.
Yeah, it certainly will. So we have got not long left in this race, 6 minutes left of this race. There's probably going to be 3 more laps to go at the end of this one. It is David Reed now leading. Then he's going to be leading at the end of a lap for the first time in this race. Over the line he goes. That's more than a second, I would say, isn't it? Between the 1.35 seconds, and he's got the lap record as well. No wonder he was pulling out an advantage. He's done a 2:07.894. So that is a new lap record, beating by 0.6 of a second, nearly, David Bartholomew's lap record from 11 years ago. So you don't often see an old lap record shattered like that, and it just goes to show what it's actually they're both setting, because Bill Cowley is not too far behind him.
Yeah, Bill's doing his best there. While he's got the toe, it's his best chance to try and stay in touch. I think if there's enough separation there, he'll struggle to pull that back in. But that gap does look to be increasing still. We do have a good battle going on in Class B there between Marshall and Walter further back. But we're watching Reed through Agostini's now, nice and tidy again, not overstressing the car. I mean, you must know that Cowley's close, but we are actually getting a few spots of rain on the windows of our commentary box, and if that is the case, that's Bill's time to shine.
Yeah, absolutely. There's people putting their hoods up, you can see, across the way from our commentary position. And of course, these cars on slick tyres, that's going to make things considerably. I don't think it's announced very much yet. If it gets any heavier, especially with the odd shower during the course of the day, then it's going to make life interesting for the final couple of laps or so. Still, it is Reed, number 33, leading. 77, Bill Cowley in second place. 37, Richard Rothery is now third. He's got ahead of 68, Dave Facer. 12, Conway Dorr is fifth. 28, Alan Bunt is sixth. 44, Colin Marshall from the back of the grid up to seventh, and now into the lead of Class B, ahead of number 6, Simon Bolter. Through the top 10, you've got 4 Matthew Unwin and 11 of Index. We're now watching the battle between Colin Marshall and Simon Bolter.
Yeah, and they've been close like this all race. And this is Class B for the drivers who perhaps maybe not as experienced or haven't had the success in the class before. So this will be interesting with this pair, how they deal with the rain on the visors and just seeing a little bit of moisture around them. It's really tells with your experienced drivers here how much you've got drivers like Bill Cowley, who's got the aero screen there. He'll be seeing seeing and feeling more of the rain on the car than some of the others. But some drivers will react very quickly and drop their pace, and others will, with the experience, will know that they can keep pushing on until they really start to feel the slip in the tyres.
Yeah, that last lap for Reed was a 2:09, so it's about 2 seconds off the pace he'd done previously, just as the rain starts falling. I guess it was going to be difficult to maintain the pace that he was setting on the previous lap. So we've got now 3 minutes to go. Here's this battle still between Marshall and Bolter, just making its way out of Murray's and on towards the Senna straight, and it's going to be the black SDAR, the ex-Dave Robson car. Conway Dorr, I think, drove this briefly as well, and then it's the 6 car of Simon Bolter just behind him then, in the car that Bill Rutter also raced in the past, but he's won the championship in the hands of Billy Olbo a decade or so ago now. These two heading up towards Wilson, and it looks like Bolter thought about making a move, almost getting the car alongside there into the Wilson hairpin, but again he's tucked back in behind and will try and save him. Oh, he's slowing now, so he's not going to save himself. It looks like Simon Bolter has come there, and yes, he's got his hand in the air, and that's a great shame. Because he's going back for the victory in Class B, and Bolter leading the Class B standings coming into this race right now.
Yeah, that is a shame. You wonder if maybe he grabbed a gear change or something on the way out of the hairpin there, because he was very aggressive in. It was obviously something that happened on the exit. So this gap's grown back out. Where is Bill? Oh, Bill Cowley's lost a lot of time on this lap. So whether he's made a mistake or Reed's been able to pick the pace back up as this very tiny rain shower seems to have passed us by. So we've got this battle on for fourth now, number 68, which that's the Malloch of Facer. He's still hanging on over Conway Dorr.
Yeah, certainly is. So Conway looking to, as we see, number 70, Martin Dapper just coming to leave our commentary position in the pit lane. So yeah, Conway Dorr on the podium yesterday. He's winning 5th at the minute and 4th of the 750 Formula Points touring cars. The Malloch that you can see there is an invited guest. The Classic Cummins cars always welcome to join the 750 Formula grid. What's Pip just pointing out?
We've just lost car number 70. Yeah. Martin Deffers pulled through the Interpark Ferme and out of the race. A very slow lap for Bill Cowley there, a 2:12. So I wonder if there's a problem with that car too. It doesn't look like Bolter's got a long way off the track there, which is a shame, but we're so close to the end of the race, maybe they'll be able to cover it off on yellows.
Yeah. Yes, we are on to the last lap of the race now. But yes, you say yellows are covering that. The leaders are at Agostini. Yes, they are, just looking behind over my shoulder. So it looks like this is going to be the last lap of the race. There you can see the Rothery car. That's the car in 3rd position, and he's sort of 37 seconds behind Bill Cowley, but he's 2.5 seconds ahead of Dave Facer, who has now put a bit more daylight between himself and Conway Dorr.
So that's looking like that sort of. Here's the leader, David Reed, and it's a good race.
Yeah, you got the sense he was sort of seeking the best place to make that move. Really, he had a couple of looks up on the back straight, and then decided that on the way up to Rich's was going to be the spot. He had enough of an overspeed that it was kind of done before the braking. I don't know how hard these cars brake for there with the aero that they have. So it was a nice move, very very measured drive. Obviously he's got a couple more corners to get round before I lavish too much praise, but he's really broken the back of the fight from Cowley there. I don't know if Bill's backed off just because the race has gone or if there is anything amiss with that car. But he's carrying on. He's obviously lost quite a few seconds on that previous lap. He's not even into our view as Reed is coming through the final corner. Hopefully we haven't lost Bill on this lap.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Is that him just in the far distance? But here's the checkered flag waving to David Reed. So he wins for the second time this weekend and the fourth time this season. He didn't score, or didn't take part in the opening meeting at Donington Park, so he's got those scores to count. But he's had a good run here. Bill Kelly, having had a less good run, he's had a real slow final lap, so I think he's been nursing the car home here, trying to listen to see if it sounds a bit sick. Well, that's sounding not as at full health, is it? And that was a slow lap, a 2:26. But he was so far ahead of third place there, Richard Rothery, that he could afford to just back right off. Rothery is going to come up to the line now. He's just turning his way through Murray's, and so he completes the podium, his first podium of the weekend. And what's his best result of the season? But he's not done all of the races. He's had a second and a third in fact already this season, so a third podium of the year for Richard Rothery. Dave Facer takes fourth in the Malik, Conway Dorr fifth in the Race Kids Falcon, Alan Bunter is sixth in the Shark, returning after picking up quite a lot of damage in an accident at Cadwell Park in the last meeting, so he's sixth, and we're waiting for the rest of the cars to come through. We've still got the classic stock hatch cars I can see in the Park Fermier, so Josh has been busy moving the 1, 2, 3 boards around to try and find a space for the winners to stop to talk to him in just a few moments' time. In fact, already there is our race winner, David Reed. So we're heading down to Josh shortly. But bit of a shame the race ended that way for Bill Pip.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to the end and it's some more good points, so he should still be in a good position championship-wise, but it's very close between Cowley and Reed. Obviously, Reed, having not contested around, is already in his position of drop scores, so we'll see where that sits Bill when all of this shakes out. One more round to go at Mallory Park, so all bets are off around Mallory. It's a quick track. It seems to suit both drivers. Bill's had some success there before, and Reed undoubtedly will be fast. So a championship decider that we'll certainly enjoy there.
Yeah, absolutely right. So that's the last of the 750 Formula action for this weekend. There's, as I say, another meeting for these cars. They go to Mallory Park in 5 weeks' time or so. Quick rundown of the top 10. It was number 33, David Reed, that was the winner. 77, Bill Cowley was in second place. Third was number 37, Richard Rothery. Fourth was 68, Dave Facer. In fifth position was number 12, which was Conway Dorr. Sixth was number 28, Alan Bunter. Seventh was number 44, Colin Marshall, who won Class B. Eighth, number 4, Matt Unwin. Ninth, number 11, Hugh Davis. Rounding out the top 10 was Thomas Llewellyn. And so those were the top 10 finishers. We are going to move on in a few minutes to another race, which is going to be for the Nang Kang Thai Sports 1000 Championship, which of course doesn't have a green flag lap, so we'll hopefully keep the interviews shortly and have a fairly quick one. So we're ready down there in the pit lane, I can see. So we'll hand down to Josh Barrett, who's going to speak to our top 3 at the end of the race, part 750 Formula Championship race.
So we're down here. We'll have a quick word at least with our winner, David Reed. David, congratulations, a new lap record and fantastic pace to win it.
Brilliant. What did I get in terms of
It was a 7.8 or something like that.
Brilliant, excellent. Yeah, that was one of my goals for this year, to try and get a lap record, so brilliant that I've achieved that. I love Snetterton, it's a great circuit. Yeah, Bill and I had an excellent battle there for I think 3 or 4 laps, and just edging out on one another, and yeah, really good race.
Congratulations, I think the car's already on the grid for the next race, so we're going to have to go back up to the commentary box for Sports 1000s.
Thank you, Josh. That was very quick. We've just got a few moments still to spare before the next race, because the car's just forming up on the grid now. I've not even had a chance to get the grid in front of me for the second race of the weekend for the Nang Kang Tyres Sports 1000 Championship. This is one where the championship could be decided today in the direction of Dan Clues. And He had a win yesterday from Colin Chapman in second and Carl Austin in third place. The grid for this one is going to line up as follows. It's going to be number 1, Dan Clues on pole position, 72, Johnny McGill besides him. Is Johnny there? Yes, he is. He was a spinner from the leads yesterday and did manage to restart. 44, Carl Austin, and 34, Marco Dupieri on row 2. 69, Ian Hutchinson, and 59 and 63, Colin Chapman on row 3. 15, Naeem Hack, and 88, Chris Brayshaw on row 4. 199, Alex Jones, and 22, Tony Williamson on row 5. And starting at the back of the grid, having qualified out of session, making his return, is number 46, Charlie Thomas. So 11 cars we will have for the second Sports 1000 race of the weekend. And I say, I think a second place for Dan Clues in this one would wrap things up with a meeting to spare at Castle Combe. The driver he's fighting with is Carl Austin. Race getting underway, but not for Naeem Hack. I don't think he's slow away. He did have his hand in the air. It's a 20-minute race for the Sports 1000 cars, and it's a good start there for Johnny McGill. And again, he's got into the lead of the race off the line, as he did yesterday. So it's Dan Clues second, Carl Austin is third, and it looked like it might be Marco Dupieri in fourth position as they make their way through. In fact, it's not. It's the 69 car of Ian Hutchinson in fourth place as they're side by side for fifth. And that's Chris Brayshaw going alongside Tony Williamson there in the number 22 Mittel. So they are making their way out of the Wilson hairpin down towards the Agostini hairpin. For having the spinner in the background is Tony Williamson, but it's Johnny McGill leading this race. But Dan Clues trying to get up the inside into the Agostini hairpin, and he wasn't able to make that work.
No, he did well to get it slowed down. He sort of committed to it there and then managed to take the momentum out of the car and avoid having an accident. So he kept it nice and close. They just went down to the obvious section of the track. Difficult corner in these cars because it goes on for so long, but you're back on the power so early. It's very easy to end up sideways or lose momentum. So coming onto the back straight now, Clues has tucked it to a nice tight line through there. He had a really good toe down the back straight.
Certainly will. So we've got the number 72 car in the lead of Johnny McGill from Dan Clues in second place. He was the race winner yesterday, not actually won all that many races this season as he locks up there into Brundle Nelson. Manages to keep it under control though, but he stays second place. Now, Osbaldeston has done a lot of the race winning this season, but he's not here this weekend. It looked like we're going to get a challenge there from Carl Austin, the man that really does need to finish ahead of Dan Clues here to keep his championship hopes alive going into the final meeting of the season. But he's behind him at the moment, but still Johnny McGill, yesterday's race leader, holding off Dan Clues. Of course, yesterday it didn't work out for Johnny McGill. He got halfway around the second lap, had a spin at Hamilton, and then it was race over. Meanwhile, 44, which is Carl Austin, doing well to fend off the 34 car of Marco Dupieri as they come across the line here with McGill leading by stone to half a second from Clues, Austin, Dupieri, Hutchinson and Chapman.
Yeah, Austin at the bomb hole on that previous lap, he had a little look and had to lose some momentum. If you're going to make a move in these cars, you nearly have to be alongside before you get on the brakes. They're really lightweight, they don't need to brake particularly hard, as we do see a move there. The number 63 of Chapman got the inside into the hairpin. It's difficult to pass if you don't have an overlap because they really don't have to brake that much because they're so light. With all the aero as well, they can carry a lot of corner speed, so really have to be tactical with the way you make these overtakes. As we see Clues thinking about another look, again he's tucked back in, that's the smart move there. He's obviously got a little bit more pace, he's just going to have to be patient about it, and he's got a little bit of breathing room back to third place at the moment.
Yes, Clues only a second time winner for this season yesterday, and he added to the victory that he had much earlier, well, not that much earlier in the season, only at Brands Hatch at the last weekend. So now Osbaldeston has won 5 races this season. He's trying to go around the outside of Williams ahead of McGill. This is bringing Austin very much back into the equation as well, as these two are fighting. Austin's won twice this season. Clint Newman has won on 1 occasion as well. He's not here this weekend. Side by side for the lead, down the Bentley straight into Brundle and Nelson. Is who's going to sweep around the outside. The Mittel, the blue and orange Mittel goes past the black and turquoise Spire, and we have a new race leader. It is Dan Clues. He does go up to P1. That was a nice move, Pip.
Yeah, a nicely measured move. He's made that stick in a difficult spot, but there's a big reward there if he can get around the outside of Brundle, and it really stalls McGill's momentum. It was almost like a block pass by the time they got to Nelson, so that's it's given him a little margin to try and not quite break the toe, but make it ineffective enough to get them side by side again by the end of the straight. In fact, all the top three have strung out a bit as they come through the final corner there. The main battle that's on is for fourth place.
Yeah, that's right. Fourth place being DePieri and Chapman. They were something by only 3/10 over the line. You can see them on screen now. Colin Chapman, who was second in yesterday's race, to Dan Clues. Just a little bit further back down the order today. There's Carl Austin in third place. They've got DePieri in fourth position. But the top two just making a bit of a break now. Now that Dan Clues has got into the lead of this race. He was, of course, the F1000 champion 6 years ago, and he's also been successful now in Sports 1000 as well. We're watching the battle further back. That's number 88 going through. That's Chris Brayshaw, the accountant from London. He is doing battle with Hutchinson, so he's got ahead of Hutchinson there to take 6th position from him. In yesterday's race, Brayshaw also finished in 6th place. As we're watching now, Johnny McGill. Now, the next thing that McGill's got to worry about is whether Carl Austin, the number 44 car, can make his way through. Austin really needs to. If it stays this way, or even if Austin gets ahead of McGill, that's the championship to Clues with a meeting to spare. So Austin needs to do everything he can to try and get as far up the order as possible.
Yeah, and it looked like maybe he got on the throttle a bit early, or maybe just ran the inside curb a bit and spat himself wide. So we've got this battle on for fourth still. That's a nice move from number 63 Chapman for fourth place. You see Austin getting into the toe again on the way to the bomb hole, but a nice move for Chapman. He's gone into the bomb hole in the lead, and that's all allowed Brayshaw to catch up with the pair of them on the approach to Coram.
Yeah, so Brayshaw in the 88 car, he's up to 6th place a lap ago, and now he's challenging for another position around the left-hander at Morris they go. This is coming through to complete lap number 3 of what's probably going to be a 10-lap race for these cars, barring a safety car. Moving their way up towards the right-hander, which is going to lead to watch the 22 car just coming through shot there. They're not telling Williamson to have a spin on the opening lap of the race at Palmer, so he's trying to catch Charlie Thomas, who's the next car ahead of him on the road, who didn't take part in the race yesterday but didn't qualify out of session this morning. So we've got 13 minutes of the race left to go. We've got Dan Clues leading number 1 from 72, Johnny McGill, and 44, Carlos in third place. But you can see now the size of the lead that Clues has built up.
Yeah, but we can sort of appreciate now how patient he was in the early going as the battle for fourth rages on. That's DePieri back up the inside. He's wide and he's around. What a shame. It looked a late dive, but just wasn't able to hang on to it. We do have this slightly persistent threat of rain. We got a little bit more moisture on the window, so whether that's affected anything there, but I don't think it should affect the track too much now. Maybe just a little bit too enthusiastic on the approach.
That's right. So here's Chapman. He's now being chased by Brayshaw in the number 88 cars. Watch Dan Clues, the 2025 champion, head down towards us. Beat Ryan Yarrow to the title last year, having finished behind him in the 2 preceding years. It was a first title for Mattel since 2019, when Chippy Westmail won the championship. Spires had won it in the intervening years, either with Ryan Yarrow or in 2022 with Richard Webb. Here's one of the Spires there, driven by Brayshaw, relative newcomer to racing. You can see the black cross and the yellow background on the rear of his car. He's getting some very useful experience in what is a really high performance car here. They're on treaded tyres, but these 1000cc superbike engines give out a good amount of power. The performance you can get per pound spent is probably pretty much unrivaled anywhere in racing. Over the line they go to complete another lap. Best lap of the race for Dan Clues, a 2:02.521, I think that is, which is about 1.2 seconds faster than he went yesterday. So the track does seem to be a bit quicker than it was yesterday.
Yeah, it's nice and cool at the minute, so that's going to be helping a little bit as we've got this battle raging on between two drivers of very different experience levels. Colin Chapman been racing since 1999, and Chris Brayshaw, as you said, only started this year. So there's an interesting mix of experiences out there, all getting around at similar speeds. But yeah, these lap times are tumbling, and the drivers, you know, despite we had this micro sort of drizzle shower that we had a moment ago that seems to have already passed, all the drivers are getting quicker all the time. We're seeing a lot of green laps. Everybody's finding a bit more pace as the race goes on, which maybe wasn't available to them yesterday.
So there's Chapman, number 63, long-time racer in RGP, as it was, Sports 1000, as it now is. He's competed in scores, hundreds of races in this category over that period, probably the most experienced driver that there is. Up against his, people saying one of the least experienced on the grid, Chris Brayshaw, not the least experienced altogether. I think there's a few that have done one or two less races than him. As we've got here, Carl Austin challenging for second place, and again around the outside of Johnny McGill, similar to what we saw from Dan Clues a few laps ago. But Carl Austin, the man from Devon, does make his way up to second place, then hand in the air briefly for Johnny McGill. They're not quite sure what he was trying to indicate. But it's Austin now up into second place, and that move reminiscent of the one we saw earlier on.
Yeah, it was nice and clean. Austin got a better run onto the back straight that time, and with the toe was able to take a nice track position. It's quite intimidating when you're on the inside for Brundle. You'd assume it to be the preferred method of getting to the next corner, but you know the driver on your outside has more track available to them to hang it round with a bit more speed, and then it's. This time McGill actually backed out of it a little bit earlier to preserve his run on the outside, whereas with the Clues move he sort of tried to hang in there a bit and ended up balked quite badly on the run to the next corner. So he's kept himself alive in this one, and he had a little think about it going into the Wilson hairpin, but honours even between them at the minute.
That's right. So it's Austin from McGill now, Chapman in front. So we'll see if Chapman can start to close in on McGill. There was 1.5 seconds between them at the start of the lap. They've done a lot of racing together, two sort of real clubmen. Bit of a lock up there for, well, both of them made mistakes. Chapman was over the grass and he's lost a position because of that, and maybe his car's broken actually. But there was also a lock up there for McGill. So that's looks like a retirement for Colin Chapman, but I'm wondering if something broke on the car before he shot across the grass.
Yeah, it was a strange one that, because it was very early for there wasn't clouds of smoke as if it was a lock-up, so maybe something amiss going down the gearbox perhaps, and an inability to reselect the gear afterwards. So that's freed Brayshaw up to see if he's got anything for this podium battle ahead of him, but obviously he took a cautious approach to getting around the Chapman car to see if it was going to cause any drama. So Brayshaw's got an opportunity here to climb towards the podium, which would be for the first time. But he's got to reckon with McGill first. He's nice and tidy through Nelson there, but got a couple of seconds to make up. And that was a big shame for Chapman. He just set his best lap of the race. He was into the 2:03s, making him sort of comfortably the second fastest driver on the track. So the times are still coming down a little bit. Clues did his best lap last time around as well. So somehow track conditions continuing to improve, or drivers just getting a bit more comfortable with the grip that's out there.
7.5 minutes of the race left to go then. It looks like Chris Brayshaw could be on for his best result here. Previously best of 5th position. He's up to 4th place now. He budgets up to 5th. Marco De Pieri next 12th line. He's in 6th position. The black and white driver's done this flag going out to car 15, which is Naeem Hack, the ice specialist from Wiltshire, I think he's based. And that'll be for driving track. We've seen over the course of the weekend a few instances of drivers exceeding track limits and being warned or penalised or having laps deleted from qualifying sessions, that kind of thing. On this occasion he's just tripped the trigger, and on this occasion he's getting the motor warning for exceeding track limits. There's Johnny McGill, number 72. Still there in 3rd position for the moment, and Carl Austin hasn't really got away from him. I mean, Clues is 5 or so seconds ahead of the 2nd and 3rd place cars now, but McGill is still sticking with Austin to within about a second, I'd say.
Yeah, it's intriguing here. It could come down to a bit more of a mistake than anything. We've seen Austin struggle a little bit off this corner onto the back straight as he did a little slide again there, but kept his momentum up nicely. The yellows have been withdrawn out at Agostini, so at least we know the Chapman car's safely out of the way. It looks like when these two aren't battling, they're able to drop the Brayshaw cart, but it's Austin's going to have to keep it tidy here to keep the championship alive. He's not going to want a threat from behind with McGill, but they're both down into the 203s and getting closer to the 202 territory that Clues is operating in exclusively at the moment. We do have a car into the pits. That's number 46 of Thomas. That's rolling slowly, unfortunately. But these bike engine cars can not tend to be fragile, but they're quite highly stressed in this form. The engines are moving more weight than they were designed to do. So they're incredibly effective when they're working. As we see, the battle for second seems to be getting back together on the approach to Riches. McGill's had a good run out of the final corner and closed right up on the brakes into Riches.
Yeah, he has, so that's got a lot closer. Yes, Charlie Thomas was a late entry, qualified out this morning, but sadly not making it to the end of the race. Here is that battle for second that Pip was just talking about. Johnny McGill over the line was just under 4/10 behind Carl Austin. Carl Austin from a championship point of view sort of needs something to happen to Dan Clues now, which is not beyond the realms of possibility, but Austin really needs to finish ahead of Clues, and well, that's not happening at the moment. It's a long way behind. As McGill looks like he's going to make a move, is he? No, not quite into the Agostini head. He sort of feinted to move on the inside, but I think decided better of it. Brayshaw, you can see in the background, still there in 5th position, and Hutchinson in 6th spot. But the lead now over 6 seconds for Dan Clues in the Mattel over these two battling spies. There's a green flag there. Is that just because of the car, the Glenn Chapman car that's still off? The yellow flag a bit further around, possibly. I didn't see where that car ended up, actually. I don't know if you spotted that bit, but presumably far enough outside of harm's way to avoid us needing to go safety car.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on the yellows at Agostini. I don't know, I can't see where the car actually ended up, but they eventually pulled the yellows in there just as the leaders were coming round on the previous lap. So we can assume it's in a place of safety. We're not seeing any messages to our screen. Austin's maybe just pulled this gap out a little bit more through the complex under the bridge. McGill is definitely pushing on hard now, though. There are times when they string out a little bit, they come down into 203s, and then once they come together, they tend to start costing each other a little bit of time. But McGill's close again on the approach to Murray's. We'll see if he can get a decent tow as they come onto the straight. Yep.
Yeah, he stopped at Hamilton, did Colin Chapman, in a relatively safe position, but broken steering has been reported on that car, so I think he's going to need a lift at the end of this race. Second and third over the line, heading towards Riches, and it's McGill trying to go to the outside on the approach to the corner, maybe get the cutback through Riches, but he's not really close enough to make that work. So it's Carl Austin that's still holding the position from McGill in the Dataplast Interspire GT3. Third position. Gap back to Brayshaw is over 4 seconds. Brayshaw not lapping any faster really than the cars ahead of him, so it looks like he's settled for 4th place, which would nevertheless be his best finish so far. There's just under 3 minutes of the race to go, coming through on lap 9 now, so one more lap to go after this.
Yeah, Austin didn't defend this time, and that's going to serve him onto this short run up to Hamilton. He just needs to. When he's got the gap, it's hard to tell with these tiny little sports car mirrors that these cars have, and they're somewhat reduced visibility, certainly peripherally and around and behind for the driver. So he needs to be careful not to over-defend here when he doesn't need to. He's got to get this run right onto the back straight. He's gone round the inside curve this time, so the car's not been upset, and it looks like he's just clawed a couple of car lengths there on the exit.
Oh, and that's a problem, is it, for Carl Austin? Is that... What's that smoke, or was that fluid coming from the back of the car? It's quite hard to tell. I'll get Pip's view on that. His car's still going absolutely fine. He's still there in 2nd place, ahead of Johnny McGill. It just looked a little bit strange to me, briefly there. Anyway, still there for 2nd and 3rd, and Chris Brayshaw, couldn't really see him in the background in 4th position. It looks like he's been caught by Ian Hutchinson, so he needs to just watch his back to try and keep hold of that 4th position. There's only about a second between those two as they're rounding Quorum now, as we're watching 2nd and 3rd coming into Murray's as Dan Clues goes on to start his final lap.
Yeah, it's interesting, just single puff of smoke like that. We'll see if it's the same place next time around. I mean, there's some very tight clearances, tyres to wheel arches and things like that on cars that rely on their aero. It may have just picked up a lump of rubber that got wedged somewhere until it burned away, but maybe, you know, it will have spurred McGill on to have a look, and Austin's having to defend on the run up to Wilson here, and that's really going to compromise his exit. So McGill's gone a little bit deep there, possibly too much. You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to be able to straighten the car up and get the power down, but maybe just took too long a way round there to take advantage.
Yeah, they're through Palmer. Then in the shot now, you can see briefly the 4th and 5th place cars. Brayshaw and Hutchinson were separated by 0.6 of a second over the line. So that battle's intensifying as well as they come into the last half a lap or so of this race. Austin still ahead of McGill here. He's doing everything he can, he's pushing as hard as he can, but it looks like Dan Clues is going to get a 3rd win in a row, which would be enough for him to wrap up the championship with that meeting to spare. But it looks like Carlos is at least going to take 2nd place away unless Johnny McGill's got something up his sleeve.
Yeah, he was nice and tight through Oggies that time, and that gap's a lot smaller now. He needs to maximise this exit there. Maybe a little bit tentative past the apex. It's just grown again, and the gap certainly will come down by the time they get to the braking zone. But it'll be a long way back when they get there, unfortunately.
Yep. So towards Nelson and Brundle and Nelson even for the final time. And it is these two battling over 2nd. Clues can see already turning his way into Coram, a few seconds ahead of them on the road. So these two, McGill having a look there, I could see, as they came towards Coram. We're watching Dan Clues now. There he was, did get a bit close, but not able to make a move there. But it's going to be Clues coming out of Murray's now. He's going to head up towards the checkered flag. There is the checkered flag. It waves, and it's Dan Clues that wins his 3rd race of the season in the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship, and with that we reckon the championship as well, with a meeting to spare. 2nd place goes the way of Carl Austin, 3rd to Johnny McGill, 0.8 of a second between them in the end. Chris Brayshaw does get his best result in the championship this season in 4th place ahead of Ian Hutchinson, and then the 34 car Marco De Pieri takes 6th place. But a good drive that from Dan Clues.
Yeah, it's very, very measured. It's the mark of a driver who's on the cusp of, if not already, the champion, as we've got some furious mathematics to do to confirm. De Pieri will be ruining that mistake earlier in the race. He had some monstrous pace at the end, second only to Clues really in lap time, and just gave himself a little bit too much to do to catch up, unfortunately. We've still got cars coming to the line now. Here comes Hack in 7th place. Survived that warning, I suspect, for probable track limits. Just coming to the line now in 7th place, and we've still got a couple more cars running around, but Clues really sort of got to the lead and checked out, and by so much he's already on his way to see Josh.
Yeah, he'll be there very shortly. Confirmation, the maximum points that Carl Austin can now score is 224, we reckon, whereas Dan Clues already was guaranteed 231, so that should be Clues the champion with a meeting to spare. Quick rundown on the finishers. First was number 1 Dan Clues, 2nd number 44 Carl Austin, 3rd number 72 Johnny McGill, 4th number 88 Chris Brayshaw, 5th was 69 Ian Hutchinson, 6th was 34 Marco De Pieri, 7th 15 Liam Hack, 8th was the 199 car of Alex Jones, and we should see number 22 Tony Williamson coming through as well in 9th position. 2 non-finishers, Colin Chapman and Charlie Thomas. Josh is handing out the winners' hats to everybody, and I think we probably now can go down to the pit lane, or down to Parc Fermé, and hear from our top 3 drivers with Josh Barrett.
So we're down here in the Parc Fermé area then with our top 3 from the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship, and a new champion as well, we think. Well done, Dan. 2 wins this weekend. We think that might have clinched the title.
Yeah, full set this weekend. Pole, 2 fastest laps, 2 wins. Couldn't be happier. For the whole season, I've got to say a big thank you to Scott Mattel, Ian and Sharon, and the whole Mattel team, and Phil, who's been the main mechanic this weekend. Or all year, sorry. The car's been brilliant all year.
This is a very successful car, isn't it? A car that wasn't built that long ago.
It was built at the start of last season, so we've now pretty much wrapped up 2 championships with it. Despite me dropping it into the gravel at Croft as defending champion on the first lap of the season, but we'll gloss over that now. Yeah, an amazing season. The car's absolutely brilliant, and I can't thank the boys enough.
Lap times look a lot quicker today. Is the track feeling different as a driver?
Yeah, we had a lot of rain on Saturday night. So Sunday morning, or Sunday afternoon, even then, the track hadn't rubbered up at all much. But obviously, over yesterday afternoon and this morning, it's got better. So the times are a bit better. We're still a long way off what we did in testing and earlier in the year. But I think that's just down to track condition and the hot, dry weather, and then the downpours have made the track a little bit harder work.
Well done on this season, Dan. Congratulations. 2 wins here at Snetterton. We'll get a word with Cole Austin, who finished in 2nd place. Cole, congratulations, another podium, and a good battle with Jonathan there.
Yeah, really good. I was just trying to, the last few laps, it was starting to spit with rain. I was getting a bit slippery, and I thought I'd just try and keep Jonathan behind. I guessed it was the last lap coming around Coram, and he was on me. I thought, just no mistakes, so I get the run out the corner, and yeah, I did it. So it was good.
We think now Dan has clinched the title. I guess at the start of the year that wasn't something you were considering, but this year's been amazing for you.
Yeah, it's a brilliant year for me. I mean, Dan was always going to win at the end of the day. I just got lucky in the first few races. Hopefully, if Jonathan doesn't beat me in the next few races, I'll come 2nd in the championship. So I think it's been that way.
It's been a great year, hasn't it?
Yeah, amazing for me. I've never, been this high up at all. So thanks to Paul Nightingale, wherever he is, for looking after the car and sorting out for me, because without him, I wouldn't be here.
Well done on another podium. We'll have a word with Jonathan. Podium and 2 races where you've led as well this weekend.
I know, and I threw it away, didn't I? I knew I could be faster in that corner, and I just carried more in. I thought I could get a gap on him, but no, I mucked it up really. So there we are. All for learning, isn't it? So I got a good start, but I wasn't as keen to do anything this time. I just kind of hung on there, really. So it was good.
But after Cole got past you were able to catch him back up?
Yeah, I think I wasn't. I mean, there was a couple of times he'd gone really defensive, and I was quicker. And if I'd realised that was the last lap, I was on the outside of him at Coram, and I'd just lifted off and let it run through, and who knows what would have happened. But I didn't know it was the last lap, really. So I thought I'll get another shout at it, really. But yeah, I was quicker than him through Coram, through Bombhole. So yeah, there we are. So yeah, it was brilliant. Anyway, I don't get a podium very often. I've only had about 2.
Most of them have come this year. It's been a really good year for you.
Yeah. I have got a bit faster. I think I was pleased with qualifying, because obviously Dan's the man to beat, and I was only a second off him in the So I thought, well, that's not bad, is it? For me, anyway.
Well done this year,
Yeah,
John.
cheers.
So Jonathan McGill there in 3rd. 2nd was Cole Austin, the race winner, Dan Clues.
Thank you very much indeed, Josh. We still have a bit of clearing up to be done after that previous race. Colin Chapman's car has not yet been lifted onto the back of the recovery truck. That's happening down at Hamilton. He's the only car that needs to be recovered. His spot, there it is, we can see that going on. There's the Holmes recovery pickup there, and there's the flatbed with the ability to lift it onto that. But with the broken steering, that car does need to be lifted up before we can continue with racing. When the next cars come out, they're not going to have a green flag lap once again. That's the Mazda 7s, and that's another championship which is likely to be decided actually in favour of Eddie Moyer. In that particular case, just a reminder, wherever you're watching, you can supplement the experience both here at the circuit and if you're watching on the live stream by getting the live timing in front of you, and you can do that by going to tsl-timing.com, tsl-timing.com, and then a new feature for this weekend is a fully digital race program for the first time. That's been launched this weekend. It's sort of interactive and responsive. You can click on links to see videos of previous races, get all the championship tables and information on that, all of that kind of thing, and you can go through to the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, 750mc.co.uk, and that is going to be the place where you can see the full digital program. So we've got the car now about to be lifted onto the back of the flatbed, and then we'll have the cars being recovered onto the back to the paddock, and then we'll be able to get cars out for the next race. Pip, always a sort of tense moment, isn't it, when your car's getting recovered? You must have surely had this kind of experience after a race when things haven't gone to plan for you.
Well, depending on where you ask, I know the recovery guys at Cadwell Park personally these days. They always check in to see if I'm going to bother them beforehand. So it's yeah, it is nervous. I mean, there's it's nice that they're lifting straight off the cage. There's no potential for bodywork damage there or anything. I did have to have a brief argument once. I think the very first time I got recovered, where they wound the windows down and were just going to lift my car through the doors, which I wasn't overly impressed with. But that all resolved in a favourable manner, and I hope I didn't upset any volunteers too much. We do have cars finally approaching the grid here for the Mazdas, so timing wise it looks like we're going to get this car on the bed and away at least into the access roads in time to start this race.
Yeah, and it's going to be a 15-minute race for the Mazda 7s, and I imagine once they get the car away, we'll be able to go quite quickly for this race. So just run everyone through the grid for this race, and this is one not based on the results of yesterday's race, but on the second fastest times from qualifying yesterday. So it's 93 and 25 on the front row, 93 Ben Abbott and 25 David Bowen. On the second row, 77 Eddie Moyer and 66 Lucas Batt. The third row will be 35 Nathan Winter and 3 Callum Barnes. The fourth row will be 8 and 79, which is 8 Jack Chapman and 79 Ayrton Rogers. On the fourth row, it's going to be 15 Matt Grow and 5 Ian Wells. On the sixth row, 46 Ryan Thomas and 47 Tim Penstone Smith. And on the seventh and final row, it's 73 Simon Walker and 22 Chris Keir. Yesterday's race was won by Eddie Moyer by just about half a second from Ben Abbott, with Lucas Batt completing the top 3 after an up and down kind of a race. And the situation in the championship is that Eddie Moyer has now won 9 races this season and is in prime position to wrap up the championship, it would seem. Last couple of cars coming into position. We can see Colin Chapman's car just being recovered there, so not far away from the start pit.
Yeah, they're quite close to the gate there. It does mean the drivers have to sit down here. They've already had an extended wait in the assembly, and then they've got this extended wait on the grid as well. So it's tricky. You've got Abbott's had his best result of the season yesterday, and he's got all this clear track in front of him. So he doesn't look nervous down there. He looks very focused. You can't tell through the sort of tinted visor there, but unmoving, totally focused on the boards and the lights. And he'll be looking to go one better today.
Okay, so we are watching for the signals from the gantry here. It looks like we're not too far away from the start of the race. The 30-second board about to be shown. So you've got Ben Abbott there, former Mazda MX-5 racer, in the white and purple car on pole position. It's a staggered grid for these cars. Then you've got Dave Bowen, 25, in the grey Aeon sports car prepared machine. That's with the orange roll cage. Then Eddie Moore, the champion-elect, is the red car on the second row of the grid with the black roll cage and the black nose section. The 5-second board has been shown, so the race about to get underway. The red lights are on and they go out and we get off and running, and it's a good start from Dave Bowen actually from the second row of the grid. It looks like he's drawn alongside Ben Abbott as they run up to the third corner. Eddie Moore made a pretty good start as well, but he doesn't need to do anything too silly here, although he's got around the outside of Dave Bowen, which is on the opening lap, to take second place away. But it's Ben Abbott still leading as they head off up to the Wilson hairpin for the first time. And it's still Abbott leading, but Moyer trying to go around the outside of him there. And he has a good run on the exit of the corner. He does, by the looks of it, does Eddie Moore, so he might be able to get the lead away by the time they get down to Palmer. He's up there on the inside line, and it looks like he might be able to get through. We'll have a look at them as they head up towards Agostini, and it looks like Moyer has got the lead from third place on the grid. Ben Abbott down to second, and it looks like it's the 35 car up to third, which is Nathan Winter. So he's made a great start. Dave Bowen, who initially got a good getaway off the line, I think he's down to fourth. But Agostini, maybe a slight mistake there from Moyer, and he loses ground again to Abbott.
Yeah, he went in a bit hot there, and into Agostini, which is a shame. He'd done the main of the work, and that was a sort of higher risk approach than I've seen from Eddie Moyer, who tends to be a very shrewd operator and make his moves in a sort of well-calculated, timely manner. But he's got himself a nice position here. He's going to have the best tow coming down the back straight. These 7-style cars, it becomes a real slipstream battle down. And Moyer on the grass trying to find the track position on the inside. So all this risk-reward with the championship, on the verge of being clinched. he's well, he's going to have to defend as well. That's the riskiest place you can be, in the middle of all 3 cars. And I think yes, he's come out on top. Abbott and I think it's Bowen. Is it Bowen behind 35? Winter behind. So yeah, they almost touched there on the way into Nelson, and that's just actually let Moyer get away.
Yeah, so off they go towards Coram for the first time then, and it's Moyer with actually quite a decent lead here over the next group of cars headed by Ben Abbott. And Moyer, who was 3rd in the championship in 2022, that's been his best result so far. He's been always quick, but not always managed to complete a season for one reason or another. But he's having a really good, strong season this year. And he's got Abbott behind him at the moment. The gap between them about 0.4 of a second, another 3/10 back to Nathan Winter, who was 6th yesterday. He's in 3rd place. It's Lucas Batt 4th, Bowen 5th, so he lost 3 places on the opening lap, and completing the top 6 is Jack Chapman, a non-finish from yesterday after some contact, I think, during the course of that race. Leaders are around the Wilson hairpin again, and heading off down towards the left-hander at Palmer, and it's a challenge there from Nathan Winter, trying to make a move on the 2nd place man, Ben Abbott. Next group of cars coming through as well, but Eddie Moyer here in the number 77 car is pulling out something of a lead.
Yeah, and he does prefer that wide entry into Agostini's. That cost him last time, the track position to Ben Abbott, but he's got enough of a lead now, and he's able to take these sort of more sweeping lines that will help him generally on the exit of the corner. Abbott's not giving this up though. He's a little bit closer approaching Hamilton, and he needs to take a couple more car lengths out of Moyer here if he's going to benefit enough from the tow to think about it again. Oh, Moyer's wide. Moyer's slow on the exit of Oggies.
Yeah, now was that a mistake or problem with the car? Trying to look out of the window, he's still slow. Yeah, that's looking like a problem. It's looking like a retirement here, and that doesn't mean he can't win the championship, but it's not gone to plan at all, which means we now have we have Ben Abbott in the lead of the race, with Lucas Batt in the blue and orange cars slotted through ahead of Nathan Winter now up to 2nd. Winter is 3rd and Dave Bowen is 4th, but Moyer, after that sort of spectacular start of the race, is going to end it parked up by a marshal's post, I think.
Yeah, and that car didn't have a lot of momentum to get any further off the track as Lucas Batt goes to the lead. And he's come from quite a long way, 4th place at the start of the lap to lead coming into the final turn. So we've got a classic sort of 7 style battle going on with the slipstreamers and some position changing. Moyer tending to have a little gap over the field. It looks like we're going to have a nice close lead battle. There's some definitely not bump drafting going on the way to turn 1. We don't call it when we see it. It's Abbott's really pushing on here to try and get this win. He had the first podium yesterday, but Batt's going to be quite formidable. He's been a winner this year already.
Yeah, absolutely right. So up to Wilson hairpin they go. Again, it's Lucas Batt from Ben Abbott, Nathan Winter, David Byrne, the top 4, coming by 0.7 of a second as they came across the line that time. Dare I say it, this might be a better race without Eddie Moyer in it. It looked like he was going to get away a little bit, but I think we could have a good slipstreaming proper Master 7 battle. But we are going to get a safety car now, and I think that's probably going to be because of the car of the former race leader, Eddie Moyer, that has stopped. He's the only car that has stopped out on the circuit, we think, and it is just off the road on the turn into to Williams. So I think the officials have decided that he can't stay there, and that they're going to need to move that one out of the way, Pep.
Yeah, I like the decision to let them race as long as they dared, just to as they approached that area in case Moyer was able to get the car any further off the track. But it just looked like there was no life in it and not enough momentum to get anywhere. They've not all particularly slowed down yet. I mean, the boards will be out. I think they're going to get the message now as they pass Moyer's car, as Batt's gone onto the back straight with quite a sizable lead after this. But obviously, that's all going to get wiped out. The safety car's already waiting for them down at Rich's, so no overtaking. It does give the driver the chance to sort of reset a little bit, especially a driver like Bowen, who lost a couple of places off the start, a chance to sort of collect his thoughts and go again, and maybe try and strategise based on who he's going to be around for the rest of the race.
Yeah, we had a safety car in yesterday's race as well. In fact, the race finished under the safety car. It was flagged a lap early, but that remaining lap would have been behind the safety car, so no one lost any racing laps as such, but it was just a made sense from the point of view of the timetable. So this time there is hope, I think, to get some more racing laps in. I don't know how long it's going to take to get that car. Oh, it's already gone. No, it's not. There's somebody. No, is that Eddie with it standing next to it? There's no marshals there as yet. It is a bit of a difficult spot for marshals there. So safety car is out. It's currently waiting at the exit of the pit lane just before Rich's, and it'll pick them up as they come across the line to complete this lap, which is lap number 3. And I'd hope that there might be time for, with 8 minutes of the race to go, to for one, maybe even 2 more racing laps here. I was just looking at the situation as far as the points, and it's Eddie Moore. If things stay as they are, with Lucas Batt leading and David Bowen 4th, who is his closest rivals, Eddie Moore's not going to wrap the championship up today. There is one more meeting to come for these cars in the championship. That's going to be the final 2 races at Donington Park in October. So it would be a disappointment to be on the verge of the championship and then have look like a mechanical issue prevent you from wrapping things up.
Yeah, and we could see his frustration in the car at the time, banging the steering wheel. It's a shame because he's won so many races and in a row as well. But like, as you said, maybe this does open the door to some faces that we don't often see well, at least with the opportunity to win the races. Obviously, Abbott's been very competitive this weekend, and we've got Bowen, who's done so well in the points, but without getting a win just because of Moyer's dominance, really. So there's going to be a lot of hungry drivers if we can get this race going again. And it doesn't seem like it should be too difficult to move that car, but it looks to still be there on our on the CCTV we have available. There's finally a truck pulled up now, but I think the problem for Moyer was as much that there actually isn't an easy gap in the fence there, and he was trying to move the car on his own. So hopefully this is going to be a quick tow to sort of place a safety, and we can let battle resume.
That's right. By my reckoning, if things stay as though, David Bowen is out of championship contention, but Lucas Batt would remain in it. Going into Donington Park, he needs a stellar weekend at Donington, and Eddie would have a bit of a disaster at the Leicestershire circuit to slip his grasp, but not impossible. We've seen strange things happen, and Eddie Moore has never had the most luck, I would say, in previous seasons of racing. Picked up him sort of banging the steering wheel there. We could see he's always been one to show his emotions. Some very good past clips of live stream coverage that demonstrate that quite nicely. There's the 73 car going through. That is the car of Simon Walker. You can see all the cars lined up behind the safety car. So it is Lucas Batt, the 24-year-old from Chesham, that's leading the way. The Stone Racing, who started racing 5 years ago, and he's got now 7-lap records at Brands Hatch and Cadwell Park, and he's been competing in this championship for 5 years in this Gulf liveried car prepared by Rob Navin, and he looking to step up possibly in the future, maybe into Sports 1000, something like that, something a little bit quicker. Second on the road at the moment, we've got the number 93 car with Ben Abbott, the man from Maidstone, who started racing 16 years ago and had a second overall in 5 Club MX5s in one particular season. Another driver that's a big fan of Cadwell Park, I should say. It seems a very popular circuit among the Mazda 7 drivers, looking at their driver profiles. And then third on the road at the moment, we've got the number 35 car. That's Nathan Winter, as the safety car lights are out. So we're about to get ready once again. Nathan, the 31-year-old number 1 mechanic for the Invicta Formula 2 team, who started racing only last year. His dad, David Winter, we've seen out with a win this season at Anglesey in 750 Formula. But the cars are back towards us, and with 4 minutes left, so we're going to have time for 2 more racing laps. We're back underway, green flag racing, and it's Lucas Batt that leads them over the line. Then Ben Abbott immediately in the tow as they go up towards Rich's corner. Is he going to be able to get through on the inside? It looks like he is. So Ben Abbott there takes the lead straight away at the restart, using the tow along the centre straight. That's a classic move.
Yeah, Abbott executed the restart really well there. It was quite a late safety car lights off, whether that caught Batt out or not, because he kind of backed the field up too much and didn't give himself enough time to try and build a gap. So it's kept the field nice and close, which is good for us, but and certainly the race isn't over for Batt. We know how quickly these 7-star races can change. As Abbott was really aggressive there, like I say, nicely executed move at the start, but and looks almost to make a little break there, 2 or 3 car lengths already.
Yeah, something like that, but through Agostini they go for what is the 5th time in what's going to be a 6-lap race now. Abbott, Lucas Batt, Nathan Winter, Dave Bowen, who's looking to make a good exit out of the hairpin and challenge for 3rd place into the left-hander at Hamilton. And 5th at the moment is Jack Chapman, 6th is Callum Barnes as they work their way through Oggies and towards Williams. So this is past the scene of the retirement for Eddie Moyer a few moments ago. On to the back straight, the Bentley straight once again, and it's another toe that can be picked up here by Lucas Batt. Wouldn't surprise me to see him make a move down into Brundle Nelson.
Yeah, it was just close enough for it to really work, and you can see the overspeed it allows a driver. He's trying it around the outside there, and he's backed out of it early. That's a smart move. He's going to give himself another chance to have a run at this on the last lap as Abbott's wide over the sensors there. We'll see if that gets picked up with the race control. But Winter and Bowen still doing battle here. They do well to try and work together if they'd rather have a shot at trying to win this race.
1 lap or so to go in this race. There's Dave Bowen now ahead of Nathan Winters, though those two have swapped around, and there's pretty much 5 cars in the leading group, I would say. They're coming through here with just under 2 minutes to go now, so they'll be starting the final lap of the race. The lap takes 2 minutes 11 seconds or so for the fastest cars overnight. It's Batt that's got the lead here. Ben Abbott in 2nd place now, and it's a gap back actually to 3rd, where Nathan Winter gets back through around the outside of Dave Bowen into Rich's corner that time. So it's now Batt back into the lead, but still possibility of more changes in the race order as we go along. There's Jack Chapman looking, the number 8 car, trying to buy into this as well, the 24-year-old painter and decorator.
Yeah, that was an interesting little last lap rehearsal there. Batt was ahead by the time they got to the line with the toe he had, so whether Abbott's going to be able to just keep it close enough to make that same move later. Batt looks to again, we see this little mini break in the infield section that always seems to disappear by the time we get back to the high speed section, but it's all still nice and tight. We're about halfway around the last lap now. Batt was a little bit wide there, and that gap's all gone away. Abbott's already back on his tail.
Absolutely right, and he'll want to be there to make sure he can make use of the tail along the Bentley straight, but as we've seen, not sure you even want to be leading coming out of Murray's corner if you can get the drag to the line. Round Oggies they go and towards Williams. There's the 93 car of Abbott, the man from Kent chasing after the man from Cheshire. Stonemason, Lucas Batt in the lead of this race. He's had the 1 win so far this season in the championship. That came at Brands Hatch at the last meeting. Can he get a 2nd win here? Well, Abbott not that close to him along the Bentley straight, so that might be an intentional move here, not to be leading heading into the final couple of corners, as Nathan Winter does get back ahead of Dave Bowen for 3rd place. Going through Brundle Nelson, Jack Chapman is there, and so too is the 22 car of Chris Kim. It was a very early retirement from yesterday's race as well, but let's keep an eye on the top 2 here. Into Coram for the final time. The clock's almost counted down to 0. Are we going to see a late move from Ben Abbott out of Murray's and on the drag to the line? Into Murray's they go. It's tight, slow left-hander. Looks like Abbott tries to get a bit of an overlap there. Who is going to win this drag race to the line? Because I think that's what we're going to get. They are absolutely side by side as they come up to the line, and I can tell you that it is just by a car length Lucas Batt that manages to hold on to the win in that race by just under 0.2 of a second. Ben Abbott 2nd, Nathan Winter 3rd, Dave Bowen 4th, Jack Chapman 5th, and Chris Keir completing the top 6.
Yeah, Batt was smart there. He almost waited on the throttle a little bit to just stall out Abbott's run. You can almost be too close with these cars when you're trying to get the toe. You need to be maybe 3 or 4 car lengths behind, and if you're actually right up the back of another car, you don't benefit from that gain of speed. And maybe, well, they actually ended up coming across the line sort of fairly similarly speeded rather than with any overspeed of a toe, but a really good exciting battle there, and a well managed last couple of laps from Lucas Batt.
Absolutely, and he will take the championship down to the final meeting of the season at Donington Park. As a result of that win there, he'll go head to head with Eddie Moyer for the title at Donington Park. So rundown of the top 10: number 66 Lucas Batt, was the race winner from number 93, Ben Abbott, in second place. Third place went the way of 35, Nathan Winter. Fourth to 25, Dave Bowen. Fifth was number 8, Jack Chapman. Sixth, number 22, Chris Keir. Seventh, and getting the fastest lap on the final lap of the race, with a 2:11.8, I think that was. Number 3, Callum Barnes. 8th was number 79, Ayrton Rogers. 9th was number 5, Ian Wells. And 10th was number 45. That was Ryan Thomas, head of Macro, Tim Penstone Smith, Alex Artis and Simon Walker, the other finishers. I can see that our top 3 are already into Parc Ferme. Josh Barrett is handing out caps to them. We'll try and get down to them as quickly as we possibly can, because we've got another race without a green flag lap coming up next. I think we've got the thumbs up, so I think we can probably now head down to Josh Barrett in the pit lane. Parc Ferme ready to talk to the top 3 from the Mazda 7s.
So we're down here in the pit lane and Parc Ferme area with the top 3. We'll have to let them take their helmets off first. They're chatting away after their race victory and podium position. So Lucas Batt, our winner, second place Ben Abbott, and Nathan Winter with his first podium of the season. So we will have a word with Lucas. Congratulations, Lucas. A win at Brands Hatch and now a win at Snetterton in a really close battle.
Yeah, it seems to be coming like London buses, don't they? 5 years and then 2 in short succession. It was quite a difficult start to the race while everything was sort of coming on and getting warm, but then we seemed to sort of find our feet, and then the safety car came out. I think just taken the lead maybe a lap or so before, so I tried to keep everything warm while we were going around, and then I tried to get a decent sort of start, and I think Ben came with us a little bit, which just gave us that little bit of breathing room, and we managed to hold on till the end. And I just need to say thank you to Rob and Dave, because we found a problem with the car this morning, and it was all hands on deck the whole morning to get it fixed. So a great way to sort of pay them back.
And your championship hopes are still alive. Eddie's got a very bad weekend at Donington, but there are still a hope there going to the last meeting.
A mathematical.
Yeah. Well, good luck with that. Well done on your race win. In second place was Ben Abbott. Ben, congratulations, 2 podiums this weekend. What a great weekend it's been for you.
I'll take that, yeah. Considering previous races I've been sort of like 5th, 6th area, this track and the car how it is just working really well. I'm able to gain on Lucas in areas where I'm quicker and he pulled away, so it's a good back and forth between the race. Shame about the safety car and shame about Eddie, because that was been a good battle, like, line up to toe around the circuit. But yeah, really good, really happy with those results.
Well done. We'll have a quick word with Nathan. The first podium for you in car racing, Nathan. Congratulations.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise. Wasn't expecting it, to be honest. Bit out of the blue, but yeah. But
you only do these few meetings a year. You're getting closer each time, and now you're right here.
Hopefully we'll be at Donington, but we'll see. Obviously work commitments and all, but yeah, no, I'm enjoying it. It's good fun.
I guess with the work commitments, you don't actually necessarily know where all the rest of your rounds are at this point.
Well, no, exactly, yeah. I actually fly tonight, so.
Oh, right. Well, it's a good way to get onto the plane now, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, there's David Winter on his first podium. He's off to do F2 next week, but we have cars already heading onto the grid for our next race here at Snetterton.
Thank you very much indeed, Josh. Yes, we've got the second of 3 races this weekend for the Freaky Park Sport Specials Championship coming up next. Yesterday, a win for Martin Gambling from Anton Landon and John Cutmore. I'll give you the grid quickly before we get underway. Pole position number 99, Martin Gambling, and 76, Brian Chandler next to him. On the second row of the grid, it's 98, John Cutmore, and 64, Anton Landon. Third row will be 24, Marcus Crook, and 27, Andrew Hayward. The fourth row, 65, Martin Hayward, and 19, Lee Powell. Row 5, 31, Sam Penton, and 69, Gerard O'Donoghue. Row 6 is 46, Warren Vesey, and 18, Colin Benham. The 7th row, 70, Trevor Harper, and 45, Lloyd Mitchell. The 8th row, 91, Steve Quemby, and 99, Paul Hawker. Row 9, 40, Lewis Stockwell, and 79, Sylvia Much. Row 10, 59, Richard Gambling, and 199, Nigel Liddell. Then 21, Paul Barker, 10, Nigel Brown, 44, Chris Burrows, 1, 2, 3, Alan Benham, and 7, Stuart Much should be starting from the back, with the 5-second board being shown. 1 or 2 gaps on the grid by the looks of it after some contact in yesterday's races. But race gets underway now, though. It's actually a pretty good start from Brian Chandler in that Class C MEV from the outside of the front row, but very quickly Martin Gambling in the Class A Eclipse does get into the lead of the race. It looks like a cleaner start than yesterday, as we had 2 or 3 cars into the barrier just after the start line. Thankfully, no repeat of that today, but it looks like we were down 1 or 2 cars as a result of damage occurred yesterday. So it's Marcus Crook actually that's up to second place, Anton Landon third in the Sienna, and then I think it's still Brian Chandler in 4th place in the MEV that he's racing this weekend, the very successful MX-5 race down the years, and also preparation team boss as well. But it's I think Gambling in the lead. I don't think he's actually in that shot, but I think he's still there. Yes, there he is. And then Marcus Cook second, Anton Landon third, and John Cutmore in the bike-engined Cup 200, MK Cup 200 car. He's there in fourth position. But Martin Gambling here showing a clean pair of heels to the rest.
Yeah, that's a stunning first half a lap. It's nice to see the variety of the cars towards the front of this grid, and a nice big grid for the sports specials. You mentioned Chandler there. That was some effort to be starting second on the grid in that car, and it's naturally sort of fallen back a little bit, but it's a good effort. He's still pushing on. We've got this sort of intriguing battle between with Cutmore in the Cup 200 car there, who's on his way. Is that Chandler in shot in the MEV?
Yeah, I think he was. Oh no, that must have been one of the ones a bit further back down the order. There's a good representation of the MEVs from Class C this weekend. 4 different classes racing in these sports specials. A mix of power to weight ratio and a dedicated Class C for the MEVs. Good to have John Cutmore out as well. Bike engine cars being allowed into sports specials for the first time this season. And it was a very good three-way battle yesterday actually, between Martin Gambling, Anton Landon and John Cutmore. So 3 quite different cars, but giving us a very good race. On this occasion, we've got Marcus Crook. He's made a good start to the race. The local man from Lowestoft is going to lose the position here, which is no disgrace because he's in a Class B car, and indeed he's already wrapped up the Class B championship this season in his Fisher Fury that he's been racing for a couple of seasons now. The number 24 car, it's got a Ford engine in it. He's successful in Class B this season, so congratulations to him. He's got a good chance of taking the overall championship as well, but he's there down to 4th position behind the 2 Class A cars of Anton Landon and John Cutmore just ahead of him.
Yeah, it's a very impressive first lap from Gambling to end it 3.5 seconds ahead. Don't know if we expected to see that sort of gap. But we've got a nice battle on for second here. We've got the Cup 200 car. That's Cutmore on the inside into Agostini's. Nice little move. And that's demoted Landon by 1. And they're on the run up to Hamilton now. You'd think the 7-star car without any aero would maybe struggle through some of the technical bits, but a nice move from Cutmore.
Yeah, it certainly was. So he's got ahead of Landon now to then try and see if he can bridge this 3.5 second or so gap to the race leader, Martin Gambling. As we said yesterday, they had a good scrap, the 3 of them, but I think possibly here Gambling's just been able to get his head down and get away a little bit at the start, so maybe that's what it really needed. Someone with some damage further down there, some bodywork damage hanging off. Didn't quite pick up who that was. Might be Colin Benham, but we'll get confirmation of that in a moment. Situation in the classes at the end of lap 1, it was Chandler leading in Class C, Crook in Class B, of course. Class D today being led by the number 19 car, that's Lee Powell in his Caterham 7. Good to see a few more Caterhams out in Class D this weekend. That's for cars of 220 to 230 brake horsepower per tonne. The upper classes, they are split. Class B at 270 to 280, and Class A, which also caters for mid and rear engine cars, which in the classes don't. The power rate split is 330 to 350 brake horsepower per tonne. Got to remember these cars in many cases are quite lightweight by design. There we can see the 123 car going through shot, and that is the car that is 3rd in Class D at the moment. That's Alan Bateman, who previously held the lap record for that class until that was broken yesterday. Good to see that we do have out on track today the 69 car of Gerard O'Donoghue. He was one of the cars involved in the start line incident yesterday, and he is circulating today, currently 5th in Class C.
Yeah, again, it's a nice big field of these cars, and a lot of variety certainly in designs, and even within certain classes there's a lot of variety of design. So this battle for second, we saw Cutmore make this move on the second lap. Landon's not giving this up. He's had a look down the inside. It really needs to try and maximise the exit here. Maybe perhaps the bike engine car has a little bit more acceleration to it that he's trying to chase. But Cutmore has got the fastest lap at the moment. It's a 2:05.696. So we're a little bit, well, we're away off the lap record for the class, but I think there's been regulation changes in the intervening years. So let's see if Landon can get the run here. He's close through through the corner onto the back straight, but you fancy that gap maybe does just extend a little bit against the bike engine car.
Now, again, a puff of smoke from Cutmore's car. That was in a similar position, actually, to where we saw it from, I think, Carl Austin's car in the earlier race. That's a bit bizarre, isn't it? But Cutmore's still there. Yesterday's fastest lap was a 2:05.042, so as Pip says, a few tenths off that, but we're still only on the third lap of what's probably going to be a 7-lap race here. Landon there in third place, the man from Cheshire. He's heading his way through Quorum now, with quite a gap back now to Marcus Crook in fourth, and a bigger gap back then to Brian Chandler in fifth place, who continues to lead Class C. The battles further down the order. We're getting into, I think we saw there possibly the Class D leader going through shot as well, which was Lee Powell in his Caterham. Leaders have gone through. Start lap number 4 of the race, and Cutmore's now to the best lap of the race, 2:05.163, so he's found half a second from the previous lap there, Pip.
Yeah, and since the end of lap 1, when we had that monster gap for Gambling, 3.5 seconds, that's more or less been halved now. So the chasing pair of Cutmore and Landon are making inroads. I think we've had a lap record in Class D gone to Hawker on the previous lap. That's on a 2:17.9, beating the previous 2:18. So there's some pace in all the classes here, and that battle will come back together in D, which is for 11th and 12th overall. We're watching the second place overall battle, also second in Class A, and you can now see Gambling in the same shot. So that gap is really coming down to around 1 second already.
Yeah, I think Hawker actually still not quite as fast as he went yesterday at 2:8. No, he's gone faster. It was 2:18.87. I beg your pardon. He has gone faster than yesterday. So, race continues. We're about halfway through, almost exactly halfway through actually. There's John Cutmore in second position, and you can see how they are gaining on the race leader, Martin Gambling. 1.8 seconds was the gap at the beginning of the lap, and although Gambling made that good start to the race, we could get the three of them together as we had for much of the race yesterday in Sports Specials. Situation in the class is still Crook, comfortably leading Class B from Andrew Hayward. Class C is still Brian Chandler leading from Stuart, which has made his way through the field. And Class D is Lee Powell, but he's at 2.3 seconds clear of Paul Hawker, who we think is the fastest man on track within that class. There's Landon, he's in third place, trying to keep pace with John Cutmore.
Yeah, those three seem to have just spaced out a little bit, so perhaps there's obviously three very different cars there, although they're competing for the same class, so we've got different designs, stronger and weaker in different parts of the track, as we're watching another battle here between car 21 of Barker and the number 40 Mev of Stockwell. That's the battle for 19th overall between a Class B and Class C cars, sort of demonstrating this variety once again.
Yeah, 21 there is the car of Paul Barker. That's Marcus Crook coming across the line. It sounded like he was struggling to find a gear there. It seems to be back in order now, but yeah, we saw the 21 car there, which was the Autotune Gemini of Paul Barker. That's one of the oldest cars in this race, harking back to the kit car days of this championship, which has morphed into Sports Specials quite a few years ago. That must be 15 years ago now since it's had that moniker change. Looks like the 21 car there is trying to make a move, possibly on one of the Caterhams. Who is that has gone past? That's the 123 car. That's Alan Bateman that's been passed there by the 21 of Barker, and I think one of the Mevs may have made it through as well, actually, and I think that 123 car possibly having a bit of a problem now.
Yeah, they're not cars that Bateman's fighting for position, but it does look to be struggling a little bit out there. We did have a new fastest lap on that last lap around. Martin Gambling did take it, but only by less than a tenth of a second from John Cutmore. So that gap sort of stalled at about 1.8 seconds as we continue to watch this battle between the Mevs on the run to the line there. That's just behind that car of Barker. It's hard to see the numbers on these Mevs, isn't it? That was Mitchell and Stockwell doing battle there. Number 45, the orange car, just ahead, and retains that position into Riches.
Yeah, that's right. So they are disputing 19th and 20th position in the race. There is the battle for the lead in Class D there. Powell and Hawker. The Dutch Barn Vodka car of Paul Hawker chasing after number 19, Lee Powell. The 19 car making its way towards Williams and to Oggs, and then towards Williams onto the Benton Straight. There's a change for second outside of our commentary box window. Landon gets back ahead of John Cutmore for P2. They've actually lost a bit of touch with the leads. Again, the leader Martin Gambling gets back out to 2.5 seconds. But we're briefly watching the leads of the Class D. But here's that change for the lead, or change for second overall. You can see that Anton Landon now back ahead of John Cutmore. Although that might change again, as Cutmore's going to pull alongside on the way down towards Palmer's going to be on the outside line though. See the brake lights on the rear of Landon's car, them aren't any on Cutmore's, so not sure when he brakes, but nevertheless, no change in the order there as they head down to the Agostini hairpin with probably 1.5 laps to go.
Yeah, some nice racing between the pair there. That has cost them though. You know, they dropped a second that lap to Martin Gambling just through squabbling between each other, and they are coming up to some traffic now, which sort of the nature of multi-class racing, even on such a long lap. We did lose the Bateman car there. I did see that come through the pit lane and retire, so that's a change in Class D. But we'll stick with this second place battle. Landon seems to have found some more pace in the latter stages of this race. He's the only other driver that's dropped into the 204s, so maybe a little bit too late if he's going after Gambling, but he seems to have found something late on here.
That's right. I think we might actually get 8 laps out of this rather than 7, just looking at the maths. So yes, it was only a 5-lap race because that was only a 10-minute restart after the start line incident and a red flag. You can see the 3 leads, they're all more or less in the same shot. They've done a bit of back marker lap 3 now. They've got past, I think that's the car of Burrows. Bateman retired to the pits in his Ailing Caterham that we saw a few moments ago. And oh, Gambling's got his hand in the air. Gambling's got a problem. We've had a change of lead. Landon's gone through to take the lead of the race. Cutmore's gone through to second. And the Eclipse is out of it by the looks of things. Martin Gambling just coasting towards Murray's. I think he'll be headed for the pit lane. And that means we've not got 3 cars for the lead. We've now got 2 cars for the lead pit.
Yeah, what a shame. There was a bit there in the middle of the race where you thought they might be reeling him in, but other than that, it was sort of a perfect drive to that point. Obviously, we don't know what's wrong with that car, but a big shame to lose it from the lead battle. Whether that's going to spur Cutmore on to try and bridge that gap, it just looks like Landon's found his feet a bit more as the race has gone on. But they've still got opportunities, and we've still got this battle going on further down the field with Barker hanging on against the 2 Mevs in the technical infield section of the track.
Yeah, that's right. Paul Barker in his Class B car for the 72-year-old from Kruken, who started racing back in 1980. This is a Ford Zetec engined car against the Mazda motivated Mevs. There's the lead for Class D, so that's still to be decided as well between Lee Powell, number 19, and Paul Hawker. I think Hawker was ahead at the beginning of this lap, but that swapped over again. A couple of cars have been into the pit lane and heading back out, including Marcus Crook, actually, the man that's already won the Class B championship. We heard possibly some gearbox issues for him earlier on, but he is back out into the race. Not quite sure how much time is lost in the pits. Just trying to have a look. He's still showing, actually, in 6th place. So it must have been a to drive through the pit lane a bit.
Yeah, like as you said, we heard some gear selection issues possibly in that car. It seemed to need a couple of attempts to find the gears on the straight. So he's still second, assuming our timing is correct, he's still running second in class. But yeah, obviously not ideal to make a pit stop.
As we watch the 2 leaders cutting through traffic, passing past the number 52 car of Richard Gambling, that's Martin's brother, out in the Ginetta. Not as experienced as is Martin, but the leaders heading through Coram towards Murray's now for what is going to be, I think, the penultimate time in this race. There's 20 seconds left to go on the clock. The checkered flag hasn't yet been made ready, so I think we are going to go on to lap 8. Here they come, and over the line they go with about 9 seconds to go, and it's Landon from Cutmore. The gap between them less than 0.3 of a second. It's going to be interesting, this pit, because they've got traffic ahead of them going on this final lap.
Yeah, and the worst place to catch it as well on the approach to the hairpin here. Those are 3 cars that have been locked together all race. They're possibly not necessarily looking behind them, and again, like with the cars we saw earlier today, very limited rear visibility with tiny sort of wobbly mirrors, and oh god, this is going to get really tight down, and the leaders had to brake.
He has, and does that allow Cutmore to squeeze from the inside? It does. There's always a bit of smoke being kicked up there as the two leaders try to get past the three back markers. Cutmore has squeezed through into the lead. They've now cleared those back markers. Landon's going to try and fight back on the way to the hairpin, and it's Cutmore that holds on for the moment with half a lap to go, but often the way that traffic can decide a race. So will that be the case here?
Yeah, it was always going to get very close, that one. Nice driving from Cutmore. He was quite forceful at the apex of the third corner there into Palmer. He's got to be really clean through Oggies now, because Landon's going to have the bit between his teeth. There'd definitely be some frustration in the for the driver of the number 64.
Yeah, absolutely, but he's still got time to try and come back at John Cutmore here. He's probably 8 car lengths behind as they head along the straight towards Brundle and Nelson for the final time in the race. The clock has counted down, so not close enough to make a move into the left-hander there, but I think he's got the gap down a bit along the straight, so there's possibly going to be close enough to try and have some kind of drag race to the line. He's going to be motorcycle power against car power, with Anton Landon there in that number 64 car in second place. It's a 2-litre Ford Duratec that he has on board, but I'm not sure he's going to be quite close enough to John Cutmore here. So this could be the first motorcycle engined win in the Sport Special Championship. Looks like it's on the cards. Out of Murray's they come up towards the line. Checkered flag goes out. It does, and it is a win by 0.2 of a second for John Cutmore there from Anton Landon, and it's going to be a distance back actually. Brian Chandler that's going to take third place. He's not yet into sight, I don't think, but nevertheless a dramatic final lap, and the traffic did in the end sort things out, Pip.
Yeah, that's I mean, we're still waiting for Chandler, such as the gulfing performance between the classes. Well, that would be some result in the Class C MEV. But yeah, we had a great battle there. It was very opportunistic from Cutmore, and Landon will be fuming about this, but there's not a lot that battling backmarker cars can do. And again, you've got so limited rear visibility and you're so preoccupied with the battle you're in, it's hard to really put a great deal of blame to anyone for it. But just one of those racing situations. If the whole race had been 2 or 3 seconds slower, they wouldn't have even had another lap. So just one of those things.
And there you see our Class B winner having come across the line. That was Andrew Hayward. Now Brian Chandler is shown as, yes, he has come, well, he's not actually come through, but I don't quite understand that. Hayward's shown as finishing 4th, but Chandler's not shown as having come through yet. Not quite sure about that. Oh, he is now there on the screen. There must have been a transponder issue, an issue with my screen. Anyway, so the rundown on the order: 98 John Cutmore from 64 Anton Landon, 76 Brian Chandler was third, winning Class C. 4th was 27 Andrew Hayward, winning Class B. 5th to number 7 Stuart Much in Class C. 6th at 24 Marcus Crook, despite his pit visit. 7th number 46 Warren Vesey. 8th number 70 Trevor Harbour. 9th was 91 Steve Quemby. 10th was 69 Gerard O'Donoghue. Good comeback from his day. Then over the line, the 2 Class D finishes separated by 0.037 seconds in the end. Luke Powell it was that won the class and took 11th overall. Lee Powell from Paul Hawker in second place within that class, and they could have been split by very much less, I don't think, at the end of that race. So great race there for the Sports Specials. We've got 2 more races to come before the lunch break. We've got the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship coming up next, and then the BMW CCR Championship, BMW Car Club Racing. So we'll come on to those shortly, but I can see that we have drivers down in the pit lane clambering out of their cars, and I think any moment we're probably going to be ready to head down to Parc Fermé. So we'll head down now to Josh Barrett, who's going to speak to the top 3 from the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship.
So we're down here in the pit lane after another close Sports Specials race, and we'll get John Cutmore over. John, congratulations on the race win. I think the first bike engine car to win in Sports Specials.
Oh, well, there's the thing then, eh? May there be many more.
A really close battle. Like, these 3 cars at the front are pretty evenly matched, although they're quite different machines.
They're totally different, aren't they? It's a fantastic race. Martin had the legs, obviously, but we were keeping him honest, weren't we?
Absolutely, yeah, and I guess pushing on, and with cars like this where they're being developed, reliability is all part of it.
Absolutely, but not only that, coming into this series from another series, I kind of know these guys, but I've never raced with them. But top guys to race with. Wheel-to-wheel racing, not a touch. We couldn't get closer than what we were we?
That's it. You've been around the 750 Motor Club for a long time, but actually, people that you've seen in the paddock perhaps have started racing for the first time.
Absolutely. And I'm up against top drivers. And Martin would have been right on it, but it's great race yesterday, but not today for him. But good racing.
Well, congratulations on another win. In second place was Anton Landon. Anton, another really close battle. This weekend's a bit different to the rest of the year.
It was great. At least we got great competition with John, and Martin was just stretching the way a little bit, but governing the gap. But John, we were to and fro, and he missed a gear, you could tell, and I caught him back up. And then we hit the back markers. Got through a few, okay, but then I literally had to slam on the anchors as I went in, and John snuck down the inside, and that was it. It was, I think, one more lap to go after that, and he'd got it.
I guess that's what happens when you've got such a big grid as we have this weekend.
Yeah, well deserved. John deserved that race, but like you say, I think we had about 26 cars, 24 cars, something like that in the grid. So, yeah, with the Mevs in there as well, really exciting.
And John was just saying, both of you have raced in this paddock for such a long time, but this is the first time you're both on the grid together.
Yes, that's right. So he's raced with the Sports 1000s and RGB, and I've been in Sports Specials for a long time. But yes, and it's very close. We did I think almost like an exhibition race last year at Anglesey, and we did quite well. I beat him that time. And I beat him yesterday just for second place, but he got it today. Well deserved.
Well done on second place. And over here we can speak to Brian, who won the Class C and took third overall as well, which I'm not sure, Brian, is supposed to happen in this car.
Good to see you again, buddy. No, bit of a surprise that I didn't realise something had happened in front of me. I thought I was 4th, 5th, and to be fair, that's a result for the car. But yeah, I weren't expecting to be. I thought I was being told off, first of all.
That's not unusual, is it?
Well, exactly that. I don't go upstairs much, do I? But yeah, mega car. Thanks to Mev for letting me play with it this weekend. And yeah, they're a great little bit of kit.
I guess lots of parts in this car you're used to, but not in this form.
Yeah, exactly that. They're very Mazda-esque underneath, but with lots of stuff I don't recognise on top. But we've had to span a couple of them over the weekend, and yeah, they're easy to work on like a Mazda.
And what they like to drive is someone that's driven a lot of cars.
To be fair, these are a giggle. They've got such a good nose on them. They turn in a lot better than a bodied Mazda. Yeah, we just need 1 million horsepower.
Or wet, as it seemed yesterday.
Yeah, I was crossing my fingers. I was hoping for a bit of rain, but maybe this afternoon we can have some rain.
Okay, well done, Brian, on a class win. I don't think we've got time to speak to more class winners, I'm afraid. But Carl's heading onto the grid for our next race, so we'll go back to the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. We've got the Clios up next. They do have a green flag lap, so we've got a bit of time before their race gets underway, and it is going to be a 15-minute race for the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. Second race of the weekend for these cars. They do have a third later on as well, like the Sports Specials. It's not the last that we've seen of them this weekend. So the situation yesterday was that Chris Lawrence had a win from Darren Ransom and Pete O'Connor. Stephen Richardson had a fraught win in Class A for the 182s from Taylor Norton, and Mark Witherington took third. Importantly, in the Class A Championship, Greg Hill was only fifth after an off in the early part of the race. Grid for this one is set by the fastest lap times from yesterday, so not the finishing order. Pole position goes the way of number 30, Darren Ransom. Alongside him is going to be number 56, Chris Lawrence. Second row, 72 and 28, that's Pete O'Connor, and 28, Taylor Norton. Row 3, 298, Scott Carruthers, and 75, Greg Hill, who's the second behind Norton of the 182s. Row 4 is going to be 7, Stephen Richardson, and 18, Mark Witherington. Row 5, 82, Paul Clark, and 29, Joey DePrato. On the 6th row, 51 and 57, 51, Oscar Swanton, and 57, Matthew Poncia. On the 7th row, 8 and 24, 8, Christopher Summers, and 24, Harper Rand. Row 8 is 58, Ryan Earl, and 32, Graham Bishop, with on the 9th and final row, 12 and 35, 12 Matt Hipkins and 35 Joshua North. And I see Paul Clark at the back of the grid actually, so maybe there's an amended grid there that I had missed and didn't spot actually. It looks like we do have Joshua North at the back, and possibly Matt Hipkins as well. Hipkins a non-finisher from yesterday, Josh North a non-starter, and very much one of the drivers, along with Hipkins, that could have taken the Class B title fight to Darren Ransom. But cars heading off on the green flag lap ahead of this clear race pit.
Yeah, Clark was involved in some judicials post-race there, and I think it was weird that they had a gap in 10th, having moved him to the back rather than moved everyone else up. But with at least we seem to have all the cars back, so we've got the full grid of Clios, and we had a decent close race yesterday. They're obviously very evenly matched cars with a little discrepancy between the newer and older types, but we've got the car in 4th there, Stephen Richardson, who's the best of the 182s, and it's nice to see the older model able to get in amongst the newer cars.
Yeah, I've refreshed my grid now. Yes, I do see that there was an amendment after the one that I had opened. There is Stephen Richardson, number 7, pushing on for a green flag lap. They all getting almost a wheel airborne going into the Agostini hairpin. So you've got 2 different classes here. Drivers score points within the individual classes. Class A is for the older cars, the Clio 182s, which were the basis of the original Clio Championship with the 750 Motor Club. And Class B is for the more modern cars, the 197s and the 200s, which are a bit heavier, a bit more powerful. They continually don't seem to be that different on lap time, although this season every race has been won by one of the Class B cars, whereas in previous years it's been maybe a bit of a mix between the 2 categories. The situation of the championship is that Darren Ransom leads in Class B from Matt Hipkins and Joshua North. He'll have extended that lead yesterday with his 2nd place finish and non-finishes and non-starts for the 2 behind him. And in Class A, Greg Hill will have been caught slightly by Stephen Richardson, but he had a 49 point advantage coming into this weekend, did Greg Hill. Richardson 3rd and Taylor Norton in 4th position. It's Norton that's fastest of the 182s on this occasion, based on the fastest lap times in yesterday's race, setting the grid for this one. It seems like a relatively sedentary green flag lap, this Pip, so not sure how much benefit it will be doing them, other than refamiliarising themselves with the circuit this morning.
Yeah, it's a tricky one with it being such a long circuit. When the drivers are entitled to a green flag lap, it's obviously at the discretion of the leader to set the pace. Although we do have some quite fairly hefty gaps amongst the field here, so it could be tactical. It may be that that our pole sitter there has decided that the cold tyres might favour him in the early going here, but even then we've just got these huge gaps. Really, maybe might get a speaking to from race control about the time it's taking, but there did look to be some confusion. Maybe not all the drivers had the updated grid there with that gap, because there shouldn't be one according to the amended grid. So we'll see where everyone ends up at least, and it's tricky to get these front wheel drive cars off the line. There's a real balancing act. It's a lot fewer RPM than you'd expect. So starts can be quite chaotic, and we're not staggered here. We're side by side. There's not a lot of room out here at Snetterton for the start of the race, so if anyone does get a particularly bad or good launch, it's going to tighten up down here really quick.
Yeah, it does feel like one of the tighter start lines of all the circuits that we race on. So the gap is next to car 29, so it's 51 Oscar Swanton that I think is, yeah, he's a row back from where he should be. So that looks like what's happened is they've just put Paul Clark at the back on a row, so where everyone else should have effectively been one place forward based on the amended grid. At least in, I think, the right order. That's the main thing. Last car is in position, so 5-second board is now shown. 15-minute race for the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. About to get underway. The red lights go out. And it's a good start from Chris Lawrence from the outside from row. The 182s often get along across the line quite well, and it's Taylor Norton in the silver car with the orange stripe, number 28, that tries to slot himself into 2nd position. And Greg Hill in the green car, well, he's come through well around the outside, but I don't think he's really gained too many places. He's alongside Pete O'Connor, who was disappointed to have quite so much damage to his passenger side of his car yesterday. There they are as they come through Wilson hairpin. Then it's Ransom leading, Chris Lawrence 2nd. It's Taylor Norton in 3rd place overall as they head through the hairpin for the first time and down towards Palmer. And 4th is O'Connor, 5th is Greg Hill, 6th is... Really close fight between these cars as they head out of front. One of them going very wide indeed. I think that was the 51 car of Oscar Swanton, possibly, but he'll get back on the circuit right at the end. But Ransom it is that leads from O'Connor, and the rest as they round Agostini for the first time.
Yeah, you see Richardson trying to pick his battles. Really, he's not in direct competition with these Class B cars, but he's not a million miles ahead of the next car on his own. So he's hanging on well to the top 3 here. We'll see if there's a big difference down the back straight after they've got through negotiated oggies, and not quite so chaotic as we might see from what is essentially a one-make series on a start. We do have the one car going flying there at Palmer, but apart from that, all nice and tidy, I'd say, on that one.
Yeah, onto the Bentley straight they go then. So it's Ransom leading with the car with the sort of checkerboard roof. Then it's Chris Lawrence in second. Then it's Peter O'Connor third. It's Taylor Norton, in fact, in fourth position in the first of the clear 182s. Then I think that's Scott Carruthers in fifth position in one of the 197s. Then Greg Hill sixth. And Steve Richardson in seventh place in the car that I think his son Lewis runs the car. And they're heading their way through Corham and towards Murray's for the first time in this race. It's still Ransom ahead of yesterday's winner. Chris Lawrence was very pleased to return to the top step of the podium yesterday. First time in a while that he's been up there. I'll try and find the remote control to stop our TV turning off. There we go. That's probably quite important. And then the cars head down the starting straight at the end of lap 1. And it's Dan Ransom leading, Chris Lawrence second, Pete O'Connor third, Taylor Norton fourth, and then it looks like Scott Carruthers, I think, in fifth position with Greg Hill in sixth spot as they all have, I think, safely negotiated first.
Yeah, a little housekeeping for me, misidentifying the lead Class A car there. Apologies to Taylor Norton, who is who's looking on course if he can keep up this performance. He obviously had his best result of the season yesterday, and on course for a first win of the season potentially if he can make this count. The right thing to do is just to hang on to the back of these top 3 in the Class B, and I'm sure he's probably just pushing on as hard as he can anyway. He's certainly got the fastest lap in class yesterday too, so conditions are prime for Norton here to really take advantage of his position.
Yeah, that's right. So then we can see the 29 cars is Joe DePraso, the second of the silver cars there. He's in between Steve Richardson and Mark Withington. Paul Clark, he's coming through from the back of the grid in the pale green and yellow car, a bit further back down the order, having started on the back of the grid. He's up to 10th place overall. So the top 3 here getting away, and yesterday Pete O'Connor was lapping in similar lap times to the top 2, which was Chris Lawrence and Dan Ransom yesterday in the order today. But because he was just lost ground at the start of the race and picked up a bit of damage along the way, he wasn't able to take the fight to them. But this time it does look like it's a genuine 3-way fight for the lead in the Class B cars and for the overall positions as well. So that's something a bit different from yesterday's. Chris Lawrence here looking to repeat his win of yesterday, thinks about a look down the inside into Brother Nelson to try and get past Darren Ransom, but yeah, not making the move there. And Pete O'Connor still there in third position as they just go through that compression at the bomb hole and towards the right-hander, this long right-hander that brings them towards the end of the lap. We've got still Taylor Norton actually comfortably in the lead of Class A, so quite different to yesterday when it was a bit more frenetic up front within that class. Interesting though that Greg Hill hasn't really been able to make much impression on him. He is trying to keep hold of second place within that class from Steve Richardson and the rest.
Yeah, Norton's benefiting here from just being able to run his own lines. He's not compromised. We do have a battle for the lead on the approach to turn 1. Ransom's having to defend very aggressively here, and he's lost the lead there to Lawrence.
It has indeed got Lawrence gone through now. Ransom, I think, missed 4 gears during the course of yesterday's race. So I wonder if something similar has happened today. It strikes me as quite a lot of times to miss a gear during the course of a race. But things seem to think it's too abnormal. But it's Chris Lawrence then that's got the lead then, from Ransom now in second, Pete O'Connor third. Still this dominant Class A lead for Taylor Norton, with Steve Richardson now ahead of Greg Hill and up into second place within Class A. Greg Hill still there in third position. So the leaders come to Agostini for the third time in this race. Round the left-hander they go. And it's this time it's going to be Ransom that's having to try and play catch-up, but he's also got to be mindful of Pete O'Connor, who's very close to the back of him now as they head through the left-hander at Hamilton.
Yeah, O'Connor's got a good run here. There's ever so slight difference between these cars. There's obviously the 197s and the 200s, which sort of explains the visual difference. And but O'Connor's had a good run here, and he'll have a good chance for a tow. It's quite difficult to pass in a one-make series where you've got cars changing gear at the same time, braking at the same time. You really need a decent overlap, but he's in a good position here. He's the right distance behind for the tow to have a full effect and get him alongside on the approach to Brundle.
Yeah, so down towards Brundle Nelson they go. Ransom still holding on to second place at the moment, but he's very close to O'Connor. This is just allowing Lawrence to pull out one or two Collins. He's not got a big lead at the moment by any stretch of the imagination. Still Taylor Norton there, heading towards a good result for him. This would be, I think, his first win in Class A. They've been split this season between Steve Richardson, Paul Clark, Greg Hill and Mark Witherington, but Taylor Norton looking to become the 5th different winner in Class A so far this season. As around Murray's go are 3 leaders. O'Connor looking to improve his fortunes from yesterday. It looks like he's managed to beat out some of the dents in the passenger side of the car after the damage he picked up yesterday, so the car looking a bit smarter than it was. Driving standards flag going out to number 51 Oscar Swanson. That was the car that we saw way off the circuit at Palmer on the opening lap of the race.
Yeah, we've got a nice battle for third in Class A there as they're side by side into turn 1. But we'll stick with the leaders for now. We've got Norton just running comfortably along in 4th overall, and Ransom's maybe just closed that gap a little bit on the brakes there into the hairpin, but they string out again as they get back on the power. All the top 3 line astern here. You sense this one's just bubbling away a little bit. We're halfway through the race and there's still opportunities later on.
There was a car that disappeared stage left at the hairpin there, and I think, was it Mark Witherington? It's raining as well, that's not helping. Wipers on there for the race leader, Chris Lawrence, but we'll see if there is a car off, or if it rejoins. Yeah, there is a car off, and the driver, I think, out of it up there at Wilson Hairpin. So the top 3 leaders heading towards Hamilton for the 4th time here in this race, with a few spots of rain, bigger spots than we saw earlier on our commentary box window. It's still number 56 Chris Lawrence the leader, number 30 Dan Ransom in 2nd place, number 72 Pete O'Connor, the man based in Bristol, in 3rd place as they make their way around Williams and up onto the Bentley straight. They are about sort of a couple of seconds ahead of Taylor Norton in the first of the 182s, and he has a lead of probably 5 seconds over the next of the cars within that class. We'll try and pick those up in a moment. Now we've got the a black and orange warning flag going out for car 18, which is Mark Witherington, and that was the car I think that was off actually. Steve Richardson was off actually, so it was Steve Richardson's car that was off at the Wilson hairpin. So that is drama for the driver that was trying to take the fight in the Class A Championship to Greg Hill. Here is Greg Hill. He's got Joey Prato behind him, and 12 Matt Hipkins, of course, came from the back of the grid here. And also in that group is Joshua North, who also started from the back after failing to start yesterday.
Yeah, it's we've seen a few cars where they've left the wipers on or not. Just based on our CCTV in the commentary box, we've got a little bit more rain on the screen up at the hairpin. We did get a brief shot there that just confirmed it was the Richardson car that's pulled off at the hairpin. Didn't look to be damaged in any way, so possibly a different problem there for the driver of the 182 Clio.
And some damage to Witherington's car. The bumper is now hanging loose, and that's why he's getting the black and orange flag, I suspect. So I wonder if we should put 2 and 2 together there and see if that might be why we've not got Steve Richardson in this race any longer. There is our Class A leader going through. That's Taylor Norton. And then we see a side-by-side battle further back. That's Joshua North picking his way through the Class A cars, and he's got past the 29 car there of Joey DePrato and also Paul Clark. Here our leaders looking a bit more spread out than they were now. 1.6 seconds covered the 3 of them as they came across the line to start lap number 5, with probably 2 laps to go at the end of this one. But it's still Lawrence from Ransom and O'Connor side by side a bit further back. That's Hipkins, one of the Class B cars, making his way through past the man that is second in Class A, Greg Hill, and he is about to lose another position as well to Joshua North. But remind you, that doesn't really matter because points are scored within each class rather than based on their overall finishing position.
Yeah, Hill's been very consistent. He's leading the overall points. He doesn't need this fight, so as long as he maintains a sensible gap back to the next car in his class, that's a smart move to just get those Class B cars out of the way, really. It's obviously nice to have a buffer over the cars you're racing with, but if it's holding you up to defend, it's smarter to find a safer bit of track for yourself. So But that does put Hill sort of in range of his competition from behind now. So he'd do well to just keep onto the back of these newer cars and try and build that gap back up. We're going to stick with that battle for now, coming through Brundle and Nelson's. Everybody's sort of just in line at the moment, keeping it tidy. We've got Clark's made a good amount of progress up from the back, has sort of resumed his sort of natural place in the order of things, and trying to get into this podium battle.
Yeah, I don't think Stephen Richardson's retirement is going to be terminal for his championship hopes. Depends if he can get back out later on, I suspect. As we're watching Paul Clark chasing after Joey DePrato and Greg Hill as our leaders come across the line again, and that time through, O'Connor's actually done the best lap of the race, a 2:19.306 he has done. So he has gone fastest out there. He's narrowed the gap slightly to the two leaders, Lawrence and Ransom, who are making their way up to the hairpin now, and they're very much closer than they were. There's the fight going on for second in Class A on the skids, but I'm keeping an eye on the battle for the lead of the race as well, which is coming down towards Palmer. There it is, it's on your screen now as well, and it was still just about Chris Lawrence with the lead over Darren Ransom, but this gap has come down, Pip.
Yeah, there's some aggressive body language in the Ransom car there. It was out over the curbs, and he's sort of doubled down his efforts here to try and catch up. We've seen just seeing the black and orange flag getting put away for somebody down there at the pit lane, but we'll stick with the leaders. On the approach to Hamilton, it's probably not worth a big dive unless you end up with a big overspeed here into Oggies. Ransom really needs to set himself for the run down the Bentley Straight towards Brundle. The section under the bridge there, we've seen a lot of moves there on either side, inside and out. So smart driving here from Ransom. If he can just keep it nice and tight through this section, it's very difficult in a front-wheel drive car. All they want to do is push out wide over the curb, but that's a couple of car lengths. That's going to close up by the end of this straight.
The reason the black and orange went in is because Mark Withington came into the pit lane and had his bumper removed, I think, probably, to allow him to go back out into the race. That lap for O'Connor, by the way, 2:19.306, faster than anybody went in yesterday's race. Darren Ransom's best lap time yesterday was in the 2:20s. We're going to have one more lap to go at the end of this one, and it's still Chris Lawrence leading from Darren Ransom in second and Pete O'Connor in third. Taylor Norton is still there in fourth and Scott Carruthers in fifth, but Norton comfortably ahead in Class A and looking for his first win in the class. So we've got about a minute to go, so there will be time for one more lap here in this Clear Sport race. Bit of curb being taken by Lawrence, the car clocking up onto two wheels briefly as it rounded Morris, and is that going to lose him any momentum at all as they come on to the straight where Ransom will try and pick up the toe. He's about 2 or 3 lengths behind at the moment, perhaps not quite as close as he would have liked to have been, to try and grab the slipstream along the way up into Riches for the final time in this race. Lawrence in the 56 car is still ahead, and he's going to be under pressure here from Ransom as they go up to the hairpin this time, and he's just about managing to hang on is Chris Lawrence, but it's very close.
Yeah, it's again, it's tricky to make the moves in cars that are so evenly matched, and Lawrence is driving smart here. You don't need a big gap before you don't have to defend, and he's taking some fairly normal lines just to keep his own momentum up. This is smart driving because he's under a lot of pressure here. It doesn't look like, even though O'Connor does have the fastest lap of the race, whether he's quite got the consistent pace to go with these two, unless Lawrence does end up in the position of having to really defend and lose momentum. But it's a good battle. Ransom's giving it everything here. He's turning in slightly earlier, using a bit more curb on the inside of the corners. It's definitely aggressive in the car, and Lawrence is taking the sort of slightly cleaner, more conventional line. So Ransom really needs to double down on this exit here onto the back straight. Most laps he's sort of lost a car length or two here. He's really got to work on this to have any chance of overhauling Lawrence in the second half of the lap.
Yeah, so down the Bentley Straight they go for the final time in this race. It's the 56 car leading. Chris Lawrence looking to make it his second victory of the weekend after having not had one for quite some time. He's got Darren Ransom to try and keep at bay though through the final 3 or 4 corners here. Brundle and Nelson negotiated, and then it's going to be down to the Bomhole, Curran and Murray's to complete the lap and to complete the race. Just keep an eye on the background on Taylor Norton. He still seems to be in a dominant position as far as Class A is concerned. O'Connor losing a little bit of touch with the top two as they navigate their way around this final lap. Through Coram they go, and on towards Murray's for the final time. Is the manoeuvre made there by Darren Ransom. I suspect he might be driving a little bit with the championship head on here, as he is in a good position in the championship. And it looks like he's not going to try and get alongside Chris Lawrence on the run to the line where the checkered flag is readied, and it goes out now, and it's Chris Lawrence that takes the win from, in second place, Darren Ransom. Third is Pete O'Connor, and Taylor Norton goes across the line to take fourth position, but more importantly his first win in Class A. Scott Carruthers is fifth, Matt Hipkins is sixth, Joshua North is seventh, and eighth and second place in Class B, Class A I should say, is Greg Hill, and it's Paul Clark who actually managed to get up into third place and complete the podium in Class A. But a good race, that, Pip. A bit of changing for the lead, but ultimately Chris Lawrence was able to control it for the second half of the race.
Yeah, sometimes when you get drivers that are that evenly matched, it becomes a little more intriguing than sort of out and out door-to-door racing. Lawrence made a good tidy move into Rich's early on that sort of settled matters, and the smart bit of the race for him was not over defending. You know, the gap was always very small. It was down to a car length or two here or there. It'd be very tempting to go and try cover the inside, but you lose so much of your ability to accelerate the car, especially in a front wheel drive on a tight line. So a really smart bit of driving from Lawrence, and a well-deserved second win of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely right. One of the cars looks to have stopped just beyond the finish line. I think that's the 24 car of Harper Rand, so possibly thinking the car wouldn't get back to Parc Ferme, but the rest of the cars are being flagged off into Parc Ferme at the end of that race. There is one more race to come later on this afternoon for the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship before their final two rounds of the season at Donington Park in October. And I think the way the results have gone so far today, championship yet to be decided either within the classes or overall. I'll do some maths if we get a chance at lunchtime to confirm that is the case. As we've got certainly, I think probably our two class winners. We've not got second and third. We've got two class winners to talk to this time, by the looks of it. It'd be interesting to hear from Taylor Norton, because it's been the first time he's finished on the top step in the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship as far as the Class A for the 182 cars is concerned. One more race to come before the lunch break, by the way, is for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, BMW CCR. Then we'll be back underway after lunch at around about 2 with the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. We've then got the Freaky Park Sport Specials, Free VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship, and BMWs again to round out the afternoon's racing. So just 4 races after lunch, but a late start after lunch, and one long race for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship in particular. So just waiting for the OK to head down. I don't think we're quite ready yet to speak to our class winners, but we're not going to get, I don't think, our second and third overall, because they have been not flagged into Parc Ferme. They have headed into the paddock just beneath our commentary position. It looks like they might be there now. Anyway, I think we can probably head down, can we? To hear from Josh Barrett with our top 3, or the 2 class winners at least, in the Parc Ferme area.
Yeah, we had a blow up at Silverstone, so it's actually dropped 2 scores out the window straight away. So then you've just got to not look at the championship and just keep going for big finishes. That's the plan.
And Darren's quite hard to beat, but did he make another mistake there, do you think, that allowed you through?
No mistake that time. I managed to get the slipstream on him down the start and finish line, which I was planning yesterday until he had a little gear issue. And then again, once you're at the front, you're looking in the mirrors a little bit. I was trying not to keep an eye on the mirror too much, because you just got to concentrate. I knew Pete was right there as well, so someone had to make the move. If not, it's going to be a bit scrappy, I think.
You've now driven this car for a few years. How different is it to a 182?
You can't really compare. It's completely different characteristics. As you'll see, the 182s are a lot quicker down the bottom end of the straight because the top speed's better. These get to 100 and 110 quicker, but the 182s come back to you. So the worst thing can happen at the start is to get mixed up with a 182.
Well done on a race win today.
Cheers, thank you.
So there's Chris Lawrence, our Class A winner was Taylor Norton. Congratulations, Taylor. I think that's the first win for you?
Yeah, first win. It's been a long time coming, to be honest. The pace has been there. I've been terrible at starts, but today actually worked out and I pulled away, and then I just saw the 182s behind going further away from me, and it's just awesome to have that feeling,
You could, like you said yesterday, everyone would really bunch together, but today you make quite a big gap on lap one and then you just continue to pull out.
Yeah, so I was trying to stay on the bumper of the 197s, which are quicker in the corners but slower down the straights. And then, I was just trying to not do anything silly once I saw the gap, I'm so happy. Yeah.
And it's been quite a long coming. Was it a year ago, 2 years ago you started racing in the championship?
1 year ago was my first round here.
Yeah.
This year is like the first full season, and we've had pace from first round, but we just haven't managed to get a win. But it's finally here.
It's quite interesting, isn't it, coming back to the same place where you started in the championship, that you've got this first win, and now you've got another chance to do it again later.
Well, hopefully so. I'm kind of getting used to the starts now, so as long as I can just try and get a good start, stay on the 197s, and then not let any 182s past, hopefully, it'll be a good chance.
It tells about a bit of the starts, because 182s tend to be a bit quicker, so I guess that makes the starts a bit awkward when you've got 197s just ahead of you.
Yes, it does, because you can get a quicker launch, but then they'll be back in front, kind of in the corner, because the diff they're running. On the first lap, then I let Pete O'Connor pass because I was like, there's no need to fight him, let him go, and I even lifted down the back straight, because I was catching them, and I was like, I don't want to get involved with them. So yeah.
Well, congratulations on the win. So there's Taylor Norton, our Class A winner. Chris Lawrence was our Class B winner in the first of two VSG Crypto Clear Sport Championship races of the day.
Thank you very much indeed, Josh, and we'll move next in a few moments to our last race before the lunch break, when the cars will be shortly heading out onto the circuit, which is for the BMW CCR Championship, BMW Car Club Racing, for the first of their two 20-minute races today. So I think that clearing up must be just about complete of Steve Richardson's car. Yes, it is. I can see it being brought back into the paddock on the back of a truck, which means we'll be able to get underway for the first of two races this weekend for these cars that didn't take part in the action yesterday. They qualified this morning, and the 15-minute session ahead of their two 20-minute races. These are going to be rounds 9 and 10 of a 14-round championship. After this, they go to Thruxton and Donington Park, so still a little way to go in the championship this season. The situation in the points is that Theo Milward leads the way on 119 points. He's had a runaway success in Class M2 this season. Second in the points with 93 is Paul Laramie from Class 6. Third overall from Class M1 is Paul Cook with 92 points, and I think we go to Andy Phillips, treble 8, with 86 points in Class 6. There are 5 different classes really that we need to concern ourselves with. The most powerful cars in Class M, working our way through down through M2. We've got 3 entries, even match entries in the M2 Cup today for the BMW M2 Racing, the sort of factory developed cars. They are all together on the grid. We'll come to those in a moment. You've then got the Class 6 cars for primarily 6-cylinder BMWs, and the Cup class as well for the BMW 325 Ti Compacts, which is the entry point really into BMW Car Club Racing. That's the setup. So you do have quite a disparity of lap times. It's a long lap here at Snetterton, more than 2 minutes for the quickest cars. Paul Cook did a 2:05.045, and there's just about 29 seconds from first to last. So in the course of a 20-minute race, traffic certainly will come into play. These cars do get a green flag lap. I'll tell you about the grid though before they head off onto it. So on pole position, it's going to be the way of number 26, Paul Cook, and besides him is going to be 43, Stephen Schweikart. Second row of the grid, 38 and 8. 38 is Paul Bailey and 8 Mike Eustace. On the third row, it will be 9 and 39, 9 Jason Rees and 39 Christina Lowe. On the fourth row, 81 and 14, 81 Theo Millward and 14 Daniel Smith. On the fifth row, 63 and 16, 63 Michael Dunlop and 16 Will Graham. On the sixth row, 62 and 330, 62 Ruben Cueto and 330 Anton Martin. Row 7, 66 and 20, 66 Mark Culmer and 20 David Asperton. Row 8 of the grid, 31 and 27, 31 Paul Laramie and 27 Chris Blakey. Row 9 is 44 and treble 8, 44 Ben Haynes and 8 Andrew Phillips. Row 10, 79 and 46, 79 Sergei Maneve, 46 Shane Tweedy. On the 11th row it's 75 and 6, 75 Craig Emerson and 6 Carl Mitchell. Row 12, 150 and 30, 150 Eric Bolton and 30 Matthew Smith. On the 13th row 3 and 42, 3 Colin Whitmore and 42 Paul Neville. On the 14th row 28 and 77, 28 Nathan Treymans and 77 Paul Travers. The 15th row 74 and 117, 74 Warren Hales and 117 Christian Dean. 116 Alan Graham is on the back of the grid, making her race debut today in the same car as her brother and her father also made their first race appearances in. So in terms of the classes, obviously the M1 class cars are out at the front. They fill the first 6 places on the grid. Theo Millward the best of only 2 M2 class cars on this weekend, so that will limit the number of points that he can pick up today. Then you've got the M2 racing class cars, which are the sort of factory developed cars that we talked about, and those are all together 9th, 10th and 11th on the grid. And the fastest driver in qualifying in that class was none other than Michael Dunlop, the 36-time Isle of Man TT race winner, making one of his first appearances in competitive car motorsport. He's done some rallying as well in the past in historic escorts in particular. The Class 6 way is led by David Asperton from Paul Laramie and Chris Blakey, so David Asperton starting in 14th position, and the Cup class headed by Shane Tweedy in car 46, 20th position overall. So lots of different classes, a great variety of cars, these Bavarian cars, which look absolutely fantastic, and I'm sure are going to give us a good race, Pip.
Yeah, it's an impressive grid of cars we've got here. Some of them were moonlighting yesterday. They were using the Road Sports race as a test, including the Dunlop car there. So it's interesting to see how these M2 racing cars are going to go. They were really impressive things. It's very, Club Motorsport, we don't normally attract like the very newest models to go racing with, because usually things need to be a few years old before you can afford to strip all the bits out of them and go racing in them. So good to see those out there, providing something very different for us with as a spectacle, and slotting in sort of just behind them the fastest class, the M1. So it does make a hell of a sight seeing all these different BMWs, and it's really nice to see such a big grid, and maybe one of the biggest of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely right. BMW Car Club Racing Championship's done quite well for numbers this season. It's been really pleasing to see. Of course, last time these cars were out was at BMW Live, big BMW Car Club event at Alton Park. That was at the end of July, where Paul Cook and Ronan Bradley shared the wins there. So far this season, the overall wins, well, 4 of them have been taken by Paul Cook. Mark Eustace has had a couple. Ronan Bradley's had one, and Jess Sackett in the invitation class has had one as well. In terms of class wins, though, it's Theo Millward that has led the way. He has won 8 times within that class. Paul Cook has won 5 times within his class. We've had Shane Tweedy, I think, with 4 wins in the Cup class as well, coming into this weekend. So in for an interesting race. The most powerful cars, up to 450 brake horsepower, are in class M1. M2, the limit is around about 300 brake horsepower. There's different minimum weights within each of the classes as well. And these M2 Cup cars in sort of BMW Motorsport specification, these cars like 9th, 10th, 11th of the grid, with the Motec ECU sealed engines, and very much the idea being that would be a sort of spec one make or type car, but they very welcome addition to the BMW Car Club racing grid this season. But we've got these big rumbling M3s at the front. We've got the 26th car of Paul Cook on pole position. That's the red and yellow car. We've got Steve Schweikart. He's a past champion in 2023 from class 6. But he's now in an M3. Then we've got on the second row of the grid the all green car, Paul Bailey, number 38. The all white car of number 8, Mike Eustace. And then row 3 of the grid is the E92 M3 rather than the E46s of Jason Rees and Christina Lowe. fellow stunt person alongside Paul Bailey, who's switched up to the BMWs recently, having started her season in the clear. She's on the outside of row 3, did very well actually at Alton Park. She was also out yesterday in the road sports race. So it looks like the last few rows of cars are coming into position ahead of this 20-minute race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, the last of the action before the lunch break here at Snetterton this morning, or this early afternoon now. And I'm just waiting for the signal from the back, then we'll get the 5-second board shown. That's done now. So any moment now we'll have the red lights on, and goodness knows how many thousand horsepower released into action here at Snetterton for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship from a standing start. The lights go out, away they go. It's a good start from Paul Cook, not such a good start by Stephen Schreikart. Just watching to see if they all do get away safely. It looks like they do. I think Paul Bailey in the green car up to second, although Jason Rees is trying to take the fight to him. Yes, Bailey second, Jason Rees third, Steve Schreikart fourth, Mike Eustace in fifth. I think Christina Lowe has dropped back a little bit from the start. Car 3 has got a 10-second time penalty for a false start. That's Colin Whitmore from towards the back of the field. But we've got cars making their way around the Wilson hairpin for the first time. Look at the size of this field, it's absolutely spectacular. All of these cars coming through. But it is Paul Cook actually with a very decent sized lead over Paul Bailey and Jason Rees as they head down to the Agostini hairpin for the first time. There's Theo Millward, you can see him in the red number 81 BMW there. He is our Class M2 leader, and you can see as well, I think possibly some of the M2 racing class cars, they've lost a little bit of ground at the start in terms of the overall classification. But it's Paul Cook with a very good lead, Pip, as they are halfway around the first lap.
Yeah, for cars this size, it's a very clean first lap. The M2R cars were all together at the start, but they've certainly scattered now. Josh informed me that was Michael Dunlop's first attempt at a standing start in a race in a car. So we'll see. We'll look for the number 63 car. He looks to be the best of the M2Rs at the moment. So if that was the first time, he's done it very well.
Look at this lead though for Paul Cook. He's got a big advantage over Paul Bailey as they come down to Bennett Straight towards Brundle Nelson for the first time. It looks like preserving his lead in the M2 class car is Theo Millward though. Got the M2 racing cars coming through next. The 62 car is the second of those, which is Ruben Cueto. So it's Michael Dunlop, I think, ahead. They've got in between them the Class 6 leader, which is number 20, David Aspland. He's now in this E46 compact. He had a roadster previously, but now in the compact and going very well in it, not fastest in that class. So I think it's Paul Laramie second within that class, looking at it as they come through. But already Paul Cook has crossed the timing line at the end of lap 1 of what's probably going to be, I would think, maybe a 10-lap race for these cars. It's Cook from Bailey, Schreikart third now, so he's got his way back ahead of Rees, who's in fourth position, Mike Eustace fifth, and Theo Millward sixth. Christina Lowe eighth, having lost a couple of places on the opening lap. And the M2 racing class lead is indeed held by Michael Dunlop by 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, we've got a couple of battles further down. We're going to stick with the a little bit further forward in the field. You've just got Dunlop going through the shot there. It's actually it's Graham in second in the other M2R who managed to sneak through the shot earlier when we saw the Cueto car. So they've had a split between the M2Rs there on a sort of fairly chaotic but well managed first lap. We've got a bonnet hanging up a little bit there on car number 14. That's Matthew Smith, though it's not Matthew Smith, it's
Daniel Smith.
Oh, yeah. So well, we'll see. Hopefully that doesn't get too much air underneath. Probably the best thing to do would be drop behind another car and stop the air going over it. But we'll see if there's any conversations going on at the signalling point for that car. Another battle here, two very different cars going at it with the number 9 and number 8 cars together. That's Rees and Eustace, and they've made their way on the back straight. I don't know how well these cars tow off each other with the amount of power they have.
Yeah, and I think I've decided there must just be a bit of fluid down at that part of the circuit that they keep kicking up with the right tyre, because there's been so many cars kicking up fluid at that part of the circuit. So there, Jason Rees in the E92 M3 doing that. He's trying to keep the 46 M3 of Mike Eustace, number 8, at bay as they dispute. I think that's going to be 4th position. They are losing ground. Steve Schreikart up ahead. We'll try and pick up more battles within the classes as the race goes on, but Eustace up the inside going through Coram, but that's then the wrong line into Murray's, and I don't think he can get through there, but he's only half a car length behind as they come through the corner. Meanwhile, Paul Cook already through to complete lap 2 of the race, but he lost time, lost a tenth that time to Paul Bailey in the green car, so the gap is 2.6 seconds at the end of lap 2 of the race. Here we can see a battle further down the order. That features the number 79 car for Sergei Maniv. He's got 77. Paul Travers up the inside of him into Murray's, and Travers is going to take the position away. I think that's going to be for around about 19th place.
Yeah, nice tidy move. That's some good respect between the drivers as well. It's very tight down there at the final corner at Murray's. So nice to see the two drivers cooperating, getting around there together, and it's good to see that you can spot these overtakes, and you've got all these different kinds of cars. Just been alerted to a penalty. I think is that the
it's the race leader.
It's the race leader.
Yeah, so Paul got a 10-second penalty for an out of position start, and that means that he really now needs to pull out a 10-second advantage over everybody else if he's going to win this race. His current gap is only 2.7 seconds. He lost a little bit of ground on that lap to Paul Bailey. Meanwhile, we're watching Christina Lowe trying to find a way past Daniel Smith. This is the fight for 7th position, 7th overall, 7th in the 6th in the M1 class, because Theo Millward is ahead of them in the number 81 car, which is his E36. Bit of flashing lights going on there with the number 9 car. That might just be an illusion on our cameras, I suppose. And then it's the just behind him, Mike Eustace. So Mike Eustace not yet been able to find a way past the Jason Rees car, but they're still confident here of Theo Millward. And again, Eustace having a look there on the way into the bomb hole, is really hassling Rees, doing everything he can to try and find a way through. But that E92 is a big old car to try and get away past.
Yeah, but you can see Eustace is kind of able to keep the car a little bit tighter to the inside of the corner, so either like a maybe slightly different handling condition or just lines, but he seems more comfortable, and you get the sense he's being held up here. It's a good defence from Rees so far, though. There doesn't look to have been any sort of late chops or anything like that. He's just keeping it tidy. Maybe a possibly slightly better straight line speed in that car, just because Eustace isn't really catching in the toe. Maybe Eustace just has a slightly better handling car and is able to catch up in the twisting section.
Did do the best lap of the race, and he edged out about a tenth of a second or so over Paul Bailey, but he's going to need more than that if he's going to take the win in this race, as Eustace also almost falling over the back of Jason Rees there as he tries to relieve him of 4th position. You can see Theo Millward there in the back of the shot on his own in the lead of Class M2. Let's see where his nearest M2 rival is, but some way down the order, I think, is the answer to that question. Then you've got the car of Christina Lowe, which is now clear of that bonnet hampered Dan Smith. That was easy for me to say. She's ahead now and up into 7th place overall. There is that bonnet hampered Dan Smith with the right-hand side front corner of the bonnet just flicked up, and he's just got to be wary of air getting underneath that, I suspect, over the remaining 12 minutes or so of this race. Still, this fight goes on for 4th place, though.
Yeah, it's again actually quite similar in performance and gear changes and braking and what have you. It's just very difficult to make a move when the cars are evenly matched. We saw Eustace get alongside through Coram, but it's a very difficult place to do it, and you actually puts you on the wrong side for Murray. So unless you've got a big overspeed as he thinks about it into the bomb hole, it's going to be a difficult place to get it done.
Okay, change in qualifying is that Theo Millward's been moved up to Class M1 because there aren't enough M2 cars, which would have been the only one starting, in fact, I think, to justify that. So he's actually going to be in M1 rather than M2 today, which is interesting from a championship perspective, because points are scored within the individual classes rather than based on overall finishing positions. So a little bit worrying the fact that you've got not got enough classmates this weekend. There you can see, I think that's still our class leader, David Aston. Yes, he is in 12th place overall in Class 6, number 20. He is ahead within that class of Paul Laramie, and 2nd, and 3rd is the 44 car, which is Ben Haynes. There is the 63 car of Michael Dunlop making a move, it would seem, as they come up to the line. Over the line he goes, and he is running in 9th position, and that was the car 330, I think, was Anton Martin's car.
Yeah, that was actually a swap and swap back there, and the battles brought the second M2 racing car back to them of Graham, who has set a better lap than Dunlop. So it's fun to see that battle get back together. It looks like the older 330 car there, maybe a little bit more nimble, but lacking the straight line speed to really go and attack the big M2 racing cars.
Yeah, sort of sandwiched in between the two of them now as they come out of Palmer and head down towards Agostini. So it's Michael Dunlop in number 63 ahead of Anton Martin, and behind is Ernie Graham, British GT racer, as they turn their way through the left-hander at Agostini. Great to see these battles going on down the order compared to the overall classification, but still for class positions as well. Dunlop looking set to pick up a trophy, possibly, for his first time out in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here. We've got a slightly longer race than we've seen so far today. It's an extra 5 minutes for a 20-minute race. We've got some big, heavy, powerful cars here. And whether there's going to be any tyre management comes into this, you fancy Graham, who's had a bit more experience in the M2 racing car, might have some knowledge of that, whereas Dunlop will be heading out here and giving it full attack all the time until he's had this full run experience as such. And it could be any car here that's susceptible to it. Obviously, some of the cars are putting out sort of over 300 horsepower, and we're running cars that are 1,200, 1,300 kilos. So tyre wear could come into this, tyre management for some of the drivers who've been around this a bit longer. So some of these battles could easily close up as the race goes on.
That's right. Some will have gone off quickly, taken more out of the tyres in the early stages. Others might have preserved them a little bit better. We are 9 minutes away from the end of this race. Of course, Paul Cook, the race leader, with this 10-second penalty. His lead at the moment is only 2.8 seconds over Paul Bailey in second place. Third is Steve Schweikart. Fourth, Mike Eustace, who has got ahead now of Jason Rees. Finally, it took about 5 laps to do it, but he is ahead now. Fifth then is Rees. Sixth is Theo Millwall. Seventh is Christina Lowe. Eighth is Daniel Smith. There is Eustace now, confirmation that he has got ahead of Jason Rees. He's also well into the traffic as well. That's the 117 car of Christian Dean, the E46, but from Class 6. There's the rear of Millwall's car that we can see going through shot there. There's Jason Rees, because he has dropped away a little bit from Mike Eustace now that Eustace has got through.
Yeah, on that lap that Eustace immediately went faster and set his best lap of the race. So you get the feeling from there, with a sort of a 3-second delta in time, how much time in hand you need over a car to make a move when they're this sort of size, because it can get quite tight around Snetterton. There's some real pinch points to the circuit, so difficult in cars that have similar sort of straight line performance to make these moves quickly. Again, tracking the race now, there's Millward, who's running a class up, which is a quirk of the regulations here, trying to crack on and improve his position as he makes his way through the traffic.
Yeah, absolutely. Theo, who started out racing in the 116 trophy, he's a company director from Shropshire, and has gone really well this season. And a shame for him, as I say, that he's not been in Class M2 but now M1 for this weekend, because obviously he's not going to be able to pick up as many points as otherwise he would have done potentially. But a good race going on here. Oh, Jason Rees's car sounds very sick as it comes across the line in 5th position, and it is lapping 3 seconds off its best, but that didn't sound altogether in the best of health. So maybe Theo Millwall may be able to catch that car before the end. He was about 2 seconds faster on that lap, so Millwall might have Jason Rees in his sights by the end. There's the 62 car, which is Cueto, who's still the third of the M3s. There's number 31, Paul Laramie, who's still second in the Class 6. And I think just getting a shot here of David Aston, who's our Class 6 leader, just going through a shot there. He's got Mark Colmer in one of the Class M1 cars. Well, it was behind him, now in front of him actually, as they go past our commentary position and down towards Richards. But Aspen's still leading in Class 6 here today. Just checking on the Cup class. Yeah, Shane Tweedy, who's done most of the winning in that class this season, is still there in the lead of the division for the most basic specifications of the car.
Yeah, it's a good effort that from Tweedy, who was was out yesterday in the road sports race. We've seen somebody's got a message down there. Car 888 Phillips looks to have maybe got a track limits warning or something like that. On penalty watch for the leader, Cook's out to nearly a 5-second lead now. He's going to have to double that if he's going to be able to overcome this this penalty. We're watching car number 74 on the screens at the minute. That is not on my screen actually. I've got to scroll.
74 is the car of Warren Hales, and he is running in 29th position at the moment. We're watching the car of Anton Martin here in that M1 class car, the number 330, and just running around and about the M2 lead. As you can see that Michael Dunlop there is a little bit further up the road now. He's escaped from those two, so getting more and more confident in that car all the time. Second has now decided to flip the wipers on, even though the sun seems to be out at the moment. Yeah, I imagine this is quite a different experience, driving one of these race-prepared BMWs around the confines of Snetterton, rather than being around the 37 miles of the Isle of Man on a bike in a sort of time trial situation. It's a very different form of motorsport, but he seems to be turning his hand to it very effectively.
Yeah, and the times have come down now. Earlier in the race, Graham was the quicker of the two, and just making that gap back up. But that little scare Dunlop had with the 330 car of Martin maybe just spurred him on to do a little bit more. We've got a good battle on screen just on the approach to Hamilton.
And this is for the fight for third place, because Mike Eustace has caught Steve Schweikart now in escape from Jason Rees, and now the third and fourth place cars are together. About 10 seconds behind the leader, so they probably would just be denied the lead. And that was Eustace getting the fastest lap on the previous lap, in fact. A 2:04, high 2:04. He's done on that lap to get on terms with Steve Schweikart, the winner from 3 years ago in the championship. Down the Bentley Straight he will go. Took a long while to get past Jason Rees. Will Swack be any harder or easier to get past? He's having a look already on the run into Bentley. That's covered off though by Schweikart, and Mike Eustace for the moment has to settle for fourth position. There are 4 minutes or 3.5 minutes to go this race, so we are getting towards the end now. I think it's probably going to be 2 more laps at the end of this one.
Yeah, he's got time to do it. The rate he's been catching has been impressive, but again, you need a big delta to make a move here. And while he's been 3 seconds quicker in the last lap or two, obviously you're seeing his progress get a little bit stymied now. His lines are going to get compromised, and they've also got some traffic to contend with as well. So we'll keep an eye on this battle as we go on to the penultimate lap at least. Let's see, down the straight, very even, and with the traffic as well. That's a brave move from Eustace through the middle of the two cars on the approach to Riches.
But he does get through to third position. I think we've been quite good for his car overlapping there, the veteran BMW racer. But yes, Eustace up to third on the road, and is 13.2 seconds behind Paul Cook. So I guess the next challenge is if he can over the next 2 laps make up 3.5 seconds to get a benefit from Paul Cook's penalty. Cook now is 5.5 seconds ahead of Paul Bailey, so Bailey needs to find another 4.5 seconds in the remaining 2 laps if he's going to be classified, sorry, Paul Cook needs to find 4.5 seconds if he's not going to be classified in second place behind Bailey here. This is Eustace heading towards Agostini for the penultimate time in this race, with Schweikart very close in behind him. They turn their way through the corner. Eustace in the number 8 car, Schweikart the driver from Lincolnshire, really pushing him through Hamilton there, and off to Oggies they go. In the very closing stages of this race now, still checking the class positions. M2 is led by, M2 racing by Michael Dunlop. Class 6 is led by David Ashton, although he lost a position on track to Quato on that lap. He's comfortably clear of Paul Laramie though, and the Cook class still in the hands of Shane Tweedy, as I think Paul Cook is heading towards the bomb hole as we're watching the battle for third head up the Bentley Straight.
Yeah, Swack's found a little bit of speed trying to chase here with Eustace. He's had quite a lonely race, just circulating in third there, so now he's got something to chase. So I'll expect to see his lap times drop back down. As you say, the last couple of laps, Eustace has had the pace to go and really catch into this 10-second lead that we know the leader needs to have. And it's fluctuating a little. We've got the some of the timing data jumped around for a moment then, but Cook's just come over the line now. He's done a 2:06, so we know Eustace has got more pace than that. Let's wait a few seconds and see what he can do.
Yeah, so 5.3 seconds the gap from first to second, 12.5 seconds the gap from first to third. So it's still looking like Paul Bailey, although he's sort of driven in this race second place, really just on his own most of it. Looks like he might be credited with the win. Paul Cook's supposed to be driving around on his own as well, but in the lead of the race, he's just lapped the number 75 car there, Craig Emerson, so he's lapped everyone up to and including 20th position now as the race leader on the road. Paul Cook, Paul Bailey still there in second place. Cook heading up towards Agostini for the front. So here comes Bailey though, he's likely to be the man that's classified the winner here, unless he sort of trips up in these back markers and loses a lot of time on this final lap of the race. I think that's the Tweedy class. It is number 46 car, Shane Tweedy, I think our Cup class leader is about to go past, and he does so now as they go through Hamilton. So it looks to me as if Paul Cook is probably not going to quite do enough here.
Yeah, but Bailey's losing a lot of time here through this traffic. He's really caught them at the wrong part of the track, and I suspect he'll have lost a few seconds in all of this. So Bailey's not in the shot, so we're just going to have to wait and see with the times. But definitely, but Bailey's lost a lot of ground there that time.
Yeah, more than I thought actually, so I might want to revise what I just said actually. It's going to be really close, I think, as they come up to the finish line here. The clock has counted down to 0. Very busy circuit with cars on all different laps there. There's Eustace, he's now got to try and find a way of picking through his way through that same traffic. So too Stephen Shrike, although whether we get through all of it before the end of the race is probably a moot point, because we're not far away from seeing the checkered flag. Paul Cook is making his way into Murray's for the final time in the number 26 car. He's going to be accelerating his way out of it, watching for the leader to come through. He's on his way. There he is, up the centre straight. Is it going to be a 10-second gap he has? I don't think it is. Over the line goes Paul Cook, waiting for Paul Bailey now. Over the line he goes, and he's done it. Paul Bailey has done it, because the gap on adjusted times is 5.5 seconds in Paul Bailey's favour. It was actually a slow lap for Paul Cook on the last lap. I think he might have lost a bit of time in the second half of the lap, because it looked like he was further ahead going down the Bentley straight. So it's Paul Bailey that wins, from Paul Cook in second place, Mike Eustace third, Steve Schreikart fourth. And we're going to wait for our various class winners to come through. But while they do, Pip, yeah, what did you make of the final half of the lap?
That was chaotic. I thought Cook made a better fist at getting through the through the back markers there, but perhaps the sort of footage flattered to deceive a little bit. It looked like Bailey lost a lot of time as well. They were both well off their best laps, so perhaps just that big gaggle of cars holding them up to similar levels as we have the remaining class leaders coming through.
Yeah, and we've had not yet had our Class 6 winner through. We've had Shane Tweedy through to win the Cup class, but we're going to have up to the line now Michael Dunlop to win the M2 racing class on his first time out in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Ernie Graham takes second in that class, and Ruben Cueto will be third in that class when he makes it to the line. So we're just waiting now for our Class 6 winner, David Aspden, in the E46 Compact. I think he is up at Murray's now, I want to say, or possibly a bit further back than that. No, he is up at Murray's, and he's on his way towards the checker flag now. So number 20, David Aspden, wins in Class 6. So I'll give a rundown on the top 10. Number 38, Paul Bailey classified as the winner. There's a great queue of cars coming into Parc Fermé, because they can't all get off the track by the looks of it. Paul Bailey the winner, number 38. Second to number 26, Paul Cook on corrected times. Third was number 8, Mike Eustace. Fourth, number 43, Steve Schreikart. Fifth, number 9, Jason Rees. Sixth, number 81, Theo Millward. Seventh, number 39, Christina Lowe. Eighth, number 14, Daniel Smith. Ninth, number 63, winning the class, Michael Dunlop. 10th, number 16, Ernie Graham. 11th, number 330, Anton Martin. 12th, number 66, Mark Culmer. 13th, 62, Ruben Cueto. 14th, the winning Class 6 was David Aspden. 15th and second in that class, number 31, Paul Laramie. And a bit further back, in 23rd position overall, winning the Cup class, was Shane Tweedy. Now, because of all of this congestion, I'm not sure have we got any drivers to talk to yet down in pit lane. I think Josh has gone wandering off to try and find some people to talk to, because yes, I'm not quite sure where the leading contenders have have actually gone? Are they into the scrutineering garages by the looks of it, out of our view? We'll try and pick up where they are in a moment. We've got our cars being pushed in all directions basically at this point down in Parc Fermé. Not necessarily the directions we were expecting them either. Anyway, that was the last race before the lunch break. 4 more races to come after lunch. We're back underway, only just over half an hour from now. 2 for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. We've also got races this afternoon for the last 3 races that we saw before the lunch break as well. The Freaky Park Sport Specials Championship, the VSG Crypto PA Sport Championship, and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship as well. All of that to come a little bit later on this afternoon here at Snetterton. Still trying to work out what is going on with our post-race interviews and where all of our drivers have gone. Josh Barrett is, I think, going away to gather them up possibly, but that's all happening down there. Pip?
Yeah, just while we're waiting on those drivers, it did have a new lap record there in the Cup class for Carl Mitchell, who finished second in the end. It was close, there was top 3 were all under the previous lap record, so impressive drives there in the Cup class, and well done to Carl.
Yeah, and he was only 0.2 of a second behind Shane Tweedy in the end in that race, making a sort of more than a second upon the previous lap, so that was a good drive from Carl. Just narrowly missing out on taking the class win from Shane Tweedy. I think we are ready to go down now to Parc Fermé and Josh Barrett.
We're down here in Parc Fermé with someone that didn't realise they won the race. Paul Bailey, congratulations. Paul Cook's start was probably a bit sooner than he should have done, so he got a 10-second penalty and you kept within 10 seconds and you're a race winner.
Oh, well, that's good news. That's very good news. Yeah, I mean, Paul's quick today. I was chasing him. I mean, I could match him, but I couldn't catch him. So, and at the start, yeah, we were kind of expecting lights, but we got a flag. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, it looked like he got away quite sharp. But yeah, I'm very pleased with that. Anyway, yeah, thanks very much.
You joined the championship this year. Things didn't quite go to plan, but since then you've been right near the front each time, and now that race win's come. I think it's been a little while since you've been racing as well.
Yeah, I raced before this year. I last raced in 1998, so it's been a very long time. But I'm a bit rusty, but you know, gradually getting back into it, and yeah, I just enjoy it. You know, I absolutely love it, like all of the guys. Yeah.
And in your day job, you drive cars in a slightly different way.
Yeah, in my day job, I'm a stunt driver, so I work in TV and film, mostly crashing cars. But yeah, not today, thankfully.
These M3s, very powerful cars. Tell us what they're like to drive, particularly in the wet yesterday. They didn't look so nice. Yeah,
they're quite powerful. I mean, the E46 M3 is just an amazing chassis. You know, when you do a few tweaks to it, and they're just an absolute pleasure to drive in the dry. But in the wet, you know, it's a front engine rear wheel drive car, so it's always going to be tricky in the wet.
Well, congratulations on your win. I guess you've probably got to be waiting now. I'm not quite sure what's going to happen next, because at the moment we've got lots of drivers that aren't here. So let's see if we can fill for a bit and see who we can speak to. Because Neil, the championship coordinator, is going to help with this. Where would you like me to go, Neil?
Well, they've blocked the way now where I wanted to do. So if you want to speak to Michael, but you want to do the class winners, don't you?
If we can.
Cookie won M1.
He didn't in the end.
He didn't. Oh, because there was a time penalty, was there?
Yeah, let's have a word with Paul because he's here. Are we still good for signal? We're still good for signal. So let's have a word with Paul Cook, who, Paul, in the end, it's not a race win, I'm afraid. But good pace today anyway.
Why is that? 'Cause it is
a false start is what we've been told.
I'll have to object to that, but yeah, that's down to me and the stewards, I suppose. I got camera footage of the flag coming down, and it went. So yeah, but apart from that, it was quite a lonely race, to be honest.
Obviously, quick cars, particularly around here. What they like to drive an M3?
Oh, they're awesome, absolutely awesome. The four-wheel drift is, yeah, it's like a go-kart on steroids. It's really enjoyable.
Well, I'll let you go and sort things out afterwards. We'll see what the result is later. Right, let's see if we can have a word with Michael Dunlop now. Michael, welcome to 750 Motor Club and welcome, I believe, to car racing as well.
Yeah, first time on circuit racing. I've got a Mark II Escort, so Ernie asked me if I wanted to drive this car for the weekend, and I took him up on his invitation.
And how have you done any driving on circuits in cars before? Oh, yesterday was the first time.
Yesterday was the first run out, so we're slowly but surely trying to understand the car. There's a lot of electronics in it, so yeah, it's been tough, but obviously to go out, and thanks to Ernie and the FlexiFly car, it's never missed a beat. So I think we're first in class there. So it's nice. I've enjoyed it. I just need to learn how to drive it. I need a couple of days in it properly to understand what it does and doesn't do, instead of being out here, because we're in different classes with different cars. You're attacking the corners, not actually driving the car properly, just to see where you are on the track. But no, it's been all good.
And is there anything you can take from motorcycle racing into car racing, or is it just totally different sport?
Just totally different. Obviously, the two wheels don't help things. But listen, the race head's always on you to go. But I say there's so much compared to my Escort with no electronics, no nothing. This is a different animal altogether. So no, I really enjoyed it.
Is this something you'd like to pursue and do more car racing?
I would love to keep at it. It depends how generous Ernie's going to become. So I'm definitely not going to buy one, that's for sure. The budget doesn't go that far, but hopefully maybe get. Dear knows what Ernie's plan is, but I'd like to get another one at some point.
Have you actually raced at Snetterton before at all?
Never been here, I think, and it's one of the probably BSB tracks that we haven't done. So it'd be nice if it was somewhere I knew. But here, listen, you're not long getting stuck into it, but it's obviously a good big fast track, and it's good for these cars here to get stuck in with.
And I guess yesterday morning when you had the wet qualifying session, that was a bit of a voyage because these cars didn't look like they were particularly nice to drive.
No, it didn't help things, obviously, with your first time ever sitting in the car, and I've never drove a car left-hand drive unless I've been in a higher car in Europe or something. You know, we've never been in a left-hander, so it was just weird. And then obviously when you don't own it, you didn't want to put it in a million pieces in the first day out. So, but yesterday we've always run the same tyres, but I think I've shredded the front tyre in the front of it because I'm braking too much, and we've got no grip at all in the front. But we'll see what happens next race.
You mentioned about the electronics, and you have to sort of work out where the electronics can actually help you or hinder you, I guess.
And that's it, and that's what I haven't worked out yet. I think they're hindering me everywhere. Cheers, well, thank you. I think they've been hindering me everywhere, so it's not hindering me everywhere. I need to understand the car to understand what it's doing, and I think I'm attacking too much, and I'm making a bit of a mess out of it.
And I guess that's mid-class racing isn't something that you're used to even on motorcycles.
Well, that's it, you know, and it's all about knowing your machine when you're, you know, and the problem is I don't know anything about it. So, as I said, it's just weirdly, but I'd love to, if I get some more driving, and there's no reason why we can't be good and competitive.
I think you've got a second quicker than you went yesterday, so into the 211s now.
Yeah, a second and a half quicker today, and every session going quicker, and hopefully we'll get tugging on with somebody. We got a good enough start, but was battling with another car, which was like an earlier version M3, so he had a bit of traction where I didn't, and it sort of lost the group in front of us. So hopefully I can get away better this time and stick with the group in front of me instead.
And the actual standing start, what was that like? 'Cause it's very compact here at Snetterton in car racing.
And the problem with these, you can't engage second gear until it's by its ref count, you know, so it's a bit of a strange one, but it was just packed. I got a bit not done over, there's a black car in front of me, and he got a bad start, and he was obviously had better pace than me, so he had to make a move quite quickly, which I let him get because it was obviously in another race, and that sort of hindered me the gap joint. But no, here, look, I enjoyed it.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I hope you have a good time later, and thanks for having a chat. So that's Michael Dunlop. Who are we going to speak to next? Neil, who would you like us to speak to?
Some of the class winners. There's
we've got
David Aston, that was still waiting for some times, and Shane Tweedy, which is a cup.
Right, we'll start with David then. So David Aston, the Class 6 winner. David, how was the race for your point of view?
Interesting for the start. Didn't expect to see the Union Jack. I was sat there waiting for the lights to come on. It's like, hang on, what's going on here? And then the flag came on, so that was it. I think it caught a few people out. And then reasonably good start, and away we go, chasing these M2R cars. I had a cracking race with Ruben. Realistically, I should have just let him go.
Yeah.
But we're here to motor.
It's motor racing, that's it.
And I think we need to check the times. I think I might have got a track limits penalty.
Oh, okay.
So hopefully I was more than 5 seconds in front of Paul Laramie. We'll find out when the times are submitted, but I'll take a win. I need the points. I had a disastrous outing at Oulton Park, 3 laps in qualifying and then no clutch, so parked up for the race. So car's done well, we just need to keep it on the black bit and do it again at 5:30 today.
And you drove a few different cars now in this championship. I think what's your current car like?
I did the Z3 before, which was a bit of a nightmare. The compact is much easier to drive. I'm beating my M2 lap times in a Class 6 car that shouldn't be able to do it on paper. That gives you some idea of how bad the Z was. But it's great fun, it's close, and you know, we're all here to do it again.
Well, good luck later, well done today. And then we got Shane, the Cup Class winner. Shane, with this big circuit, I guess you don't have to worry about the fast cars till a bit later in the race.
No, not really. They soon catch up with you later on in the race. As David said, it was a surprise start, to say the least. But I tried to keep some cars between me and the other Cup cars, Carl and Eric. They're just super quick, and unfortunately my clutch went 2 laps before the end, but I managed to bring it home.
Tell us a bit about the Cup cars, because they're good cars for new people to get into racing.
It's very good for novices to get into racing. Automac hired me a car. Then yeah, they're just easy to handle. They're just good fun.
I'm glad. Well done on your class win.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So there's Shane Tweedy, who won the Cup class. Let's see. I think we're going to speak to some more drivers. So let's continue on and find out. Neil, we're next. Who have we got next in our interview line?
Have you done Shane?
We've done the class winners now.
Okay. Well, how about Anna, first ever race?
So we've got Anna Graham, who's in her first ever race in a car, I believe. Anna, your brother and your father's raced.
Yes. So yeah, my brother and my dad have both been doing rallying for a long time, and I've been doing co-driving for my dad for quite a long time. But yeah, we've all started in this car. This is my first race. I was a bit nervous, but yeah, it's done now, and I really enjoyed it. And
What was sort of the whole experience like going through the week, run up to it, and then going through today?
yeah, so I did a track day at Brands on Monday, and that was my first time in this car, just to get a feel for it. And that was, my brother was in with me. He was giving me some instruction, and yeah. So and then yeah, a bit of simulator time this week as well, just to learn Snetterton, because I've not been around this track before. So yeah.
A big track, I guess, to learn as your first ever race.
Well, it's pretty good because it's so big, you don't get a lot of traffic, so I think it's quite good for a first race, to be honest. Although there's some very difficult hairpins.
And I guess you've been around motor racing all your life.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
And then your dad did rallying for a long time, and now coming into circuit racing. What's that been like actually for the family?
It's, to be honest, we've been doing rallying for as long as I can remember, so it's really nice just to do something new. And we're all learning. And it's just fun to have a new challenge and do something new.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, and good luck later on.
Thank you.
So if we got, this is your brother, is it, Will? They have a word with Will while he's here. Will, you were chasing Michael for much of that race. Good fun out there?
No, it was good fun with Michael. Yeah, good to be in the same car, and it was a really good race. I really enjoyed it.
You've been driving this Cup car, haven't you, for much of the year until now?
Yes, I have. Yeah, and obviously I've handed that over to my sister now, so that's good to give her a run for the first time today. So we're really enjoying it as a family.
And you must be quite pleased to be able to keep up with someone that's won so many races. Okay, on different wheels, but he's still their experienced racing person.
No, I'm really pleased with the pace. I'm glad that I'm even in the same ballpark as Michael, to be honest. He's obviously very, very experienced on 2 wheels, and that just transfers to 4 wheels as well. So I'm glad to be roughly on the pace.
Have you done rallying yourself, or you've been straight into circuit racing?
Yeah, I've done probably 10 years of rallying, so this year has been my first year of circuit racing, so it's good to try something new. Yeah.
I guess it's completely different. Is there any things you can take over from what you've done before?
Yeah, I think the good thing with rallying is it does give you a feel for car control, and particularly yesterday when we were qualifying in the wet, it was very, very slippy. A few times I was on opposite lock around a few corners, so I think it certainly helps for that. But yeah, definitely is a different driving style, and trying to be a bit smoother and more precise is something I'm learning, and hopefully getting better at all the time.
Just about these new M2 racing cars, they look fantastic in the livery, but they're new cars, I think, for this year to the championship.
Yeah, they are. We're really enjoying giving them a go, and they're built brilliantly by BMW, so it's great to campaign one of these and give them a go.
It's great to see them out there. You doing the rest of the year in this car now?
I think we might be doing a few more late in the year, but we'll see. There's a few other things that we're doing, but we'll see.
Now you've got 3 family members racing. Is there a plan for an endurance race at some point with all of you?
Oh, that would be good fun if we were able to do, maybe an endurance race at some point with all 3 of us. So let's see. Yeah, particularly if maybe Dad lets us in the GT4. He's in the GT4 this year, so let's see.
I guess it's all off to Donington Park after today.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, looking forward to that next week with Dad and Colin and Turkington. So that'll be, we're looking forward to that.
I'm there too, so looking forward to
Very
that.
Good.
I think we are run out of drivers. So there we go, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and a bit about some of the new cars we have. And it's great to have Michael Dunlop racing here with us with the 750 Motor Club. We have a shortish lunch break, I think, now. And after lunch, we will be back with the TGR Club Enduro Championship.
Activating. VSG Crypto ready for deployment.
Well, a very warm welcome back after the lunch break to this 750 Motor Club race meeting here at Snetterton. We have another 4 races to come for you this afternoon, with the Tagil Club Enduro Championship coming up in just a few minutes' time, the 2-hour race. Then we've got the second races of the day for the remaining 3 categories that we're going to see: the Freaky Park Sport Specials Championship, the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship, and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. My name's Ian Soman. Alongside me in the commentary box is Pip Hammond. And Pip, we've seen some cracking racing this morning, and looking forward to more of the same this afternoon, with Enduro coming up first.
Yeah, we've got a big grid of cars for the Enduro race, a lot of variety again across 3 classes, and we'll see a sort of similar sort of big power heavy cars towards the front like we did in the BMW CCRs, but obviously having to keep it up for a much longer time. So it'll be intriguing. We do often see close battles in this race across the entire balance of the 2 hours, and we've got some good strong driver lineups here as well that are going to be fairly evenly matched. So it'll be interesting to see the little discrepancies there between drivers and between performances of cars. Obviously, this is sort of heavily into Mark, so we've got front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, we've got sort of front engine, rear engine, we've got all the different sort of variations you can think of coming down towards the sort of the Class C and usually older, less powerful cars that are sort of more production based. So it's going to be a really intriguing one, this.
Yeah, absolutely. To give a Club Enduro Championship, its roots were at a Snetterton meeting, actually, 11 years ago now, I want to say, when there was a sort of one-off longer road sports race that was run, and that sort of sowed the seeds for what's been a very successful and popular championship for the 750 Motor Club over the years. Meanwhile, with championship status now, the road sports series for the 45-minute races, that's gone from strength to strength. We had 2 grids of cars yesterday, more than 60 in total taking part, including Pip on the grid, getting a second place in class after some post-race changes to the result. But yeah, the Club Enduro, the longer version of road sports, if you like, and with, of course, the extra pit stops and driver changes and refuelings. The cars, I think, shortly to start coming out onto the grid. Now, just a reminder of what the format of the pit stops is that there has to be at least 1 3-minute pit stop during the course of the race. So that's 3 minutes stationary. They can't be taken in the first 30 minutes of the race, or the last 15, or under safety car conditions. So that's just limits the time when you can make your pit stops. You can make more pit stops after that, or before that indeed, if you need to, but those don't have to be 3 minutes in length unless you are refueling, in which case you do need to take 3 minutes, and that's for safety reasons. It's a very tight pit lane here at Snetterton, so everyone has to park at 45 degrees, and of course some teams do have a penalty to serve in their pit stop as well, but that's based on success from previous meetings. So I'll tell you about those in a minute, but those are based on the success from previous meetings that are taken at the first pit stop. You've driven Club Enduro races before, including this season. How do you prepare yourself for a 2-hour race like this?
Well, there is obviously a difference in approach required. Certainly, we'll see drivers go off quickly and try to get some quick places early on when they've got the opportunity of the cars all close together and some chaos like that. But you do have to pace yourself, especially these Class A cars. 300 horsepower per ton up at the front there. You've got sort of TCR machinery and highly modified vehicles that are going to shred tyres if they're driven too hard. And we've obviously the temperatures coming up now as well. We're going to start. That's going to slowly bake into the surface a little bit, and it's all going to make for a little bit of tyre torture out there. So going off too hard at the start might not come back to bite you till there's only 15 minutes left, but it's all about the balancing act. There's a lot more risk-reward calculation here.
Yeah, and there are 3 different classes, as Pip's been talking about as well. Class A is for cars up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne, Class B for cars up to 240 brake horsepower per tonne, and Class C is for cars of 180 brake horsepower per tonne as well. All classes, they're using treaded tyres, so Motorsport UK list 1A, 1B or 1C tyres. There's tyre width limits for cars in Class C as well, and the cars will be coming out onto the grid very short. In fact, they're here now, arriving in the cases of the very first car out there, which is going to be the James Pickford and Wayne Lawson Audi RS3 TCR. So most of these cars have 2 drivers, so I'll run you through the grid now, and as I go through I will tell you who the start drivers are in each case as well. So pole position has gone the way of number 19, that's Wayne Lawson and James Pickford. It was Pickford that set the time, but it's Wayne Lawson who's going to start the Audi, and alongside them on the front of the grid, number 100, that's Rob Baker and Scott Parkin, who was a winner yesterday in Road Sports. He's going to be second out in that Golf today, a different car that he's out in today than yesterday. On the second row of the grid, it's the number 111 car. That's being started by David Blakey, and that is the mighty looking BMW. So we've got Audi, Golf and BMW in the first 3 places, then another BMW on the outside of the second row of the grid. That's good to see that car out after being essentially having the whole sort of front section of the car filled with mud after it was off into the farmer's field yesterday. Martin Gadsby starting that car is shown with Ian Jones. On row 3 of the grid, it's number 83, Will Puttergill, and besides him is going to be number 10, Rob Fennick. On the 4th row, 55 is going to be Paul Simerson going solo, and 23 is being started by Simon Mason. On row 5 of the grid, it's number 1, that's Oliver Harris, and besides him is going to be the car 183 being started by Edward Cook. Row 6 of the grid will be number 47, started today by Robert Rand, and then next to him will be number 80, which is Chris Etheridge. On the 7th row of the grid, number 99 is Ricky Kuma, and the 97 car is going to be started by Alex Wilkinson Hughes. On the 8th row of the grid, it's going to be number 5, that's Johnny Packer, winner yesterday in Road Sports, and 14, which is the car of Stuart Mead. Row 9, I should say, 101 is going to be started by Nick Grove, the Storming Camel Motorsport BMW E46 M3, and 49 is going to be started by Rupert Laslett. On the 10th row of the grid, it's going to be number 46, Alistair Lindsay in the Audi TT, and the 28 car is going to be started by Neil Armstrong. On the 11th row, it's going to be 41 and 24. 41 is going to be Ethan Simmons in the Ginetta, and 24 is going to be Charlie Hayes. On the 12th row, it's going to be 66, which is Johnny Hayes, and treble 3, which is Thomas Stedman. On the 13th row, 50 will be started by Mason Booth, and number 7 by Nathan Stevens. On the 14th row, number 63 is the car which is an addition to the programme, and I'm trying to find the driver's name for that one. It's Kyle Chong, and alongside Kyle is 171, which is the car of Jody House. On the 15th row, 481 on his own, Edward Christie, and 76 will be Michael Downey. And then on the final row of the grid, it's 169, Matthew Simonite, and then at the back of the grid, John Dundee in the Ginetta G40. I can see the 171 car, which is the House BMW E30. That's going to start from the pit lane by the looks of it. There is going to be a rolling start for this race. So they'll go around 2 by 2 behind the safety car. That's going to go off on its green flag lap any moment now, I think. And then we'll be into a 2-hour race, Pip.
Yeah, the house car was involved in something during the qualifying session. There was a couple of red flags earlier during qualifying, so it's nice to see that car get back out. And also the 76 of Michael Downey's been in the wars this weekend. He was hitting a crash yesterday, and then whatever repair it was, if it was related, may have been a problem this morning, which caused him to stop. So it's really nice to see the orange Boxster has made it to the grid at the back. Downey's been in the series for a few years now, and so not the cheapest things to repair, the Porsches, but good to see that car on the grid, and should make some progress from there as a Class B.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about those success penalties then. Starting in Class A, car 100, which is Rob Baker and Scott Parker. They're going to have a 30-second extra penalty to serve their first pit stop, or their only pit stop, hopefully from their point of view. The number 1 car, Oliver Harris and Jack Hines, has 20. Paul Simerson, number 45, has 10. Class B, number 97, the Colin Hughes car has 30. Number 14, Mead and Hart under 20. 183, the Cooks have 10 seconds. In Class C, Number 24, Charlie Hayes and Marcus Bruce have 30. Andrew Cooper and Ethan Simmons have 20 in car 41, and Johnny Hayes and Paul Cipiani have 10. Just looking at the best qualifiers in the lower classes. Class B, that was headed by Dave Connell and Alex Wilkinson-Hughes in the Mazda MX-5 from Johnny Packer and the Stuart Mead, Tim Hartland, Scirocco. So 3 different types of car in the first 3 places there. In Class C, that was headed by the Andrew Cooper, Ethan Simmons, Ginetta from Charlie Hayes and Marcus Bruce, and then Johnny Hayes and Paul Cipiani, both in P36 328Is. Situation of the championship, just briefly, is being led on 54 points by Johnny Hayes and Paul Cipiani coming into this race weekend in the Canet E36 328I. Second with 46 points, Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland, and Mark Lloyd Jones actually in the Saxon Motorsport Scirocco. They have 46 points. They're from Class B, leading that. And then from Class A, we've got Rob Baker, Alistair Camp, Luke Woodhouse and Scott Parker, who've all had a turn in the Area Motorsport Golf TCR during the course of this season so far. They've got 42 points, just 2 points clear of the next fastest car, or next car in that class. So, go on, Pip, as they go around the green flag lap, tensions building.
Yeah, we didn't see the Baker car in round 1. You fancy that the rate of score they've had as the season's gone on has been very impressive, especially for having so many different drivers involved. So they're probably sitting nicely on drop scores. It's interesting to see Parkin move into that car. Obviously, he started the season and has won a race in his own car, so which is the diesel Audi TT we saw yesterday. So an interesting decision. He actually scores separately because it's a different team driving the Golf as opposed to the TT. But it's interesting to see Scott move across there. Maybe running the demands of running all the diesel stuff and having the big team is sort of lessened by going out and arriving driving in the Rob Baker car. But it's obviously paying off for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a very successful car since it appeared. This is the 5th round of 6 in the championship this season. After this weekend, they go to Donington to finish off, but we've had Scott Parkin winning at Croft, and Rob Baker has won twice with Alistair Camp at Silverstone and with Scott Parkin at Alton Park. In between times, Simon Mason and Chris Byallen won at Anglesey. Class B, we've had 4 different winners. Class C is the only class where we've had anyone win twice. That's been Paul Cipiani and John Hayes in the same combination, I should say. They've won twice so far this season. But the cars coming around, the safety car has pulled into the pit lane, so we're either going to get the lights or the flag to get the race. Now it looks like the lights are on, and they will go out any moment now, and the race gets underway. Off they go, up towards Rich's Corner for the first time then. Fantastic thundering sound beneath our commentary position, and it's just Wayne Lawson that's holding on to the lead in the Audi from the Rob Baker Golf, the Area Motorsport Golf in the second position. The Jody House BMW finally gets its way out of the pit lane. It looks like the David Blakey BMW is there in 3rd position as they all make their way around the Wilson hairpin for the first time in this 2-hour race.
Yeah, that's a nice start from Wayne Lawson. Worth note, Wayne is a hand control user for the car, so he's making a nice job of this. He's been at this for a few years now, and this the first time I remember seeing him leading a race. So good job for Wayne. He's hanging on for the at the hairpin with Baker taking a look at the inside.
Yeah, and it looks like Baker is going to go through and take the lead of the race, and possibly a sense of inevitability about that, but he has gone through. Well, one of the Coopers going a little bit wide on the exit of Agostini in the background, but not really losing too much time. And it looks like Lawson trying to come back here at Rob Baker as they go through Oggies, so not keen to be passed here, but we've also got David Blakey in the BMW right behind him as well. So as they come through the Williams onto the Bentley straight, it's Baker leading, Lawson second, 3rd place is David Blakey, and then in 4th place it looked like the Will Pottergill Audi.
Yeah, there was a little bit of something trailing behind the 111 BMW there. Maybe just when they're so full of fuel for this 2-hour race coming up, maybe just a little bit of fuel defeating the non-return valve, but hopefully that'll just clear up and it won't cause an issue. We're looking at the Class B battle there. We've got Jonathan Packer just headed by, well, just ahead, sorry, of the 97 car. That's the Connell and Wilkinson Hughes Mazda.
Yeah, that was the car that qualified on pole within its class. They're coming up towards the end of the first lap. It was a very impressive qualifying lap for James Pickford. In actual fact, at 2:00.856, only about 4 tenths of a second, or 4 seconds I should say, of what a TCR has done around here with slicks in qualifying for their races early. That's a really impressive lap, given these cars running on shredded tyres, of course. End of lap 1 then, and it is number 100 Rob Baker that leads, from number 19 Wayne Lawson second, David Blakey number 111 is third, Will Puttigal number 83 is fourth in the classes. Class B is being headed by Johnny Packer. He's ahead now in the Golf, ahead of the MX-5, and Class C is being led by Charlie Hayes at the moment.
Yeah, we had it was the BMW looking down the inside of Wayne Lawson there, but Wayne's done well. He hung on around the outside and he's made just enough of a gap to get himself back on the right line for Agostini. So he's doing a good job in the orange Audi there. Your fancy is obviously you can keep in touch with Baker, that Pickford, with that electric pace he had in qualifying, is going to have a chance of reeling that back in. And obviously the Baker team does have a long pit stop penalty for their success. So look, Lawson's got to tough it out here. He's hanging on well to second place.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're making their way now around the right hand of these two. Williams onto the Bentley straight. And again, something just out the back of the BMW there, as Pip spotted a lap or so ago. I think it's just at certain parts of the circuit that we see that. You've got Will Puttigal in fourth still. It looks like Simon Mason's got himself ahead of Paul Simerson in the Porsche and up to fifth position during the course of this lap. And then I think it's Rob Fennick in seventh position. And they're heading now through towards the bomb hole. This is looking close, isn't it? Simon Mason with Chris Byland, that car won at Anglesey, so no real surprise to see it making moves in the early stages.
Yeah, and it looks aggressive. It's nice and tight around the inside of the corner there. Again, you do have to temper this enthusiasm. You know, we're only 5 minutes into a 2-hour race here, so it's easy for the drivers to get just stuck into the battling like this, and it often doesn't race, and you only need a safety car to sort of nullify any progress you might have made and used up out of the car. But I say all that, and he's having a look down into riches.
Yeah, he certainly is. You can see it on screen here, and he's going to go through, isn't he? Up another position, so that is into fourth place now. Goes Simon Mason. He's the sort of faster driver of the two in that car. It looks like Paul Simerson is also making a place on the Audi as well, going around the outside in the Porsche into Wilson Hairpin, so he goes up into fifth place then. So it's still Rob Baker leading, Wayne Lawson second, David Blakey third, now Simon Mason up to fourth. It'll be interesting to see what Simon Mason can do and how quickly he can get onto the back of the BMW.
Yeah, he looks to have a lot of pace there. It's a nice opportune move from Simonson, and that Porsche looks tiny against all these TCR cars, doesn't it? But a nice bit of driving, took advantage of the sort of compromise to the Puttigal car, who has gone backwards a little bit this lap. Just needs to refocus and make sure he's not losing any more places here.
On the back of that group, you've got the number one car of Oliver Harris, the 17-year-old he still is, from Huntington, doing my maths here, in his second season of racing. He's in the BMW that is being shared with Jack Collins. We'll see him in the second half of the race. That's the M2 CS Racing car. But look here, Simon Mason definitely is taking time out of that BMW as they go down the Bentley Straight for the third time in this race. Be interesting to see, because this should be a relatively clear lap for him, what lap times he's doing compared to Rob Baker, who's obviously in the lead of the race.
Yeah, Baker's closing on the lap record currently. He's only a couple of tenths away with so much fuel aboard, so we can maybe expect to see that go later in the race. We're focusing on this battle here with Harris and Collins. I've been really impressed with how they've adapted to the bigger class car. Obviously they're running number one. They were the champions last year from Class C, so there's a massive difference between the speed and the development level of these cars, and they've had some good results. They've been on the podium. Possibly a trickier track in a car you're still getting used to or developing here, because it's a little bit more demanding of the cars and it's hard to go up against the TCR stuff. So we'll see if they can hang on and get more involved in this sort of podium battle in Class A.
Simon Mason on that lap took 9 tenths out of David Blakey ahead of him, but was slower than Rob Baker, who's extended his lead now actually to more than 5.2 seconds. So Baker clearly knows that he's got this 30-second penalty to serve at the pit stop. So just trying to, now he's got out in front. He did that early, build the biggest lead he possibly can to try and mitigate that penalty. He's not the only one with the penalty to serve, as I say. Also in that class, the Harris and Collins BMW, that's got a 20-second penalty to serve, and the Paul Simerson car 10 seconds, but the three immediately behind him at the moment don't have a penalty.
Yeah, and we've got to move on for third place here. That's the 23. That's Mason, and He'll struggle a little bit with the traction versus the rear-wheel drive car off the corner, but he's got track position for Hamilton, and it's a brave place to go side by side, especially in cars these size. I swear they pulled that tyre stack further onto the apex this year.
But Mason has done it. He's got through. We thought he probably would be able to. Say winning at Anglesey, that combination with Chris Byallen there, and but last time out it was at alternate with Scott Parkin and Rob Baker. This time it's Baker going first and Scott Parkin second. As we've got the Simonite car into the pits. That's the Matt Simonite Mazda MX-5. So that looks like an early pit visit. Whether it will get back out or not remains to be seen. There's the Blakey BMW. It looks like Simerson in the Porsche is closing in on it as well, and also just behind there is the tent car, which is being started by Rob Fennick. That's the Aventor. Well, actually, it's a Cooper, isn't it? It's listed in as a Golf here, but that's a Cooper that's chasing Wilson.
Yeah, we've got some footage there of the car that is into the pits. So the Simonite car's been doing all right in class this year, championship-wise. They were on the podium earlier this year, so that's a shame for them. It's very early in the race to be out, but maybe they'll be able to get it going again. Battles on for second there. Mason's having a look into Riches on the inside of Lawson, and he's going to make that stick.
Yeah, so that is for second position then. 7.5 seconds behind the Mason. Let's see if Simon Mason can start to eat into the advantage of Rob Baker, whose best lap time is still the 2:02.980, which in that last lap he was 2 thousandths slower, I think. Not much slower at all than he had been a couple of laps earlier. It'll be interesting to see if Simon Mason can now do those kind of lap times in the race. That car only qualified 8th actually, so was in the 2:03s, so some 3 seconds off the ultimate pace, but clearly something's been rectified and it's going to be quick in the race.
Yeah, we've got Johnny Packer into the pits. What a shame. The driver who won the Road Sports race yesterday in class, and he was running up at the front today. That's a really early stop again that possibly surprised his team down there on his own. So yeah, what a shame for Johnny Packer. There's been a couple of teething issues with that car, but when it's working, it's rapid, and Johnny's a good driver too. So hopefully they can get that running again and keep putting some points on the board.
Yeah, so that means that up into the lead of Class B has gone Alex Wilkinson Hughes in the number 97 Mazda MX-5, the car that he shares with Dave Connell, who'll be out later on in the race. Paul Simerson now is ahead of David Blakey up into 4th position, so that's been a change on this lap as well. So it was a good start to the race for the BMW, but it's just gradually sliding its way down the order as the race goes on. I say we're only 10 minutes or so into it, so 110 minutes to go very nearly. But that 111 BMW, it's a menacing piece of equipment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's phenomenally wide, and I've not seen that sort of fluid anymore. So I think that's probably just a little bit of really stacked up to the cap on fuel there at the start, which a car of that size and that capacity probably going to need over the balance of the race. Looks like they've lost another one there down into Riches. So going backwards a little bit now, which is a shame. But there's plenty of time left in the race, and maybe just having to manage the pace of that car a little bit.
Yeah, so they're making their way around the right-hander at the hairpin, at Wilson hairpin, and heading down to Palmer once again. And it is lap number 6 of this race. Just going past us now is the Class B leader, quite comfortably ahead in that class. The next car in that class is the Scirocco, which is just over the line now, which has been started by number 14, started by Stuart Mead, so he's gone through in 2nd place within that class. We've now got Paul Simerson right with Wayne Lawson here, so this is for 3rd position. The Audi against the Porsche, number 55, that's the Porsche GT4 RS Club Sport, entered by the E-People Group organisation, and that car is making its way onto the Bentley Straight. Now, be interesting to see if Paul can find his way past Wayne Lawson here as we look at the race leader, and he was 7.7 seconds clear at the start of the lap, but on the last lap Simon Mason did a PB and was a few hundredths faster than the race leader.
Yeah, they're quite evenly matched now. They both got clear track. It was, you know, it was an excellent cut through the sort of leading of the field for Mason there. It's nice to see those moves made cleanly, and he's going after Baker now. Lawson's doing what he needs to do here. He's got to stay in touch with these penalties for the stop to give Pickford the best chance of going out there and performing. So, and he's setting some decent times as well. So it's good going in the Audi.
Good to see there that the BMW is making up some ground. Jody House already up to 24th position, actually, so gone past quite a few cars already during the course of this race, having started from the pit. That's one of the Class B cars expected to make progress in the order. Johnny Packer, doesn't sound great, going back out into the race there, Pit.
Yeah, but possibly not much further. That car's very slow on the approach to turn one. We're sticking with our battle for the podium here between Lawson Simonson and Fenwick. They're on the approach now to Palmer's. It looks like Simonson in the relatively little Porsche, maybe a little bit more nimble through this twistier section of the track, but I'm sure that car is going to struggle a little against the power of the TCRs on the straights.
Down towards the left-hander at Agostino they go. So you've got Bob Fenwick just behind the Porsche and just behind the Audi there. This is for 3rd, 4th and 5th positions. David Blake in the BMW dropping back to 6th, but only half a second clear of Oliver Harris at the beginning of this lap. So we'll see if there's a change there, possibly for track position there. We still have the situation whereby it is Wilkinson Hughes leading in Class B and Charlie Hayes leading in Class C by 5 seconds from Johnny Hayes. So 5 seconds between those two very similar BMWs. There's Simon Mason. He certainly pulled away a good deal from the car in 3rd position of Wayne Lawson, but he's not really making any progress towards Rob Baker. This Baker was a few tenths faster on the previous lap, and obviously he is, as we've said, trying to get some ground at the beginning of the race to make up that penalty that they'll have to serve a bit later on.
Yeah, we're closing in on lap records in Class C now as well. Charlie Hayes is down, is just a couple of hundredths of a second away now, and that's just going to improve as the fuel burns off in these cars. The leaders are making their way through traffic now. They've just passed the Ginetta there of Dundee and Gibson, sorry.
Yes, that's the car in 28th position. Here's this ongoing fight for 3rd though. It's now Simonson that is at the head of the group in the Porsche, ahead of the Audi of Wayne Lawson, and we're going to see Rob Fenwick make a place here in the Cupra. And we have had that change in the all BMW battle, haven't we? Because Oliver Harris now ahead of David Blakey. The 111 BMW is down to 7th position. Best finish so far this season for Oliver Harris and Jack Points has been a 2nd place, a 2nd, a 3rd and 2 4th place finishes. So they've been very consistent and reliable as well, which hasn't always been the case for some of the other teams out there. Looking at Paul Simonson on screen at the moment, his best result so far has been a 3rd. He's running in 3rd position at the moment, of course. He's doing the whole race. He was scheduled to be sharing with Richard Stanton, but Paul doing the whole race. And that means at least you've got the same driver in, so you're going to have to be fairly consistent in terms of performance for the whole race, whereas some teams with 2 drivers that might not be the case. Although, for example, I'm not sure that there's going to be too much to choose between Baker and Park in the race leaders.
No, it's 2 very good drivers there, and Simonson's going to have to pace the car, but also himself over a race of this distance. It's getting very hot out there now. The temperatures come up. The Packers return to the pits. The way that car sounded, I'm quite amazed it made it back. But at least it's not going to cause us any drama with safety cars and what have you. So that's a shame for Johnny. He ran very well yesterday and was going very well in this one.
Look at this, 3 cars side by side. That is Fenwick taking advantage of some traffic to get ahead of Wayne Lawson there. He's lapping the 481 car, which is that of Edward Christie, his E36 M3. So Fenwick now up to 4th position in the Cupra, ahead of the 19 car of Wayne Lawson. I think we'll see for the second half of the race James Pickford in that car. He probably will be the quicker driver of the 2. I think we'll probably see the car for 2nd place, I imagine, placed by Allen, who by his own admission would not be as quick as Simon is in the first half of this race.
Yeah, but there's still this long. It's such a long time, 30 seconds. But it's based on the value of the balance of the race distance. it does mean the car sat there for an awfully long time, but it's a mandatory 3-minute stationary time for pit stops to make the refueling safe. So it's going to seem like an eternity for parking, when, especially because I think they've probably got a good fast-filling fuel system on that car, so he's going to be sat in there for a long time. Somebody hand him a phone so he can watch some reels while he's waiting.
So there is Simerson getting past one of the lapped BMWs already well and truly into the traffic, although we're only 18 minutes into this race. And there's Lawson. Fenwick's not got away from him as yet. He'll try and put some back markers between himself and the Audi, and he does just that as they go through Hamilton. As the 50 car, the Mason Booth, Simon Verne, I think it's Mason Booth that started out in that number 50 car. Just being lapped there by quicker machinery, including Wayne Lawson in the number 19. Black and white driving standards flag going out to car 10, which is Rob Fenwick. So that will be for track limits infringements. He's the first driver to have 2 infringements, and therefore get a black and white driving standards flag. Next time, of course, it would be a 5-second penalty.
Yeah, and those warnings carry on the car, not the driver as well. So hopefully that's getting the team's going to communicate that to the second driver there, because they're going to have to be very careful now as for the next 1 hour and 41 minutes that we still have to go in this race.
Yeah, of course. Endurance race has so many more opportunities to infringe track limits than there is in sprint racing. Therefore, pick up not just a 5-second penalty, but they do mount up, move through 10 seconds and then 30 seconds of drive-throughs, etc. as well. It can really be quite a significant impact on the race. 2 minute infringements as the race goes on. There is 10 car, which is the Fenwick Cupra. The car with Andrew Shepherd will be out in the second part of the race.
Just trying to decide as they came past our commentary position whether that Blakey car sounded quite as crisp as it did earlier in the race. We've seen it go from being very much towards the front to fading already within sort of 20 minutes of the start. So hopefully there's nothing really amiss with that car, but it just sounded a fraction out of tune from up here.
Well, the last lap was a 2-minute 9, and it had been doing 2-minute 5s. So I suspect something may be wrong with it, because that is quite a long lap, even accounting for a bit of traffic, isn't it? And when you consider that the leaders are doing, were doing 2:02s, threatening the lap record, which is a 2:02.76 set by Will Stacey in the Lotus in 2023, then you think that maybe there could be a problem with that car. The number 7 car there being lapped, that's the Nathan Stevens and Andrew Bowen Lotus Elise. Another Class A car already being lapped, that car running down in 26th position.
Yeah, it's a power to weight category. Obviously, you see to the front there's the sort of similarly developed and sort of category of choices, almost the TCR now. You've obviously got the interlopers like the Simerson GT4 Porsche there. But it's nice to see the variety of cars. You know, it's good to see really good close Intermark racing like this. So it's good to see a Lotus out there as well. We've seen some really quick Lotuses in the past with Rob Boston entered cars, especially. So there's potential in the format with the Lotus. It's just obviously not quite there today.
No, as we are working lap number 11 of the race now, so into double-digit number of laps already. Simerson just getting past our commentary position, chased by the car of Rob Fenwick. Still watching. There's the 1 car actually for Oliver Harris. So we're seeing him now. He's running in 6th position, 2:05. So he's lapping in similar times to really the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars in front of him, but not really able to make any impact on them. The BMW, the Blake BMW, that's on the 2:07. So it's still a bit off its pace, but quicker than the previous lap, certainly.
Yeah, but I must confess, I don't know how much racing that car's done, because it certainly looks. It's so heavily developed with the extra parts and things that we don't see any other cars that look like this this on the grid. So it's probably, you can think of it almost as a prototype in its in the approach, and there's probably quite a lot to get right and refine as they get through racing it more and more often.
for BMW coming up to lap Michael Downey here, and it's good to see Michael out of there because he's been in the wars a bit this weekend. Failed to finish yesterday's Motorsports race, and we thought about a delay and a stoppage in the qualifying session this morning. The car needed to be recovered from Hamilton, I think it was, wasn't it, this morning?
Yeah, that's right. And Michael's been in this championship a while. He's had some good results, podiums and what have you in class over the years. So it's a shame to see that car in the wars, but nice to see it get repaired and back out there. And you wouldn't know anything had happened to it to see it. It looks great in the orange, and it sounds fantastic as well.
Yeah, first racing club enduro in 2018 in Class C in a BMW Compact. He started circuit racing the year before that. It's currently a 3.2 litre Boxster S, looked after by Craig Lockhart at CL Motorsports in Dunfermline. And we're watching the number 1 car head through Corn. Very nicely presented car, that German Auto Works car driven by Harris and Collins. And they fourth in the championship coming into this weekend, second, a third and 2 fourths so far, as we've said. So pretty consistent set of results. We're watching there the 47 car, that's an official number 8. This is for 10th position here. So this to me looks like Rand versus Chris Etheridge.
Yeah, and that was neat driving side by side round Coram there. The BMW looks to have got out of the final corner with a bit more traction, but the power of the TCR car is helping it hold its own down the straight. We'll see who's bravest on the brakes on the approach to Riches.
Yeah, and it looks like the Cooper is holding on there, doesn't it, from the Rand holding on to 10th position over Etheridge. That was the other order over the line by 11 thousandths of a second. Just looking at the situation in Class B, that's still Alex Wilkinson Hughes by 5.4 seconds over the next car, but then it's actually about another 10 seconds back to the next car in Class A, about 15 seconds back to the next car in Class B, which is the car of Mead and Hartland. Class C is still being led by 9 seconds now by Charlie Hayes from Johnny Hayes, as we are watching the 2 BMWs back together again. No, that's the Pettigill car, beg your pardon, and then the Blake BMW.
Yeah, so that's another position that car's faded from. So again, it's a shame to see it dropping like that. We've obviously seen it lapping much quicker than this, but we did see about 30 seconds ago Etheridge did make that move stick down into the hairpin there, and it's one of the things the drivers have to watch who are driving the TCR machinery. Because their vehicle's designed to run on slick tyres, and obviously they can't in this series, and they're really heavy on their tyres. So just got to meter the performance a little bit, make sure they're not overdoing it with the braking and like sort of turning into aggressively or anything like that, because you quickly overwhelm and it takes a long time to cool the tyres back down if you can get the performance back at all. So the lighter BMW, sort of more production looking BMW that was in the battle with it, was possibly a little bit kinder to its tyres, and already at this stage of the race starting to benefit from it.
Yeah, there's the 89 car, the Cantar Holland Audi of Will Pettigill and Chris Nyland, run by Motion Motorsport, that car. Nyland had to do most of the racing, most of the driving last time out at Alderton Park, because Pettigill picked up an injury at the very early stage of the race after a tangle with another car at Cascades. But good to see both of them back out this weekend. That car running in 7th position. Relieved to be able to give that place on the championship.
Yeah, Nyland, very experienced driver that they'll have to jump in that car. Is really successful in the Type R Trophy amongst other things, and was one of the drivers for in the NSX when Teggy were racing that in the series. So a big variety of cars for Chris Nyland, and so we'll see what time in the race they choose to switch over between the drivers. So obviously some of the pairs, if there's any arrive and drive going on, will be trying to split it down the middle, and a lot of the teams here will be trying to hold out for a safety car.
Battle for third within Class C here. This is between number 41, and this at the start of the race was Ethan Simmons and Thomas Stedman in the Mazda MX-5. So it's the Ginetta there that is ahead here. That was a winner in the opening round of the season at Croft. Ethan Simmons sharing with Andrew Cooper. And here you've got Thomas Stedman in that number treble 3 Mazda MX-5 taking the fight to it. He shares the car with Michael Hooper. Thomas, a 38-year-old automotive engineer from Stratford upon Avon, started racing in 2023 and did a couple of years in Club Enduro. that car is a 2009 Mark III MX-5 with a 2.5 litre engine in it. Coming up to be lapped though by Will Puttergill in the more powerful Class A Audi, of course.
Yeah, it's a difficult one when you're racing in these lower classes, because often you're fighting for, you know, a win, a podium, or what have you, and then you kind of do and don't have to get out of the way. You're sort of advised in the drivers' briefings here that it's for the faster drivers to safely overtake you, and you can lose a lot of time being a bit too respectful sometimes. But obviously the risk is that you plant your car on the apex and somebody plows into you in a car with nearly twice as much power. So it looks Stedman's lost out a little bit there in that battle by just being a little bit too respectful of the leaders. But you know, not the worst strategy when you've still got 90 minutes to race.
News from the pits is that the issue for Johnny Packer was a cylinder 1 misfire, which is consistent with what we heard, and they're working on some wiring to get that car back out, but obviously it's not going to be in contention for positions. It was an exhaust issue for Simonite that caused him to head to the pits early. They are trying to repair that car though.
Yeah, I mean, you've got all this track time, you have paid for it, and you might as well test it today and see if it's going to be right for next time. So it's worth repairing the cars. I mean, an exhaust issue, we don't quite know what that means, but if it's loud, maybe you just drive through it. If it's something that's truly come off the car and gone missing on circuit, then yes, it will need replacing. But
yeah, 10-second penalty, sorry, 5-second penalty for car 10, and that is the car in 4th position of Robert Fenwick. We mentioned earlier on it was the first car to get the track limits warning flag. It's now the first car to get a 5-second penalty as well.
yeah, I'll just clarify a comment I made about pit stops earlier as well, where I said about the safety car. In this series, the teams aren't actually allowed to make their mandatory stop under the safety car, so all the sort of only advantage to it really is it closes the field up before you can make your stop, and on a long lap like this, it's the least time you can lose. So it's not so much you're not holding out for a safety car to make the pit stop, you're just maybe hoping it's going to close the field before you do it, so that you don't fall further laps down than you need to.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of an art, isn't it? Managing the pit stops around a safety car. As Jim says, you can't come into the pits behind the safety car. But if you time it right, then you can still possibly benefit from it. What you don't want to do is give yourself a disadvantage by footing. Now the 10 car is in, and we're not quite yet into the pit window, so this is not a scheduled stop for the car that picked up that 5-second penalty. Looks like they're doing something at the right front there, getting the wheel off in the first instance.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing we do know about this car is it spent some time off the track, isn't it? So whether it's a tyre drama or something a little bit more mechanical than that, there's certainly some work going on with the wheel off. So it's not just a tyre, but it's unfortunately early for a stop. One more lap, and they could have counted it as the mandatory pit stop. So that's a shame, but obviously a pressing issue that needed urgent attention.
Pit window is now open. It should be, because we're into the last 90 minutes of the race. Get confirmation on our time screen now. I'll give you a rundown on the order at the moment. Number 100, Rob Baker is leading by 9.6 seconds for number 23. Simon Mason. In third place is number 55, Paul Simonson. In fourth place is number 19, which is Wayne Lawson. Fifth is number 1, Oliver Harris. In sixth place, number 83, Will Pottergill. Seventh is number 111, David Blakey. Eighth is number 183, Edward Cook. Ninth is number 80, Chris Etheridge. In 10th place, number 47, Robert Rand. And then as far as the classes are concerned, in 13th place overall we have our Class B leader, number 97, Alex Wilkinson Hughes. In second place within that class, in 17th place overall, 16th place overall now, is Stuart Mead, number 14, and third within that class is Alistair Lindsay in car 46. And in Class C, it's Charlie Hayes leading, number 24, they're 20th overall, from number 66, Johnny Hayes. And then the 41 car of Ethan Simmons is third within that class. That's the Ginetta on screen, in fact, at the moment.
Yeah, and on that previous, 2 laps ago, Charlie Hayes set a new lap record in the class at 2:13.415, which is a new mark in Class C. So still pushing on with that decent 11-second lead there in Class C. We've got the sort of top 5 or 6 drivers in Class A coming through shot now. That's the number 10 car, which is back on track after that pit stop. So, but just behind them is Wayne Lawson, currently running 4th.
Yeah, I think there was a problem with something in the wheel arch rubbing on the tyre for Rob Fennick. That car back out into the race though, as we've seen. It's car 10 back out into the race. I don't think we've yet had anyone make a scheduled stop, and obviously it is fairly early days at this stage.
Yeah, we do have one into the pits now. It's a Honda Civic. I haven't caught the number on it, but it's in at 425. Oh, it's into the garage. That's looks a retirement for that Honda Civic there. That must be the Kuma car. Car.
Yeah, the number 99 from 12th position overall. That's just headed into the garage. So we'll see if we get any news from that from Josh, who's down there in the pit lane. That doesn't look like it's a scheduled 3-minute pit stop for them. Interesting that Rob Fennick sort of come out in a position around the kind of cars he was battling with previously, which is we've got Wayne Lawson there and Oliver Harris, although Lawson is going to sort of put another lap on the number 10 car.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a blue flag situation, because obviously he's come out a lap down, so whether he's jumped out of the way, as it's caused a bit of a drama there for the following number 1 BMW, which really it looked like it had to climb the curb at the final corner there at Murray's.
Johnny Packer's back out into the race, 11 laps down though. But that line, presumably, has been at least fixed for now. Hopefully that will all hold together. Johnny Packer will be able to get to the end of the race and at least get some more track time in the car. Here is the 23 car. This is the car in second place, of course. Simon Mason has actually cut the lap gap a bit by 1.5 seconds on the last lap to the race leader Rob Baker, but I think that was more about Baker possibly being delayed by traffic than anything else, because it was a slower lap for Baker in the mid 206s, which is well what he has been doing in the earlier stages.
Yeah, we just seen Blakey lose another place there into turn 1 to the Cook Seat Cupra, which is on the move. We're just keeping an eye on Mason here. It's keeping a good pace up, really. Really good consistent laps. We know Baker's very much capable of the same thing, and we're heavily into traffic now in this part of the race, so it's sort of, they've stalemated each other a little at the moment.
Dashboard failure for Ricky Kumas. That's an unusual issue that's put him out of the race.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes they're tied in now with the ECU, especially if it's all been modified on the car. So you lose the dashboard, you potentially lose a great deal of other things. So sometimes these are integrated ECUs and what have you, so it might be controlling cooling and all these kind of things. So probably the smart decision, even if it was just displayed, if you don't know, you've got to stop.
Yeah, absolutely. So Simon Mason turning his way through. You'd think that he's probably going to do more than half of the race, so he's probably going to be out there for a good deal longer yet in this race. There's Alistair Lindsay in the 46 car, one Audi going past another. Lindsay, who's third in Class C at the moment, he's got Lawson and Oliver Harris going past him, and Harris now in 5th place, really taking the fight to Lawson. He's caught up a lot on this lap.
Yeah, and considering he was inconvenienced at the start of the previous lap, he must have had a big one to get back onto Lawson's tail here. They're just catching John Dundee in the Class C Mazda there. It's it's a big lap from Harris. He's really closed that gap up. So and they're up to 5th now, with some of the other cars having a couple of issues and falling by the wayside. So maybe a very well-paced race so far. It's just been very consistent from the Harris BMW.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a mark of their season. It has been consistent, I say. All their finishes between 2nd and 4th. They have finished all the race as well, importantly. And that's good to see. Great battle going just past our commentary position there. I think that's going to be a change, actually. It is. It's Chris Etheridge alongside David Blakey into Richards. We're not seeing this on the screen, but we did see it out of our commentary box window. And also involved there was Jody House, another BMW. Here is that scrap down into the Wilson Heaven, and it looks like Chris Etheridge in the number 30 car has made the place up.
Yeah, and this is again, they're generally running at the pace that they're capable of in that Etheridge car. It does obviously visually doesn't look as developed as some of the cars in front of it in class, but they're just slowly picking them off. This is the nature of the racing. This is endurance racing, the way it goes, and that's a good performance. They climbed into the top 10, up to 8th place now. So a nice job, especially it was really tight around the first turn there. So good driving.
A debut of some kind in the middle of the road there. On the way towards Hamilton. It's not on the racing line though, so I don't think it's going to cause too much of a problem, and there's not too much of it either by the looks of it. Watching the Etheridge car head through Williams and on to the Bentley straight.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the straight line difference between these cars. We did sort of note that the 111 BMW wasn't sounding quite as clean as it had done earlier. They're just coming into our shot now. You'd expect it would at least be able to hold its own in a straight line, but it does look to have lost a few car lengths there.
Yeah, so it certainly does, doesn't it? So there is the Blake car. Yeah, I have to say, probably not all quite right with that car, and not running quite as sweetly as they'd like. Certainly it was fast on a lap in qualifying. But not as fast at this stage in the race. But again, maybe that's down to a different driver situation. We'll see it come on strong in the second part of the race.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it could also be very heavy on its tyres too. It's a very wide car. You fancy it's probably one of the more powerful, heavier cars to make the class rather than the other. This one looks more scheduled, this pit stop for the Fenwick Shepherd car, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. So the pit window is open, of course. It's been open for about 8 or 9 minutes now. And they are looking at the right front corner again. Now, of course, while they're refuelling, if they're going to refuel, the driver has to be out of the car, and you can't be doing any work on the car at the same time as the refueling, can you?
No, and that's a good safety rule at the end of the day. The reason the mandatory pit stop time is so long is to enable this to happen cleanly. Obviously, there's not a great deal of club racing goes on where refueling is required, so it's important to keep these risks in check. And it's done to the length of the cheapest fueling system that you can get, which is just the gravity sort of fed tough jugs that take most of that 3 minutes to deliver, probably about 30 litres of petrol. So having used the tough jugs as a method of refueling the cars, it does take its time, and the car comes in and you all get excited that it's there, and then you all wait for literally 2 minutes while fuel just slowly glugs in. So sort of everybody hurry up and wait sort of situation. But I think they're already getting another driver in the car, so either they've got a fast fill on it, or it's maybe doesn't need quite so much to top it back up for the length of time we got left in the race.
Watching the 46 car of Alistair Lindsay go through, he's still there with the Cassie behind the lead, the partner car. Yeah, they are looking at the front. There's a scrape, isn't it, on the front of that car, so I wonder if the rubbing was a result of contact earlier on in the race, possibly?
Yeah, it could even have been one of the bollards, because one thing you see sometimes with the TCR cars with contact, they move the sort of inner wheel arch liner, and once that becomes dislodged, that can rub a tyre or it can catch on something, and that could even be the piece of debris we could see on the run to Hamilton there. So once they've been dislodged, they don't tend to go back in, and it tends to be a new part that you have to buy brand new from Seat in their case.
20 of the race now for our race leader Rob Baker. He's 8.9 seconds clear. So that gap has been out. It's come back down again a little bit on that last lap actually, but Trish is not building the 30-second margin that he would have needed, although he might well still be in a pretty good position for a win here, with the Mason car probably not going to be as quick in the second half of the race as the Baker and Parking car is. Here's Chris Gill coming through in number 83, so he at the moment is running in 6th position in this Canter Holland Asset Management Motorsport run. Audi just putting a lap on the number 50 BMW. A good representation of BMWs on the grid here today in this Tiguan Club Enduro Championship. Great popular car to have, of course, in the Club Enduro Championship. Rapid and reliable, generally speaking.
Yeah, it's a good starting point. You can run them, but a lot of the models of BMW available sort of fit into the class structure without particularly heavy modification to at least drivetrain and power. So you can start with one of these cars, and it's a good you can and then develop it to your tastes or to find a bit more sort of suspension or aerodynamic performance from them. We do have in the background of that shot, we've got Johnny Packer has now re-overtaken what was the battle for third in Class B. So having rejoined the track so many laps down, he's kind of out there proving a point.
Yeah, lapping in the 2:13s, isn't he? So that is faster actually than the some of the cars in that class are lapping at the moment. So yeah, it's a question of what might have been, I think, for him. Here's the 47 car. This is Robert Rand, isn't it, in the first part of the race, showing that car with Greenwood. And the car behind him on the road was again a BMW. Didn't spot which one that was. In actual fact,
that's our Class C leader. That's the Hayes BMW.
Yes. It is. Yes, that is car 24. So they're a couple of laps down on the leader now, but still 9.4 seconds to go for the next car in that class. There's our Class B leader as well, Alex Wilkinson-Hughes, just being lapped by Paul Simerson there. He's in third place, 26 seconds off the lead of the race as we are into the middle third of the race now. 1 hour and 17 minutes left to go.
Just had a confirmation from Josh in the pit lane that it was tyre damage on the Fenwick car that brought it in the first time. So the unscheduled stop was for tyre damage.
Okay. That's Michael Downey going through a shot in that familiar orange number 76 Porsche box that he's been racing for quite a few years now. Real stalwart of the championship. I mean, I've not been keeping the statistics, but he's probably done more Club Enduro races than an awful lot of people have. Over the years, he's been pretty loyal to it. I can't think of many races that he's missed.
No, when I did Club Enduro in 2019, we were in a Boxster, and Michael was where we measured ourselves against. So it's nice to see him still out there, and like I say, he's really had a challenging weekend, but he's just quietly going about his business at the minute. He's running 6th in class and keeping it clean.
Chris Etheridge still has David Blakey only just behind him. I think Etheridge has been delayed a bit by, I say back marks, that's unfair, slower cars. In the performance for Class B, third place car of Alistair Lindsay, for example, as they come down the straight. And here's Packer, is that car that's sort of 10 or more laps down, but still lapping competitively in terms of Class B times, and he's just ahead of Simon Mason, isn't he, on the road?
Yeah, we've got the Blakey car seems to have picked up a little bit here, and we've got the sort of 7th, 8th and 9th cars in class with Etheridge and the Cook Cooper in front of them have all closed up here at this stage of the race. So we've got battle on for 7th, and maybe that was drawn together a little bit by the sort of multi-class traffic, but it's just made for a little bit of excitement here. 45 minutes in.
The 171 car we saw there of Jody House, that car now up into 19th position, 5th in Class B, having started voluntarily from the pit lane. Jody Packer there keeping out of the way, I think, of some of the Class A cars as they come through. Mindful of the fact he's not really in this race now, so although he's keen to get the mileage and he doesn't want to disrupt the race for anybody else. Here's the race leading club. I've not seen too much of it on the live stream. Number 100, Rob Baker. He's been well out in front. The lead is now stretched to more than 10 seconds, I think, for the first time in this race now, over Simon Mason in second place. Of course, Baker, of course, very experienced in Civic Cup. He was successful. His area motorsport team running cars across a number of different disciplines now. And here's an example of the refuelling, and this is the Robert Rand car. This is the fuel gun.
Yeah, so this is one of the sort of faster fill systems that you'll see. It's still quite heavily modified, the intake position very high, and they've got the vents on the can there, so it'll bring air in to put the fuel in quicker. And all this gives the team more time to get the driver strapped into the car. Obviously, it's a lot harder to get out of the TCR car because there's so much more roll cage involved, and they're usually very deep seats and what have you. So giving the drivers more time to get in and out, and the team more time to get the clasps done up on the belts is it's important with the fuel system to make sure you can build that time in.
Here is the 183 car that is going through, which is Stephen and Edward Cook, which again is not the car that I've got on my interest, but this is now a Cooper rather than an Audi TT. This was originally touted, I think they have been out in an Audi TT in previous events, but that's now looking very much like a Cooper to me. And they're becoming ubiquitous, aren't they? Every car, is no longer the car it's supposed to be. It seems to be a Cupra. They're taking over the world.
Yeah, they certainly the early generation TCR cars, there were so many more of them than there was of any other model as the other manufacturers picked it up. So typically the TCR cars that make it to this series are sort of earlier generation or maybe just singularly previous generation, but they're all still competitive. You've obviously got the Mason by Allen car running well. That's one of the older models available. So it's the Blakey car really does seem to have picked up. He's now made a move on Etheridge, although Etheridge slowing out of the hairpin there and coming to a stop on the exit of the corner. Could do with being a bit further from the track. If he's going to stop, then he's really got it in an awkward spot.
Well, he is, and you can see there that is almost on the racing line, isn't it? In fact, it should be on the racing line completely, but the drivers were wanting to use that bit of runoff area, weren't they, on the exit of the corner?
Yeah, we'll maybe call that the low-cost line. Is that the one?
We're not here this weekend.
No. So yeah, that's going to be an awkward one. If he can't get that refired, or at least out of the way, I dare say that's close. Well, it's certainly in a dangerous spot. That we could be looking at a safety car.
We saw there Will Puttergill in the pit lane to hand over to Chris Nyland from the number 83 car. They were. Well, they've now dropped down to 10th position. I think they were inside about the top 6, weren't they? And we are now getting a safety car. That's appeared on my race log. I don't think it's yet appeared on the timers, but I think we are going to get the safety car scrambled for this. Yeah, there we are. Light panels confirm it. And that had a feeling of inevitability about it because, yeah, Chris Etheridge's car is still there, just off the edge of the circuit. So that's a great shame because that was a car that was running really well up in the top 10, it's about 7th place I think it was. Motion Motorsport teamer on the ground underneath the back of the car. It looks like an issue with the exhaust possibly being attended to there.
Yeah, it looks like maybe one of the mounts has failed. It sat very low there. One of the things about this safety car rule with this series, we've got the Rand Cupra, the green and gold Cupra number 47, now being driven by Greenwood, is stuck behind the safety car at the end of the pit lane. Unable to join until the leader and the trainers come past. So
yeah, because the safety car will go out to pick up the leader, won't it? But they will have to wait, presumably, because the red lights will be on until the train of cars has gone through. So they'll lose quite a bit of time there, I would think, because of that.
Yeah, it's a shame. And we've got another car that has come in to make its pit stop, but that's unless it's going into the garage, that's really going to cost them. It's the number 49 Lotus. Where was that running? That was 12th in Class A. That's the Lassett car, or Laslett car, sorry. So yeah, it does come with a penalty to be in the pit lane, and at the end of the pit lane there, the Greenwood car's driven past, got out behind the safety car, past the red light, and they're going to need a marshal to tell them when it's safe to go now.
No, well, I'm not sure we should be doing that either, which is reversing down pit lane, but the marshal is having a word with the driver anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure it rolled backwards in neutral. I think that's what I saw.
It's ever the diplomat. But the safety car is now out on circuit, so it should pick up the race leader because he is just turning his way, Rob Baker, through Riches. There'll be there we go. There he is. I think about 4 cars between the safety car and the race leader, maybe 5 cars that will eventually be waved through. I mean, it shouldn't take too long to recover the car. Whether it can be towed or needs a lift remains to be seen. In fact, how long it takes to do the recovery, but it's not like it's sort of heavily damaged. There it is on the exit of the hairpin.
Yeah, and the drivers this is going to benefit. You've got Wayne Lawson, who had fallen back now to around sort of 50 seconds away, is going to have all of that gap removed up to Rob Baker, and when the cars can make their scheduled pit stops, they're going to make this 30-second penalty back up. So this has fallen really into their hands, and Simerson, who does have a penalty but a much shorter, this is really going to flip our top few cars.
Yeah, obviously there's always a risk in these races that you do get a safety car and the best laid plans and all the gaps that you've pulled out, they come to nothing in the end. Obviously the factor is you're going to have traffic, you're going to have slower cars between the cars on the leading laps. Of course, so that is something to bear in mind as well. That takes a bit of time to clear. That's something to think about. I guess the question is, what's the strategy going to be? Because I suspect by the time we get to the end of this safety car period, we're going to be more or less halfway through the race. So do you think that teams will come in fairly soon after the safety car period is over?
I think we'll see a lot of cars on the lap that it comes in. I think that's maybe you spotted. I think that's Johnny Hayes, isn't it? That's the second place BMW in Class C. With the door open, probably just to try and cool down. It has gotten very warm here, and our commentary door's blown shut, so we're getting very warm in here now. So I'm sure it's the same out there in the cars, just driving around in little greenhouses at the speeds they're doing. This does give the drivers a little chance to reset. You've obviously got drivers like Michael Downey, we can see there, who's driving solo. It's going to be hot work in that Boxster, so he's got a little moment to try and reset himself. So it's like I say, I think we'll see a lot of cars in, but it's hard to know the strategy for Baker here. Obviously they've got this long stop ahead. You'd fancy the least time you'd lose is on a lap everyone's sort of shuffling around and getting up to speed, but it's certainly not going to be 30 seconds that they lose. It might be like 4 or 5 seconds slower that lap, but strategically he's handing over to a very capable teammate in Scott Parkin, but they're going to be up against Pickford in the Audi. And we've got the Simerson car that we know the pace that's doing, because it's going to be the same driver. So it's really going to throw the second half of the race into a little bit of chaos until probably it's been about 20 minutes for it all to shake out.
Right, I think we can probably go down to pit lane at the moment, and very shortly we'll hear from Josh Barrett, where I think he's got someone to talk to.
Alton Park, so dislocated shoulder, but excellent physio, got me back on the grid, which is really good. So yeah, nice to be back here more than anything else.
How are you finding driving after that incident?
Yeah, driving's absolutely fine. So although the shoulder can't take loads of weight, it was really mobile, so driving just the same as normal, no extra pain. So yeah, really good, and always a pleasure to be out here. So yeah, immensely happy.
The team had to work on the car during the course of that pit stop. Do you know what the problem with the exhaust was?
Yeah, I think the exhaust just came loose. I don't know if we've had a bit of a breakage as well. We seem to be a little bit down on power there also. We've patched it back up, but then of course we've boxed and there's a safety car, so I think that's kind of done us for the race as well, because now we're just being held. So that's it's a real shame. So we got off to a good start, didn't quite have the power. We struggled all through testing with grip round here, so hopefully we can get a bit more luck in the second half of the race.
Yeah, because firstly, when the safety car was called, you think maybe that's a good thing, but then unfortunately the red light means that's not a good thing.
No, never in Club Enduro. Yeah, you don't want the safety car, and sometimes they can go for and against you, and it's gone against us today.
This year you've moved up into Class A with the Audi. Is it a big step up from the Civic?
Yes and no. So we had the Civic, in order to be competitive, we had it very on edge as a setup. So the Audi's actually much kinder, but because all the TCRs are relatively straightforward to drive, to get a quick lap time out of them is quite hard. So it's like a different challenge.
And is this a challenge you're looking to continue perhaps into next season?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So yeah, so we've got the car now, and this season we wanted to be competitive, which we are. But more than anything, it was also getting to grips with the car, getting the setup how we like it, and then a real push for a title hopefully next year.
And this partnership you've got with Chris Nyland seems to be working nicely with the two of you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's we used to race against each other in the Type R Trophy. That's how we met. And he's a superb driver. I learn an awful lot from him. He sets great times. And yeah, we're good mates now. So yeah, it's really, really nice to race with him.
Well, I hope the rest of the season goes well for you.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
So there's Will Particle out of the 83 Motion Motorsport Audi.
Thank you very much, Josh. Still behind the safety car here, still waiting for Chris Etheridge's BMW to be recovered from the exit of Wilson Hairpin. Just give you a quick rundown on the order. Pip's probably spotted a few things that this safety car will mean for the range of the race, but we'll run down on the order at the moment. 100 is the leader, Rob Baker. 23 is in second, Simon Mason. Third is number 55, Paul Simerson. Fourth is number 19, Wayne Lawson. Fifth is number 1, Oliver Harris. Sixth is 183, which is Edward Cook. Seventh is 111, David Blakey. Eighth is 117, Martin Gadsby. Ninth is the 97 car of Alex Wilkinson Hughes, who leads Class B. And rounding out the top 10 is 101, which is Nick Grove. And then second in Class B, in 12th overall, is an 11th overall is number 14, Stuart Mead. In 12th overall, third in Class C is number 46, Alistair Lindsay. Class C is being headed by the car in 14th overall. That is is Charlie Hayes, I should say, from second place, Johnny Hayes, 66, and third in that class is Ethan Simmons, number 41, third Janetta, Pip.
Yeah, but the curiosity of this safety car is it's come out just ahead of Charlie Hayes in the number 24 BMW in the lead of Class C, and of course second place the yellow BMW, the Johnny Hayes car is behind Rob Baker. So when this wave around happens, they're going to gain nearly a lap on the whole field. So that's really worked out well for them with the safety car. It's as I say, you can't game the safety car in terms of getting a cheap pit stop out of it, but it could potentially split the field the way it has done here.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Obviously, this sort of safety car is there to manage the sort of race as a whole, and it can't really distinguish between class battles. The wave through has happened now. The few cars that were stranded behind it are now being released, and Rob Baker is now the car immediately behind the safety car that you could probably see in the background of shot. Selfridge's BMW's on the low loader. That has been taken away to the paddock after that broke about 10 minutes or so ago.
Yeah, so they're slowing the field right down here to try and get going again this lap. We saw this earlier with the Mazda 7 race. Because it's such a long lap here, the cars that have been released may not catch the back of the train, and you're going to have cars that are out of position, well not out of position, but behind. The lead of that train of cars that's gone round is a Class C car, so if there's any A's or B's behind it, they're still not going to be able to overtake till they get to the line. So it's going to be a little bit frustrating for anybody who's behind Hayes, who's kind of out of position. We've got a couple of cars still catching the train as well that have come past the commentary point there, but they're going to get all this time back as well. It's difficult. I found myself in the position myself before, and we do have safety car lights off, and Baker's holding them very slowly round Corham. It looks like he just took off now.
Yeah, so possibly they're certainly not going to catch the back of the safety car train either. But as you say, Rob Baker has taken off there. We're watching the 49 car heading back round. That's the Laslett Lotus Exige, but we're going to get a green flag, I think, as the cars come across the line this time. Rob Baker's, he's aced this restart, hasn't he? He's miles ahead of anybody else as the green flag waves with 61 minutes of the race left. He's obviously not got Class A cars behind him, so no surprise that he was able to pull out a decent gap, but he's gone storming off into the distance. I mean, the gap to Simon Mason is down to 6.3 seconds, but I guess that could have been an awful lot worse for Rob Baker after a safety car.
Yeah, he's, like I say, he really backed the field up there, and you can see some of the gaps are a little bit disingenuous because we've had a lot of lapping going on, so there's cars out of position and stuff. But he's more or less restored his gap to second place, so that's good going. It's the gap beyond second place that he's lost. Is this gap back to Simonson and Lawson, who don't have the length or in Lawson's case, any penalty to serve. And we've got another car off.
And that's Class B leader as well. It's the 97 car of Alex Wilkinson-Hughes that's pulling off onto the grass. That is on the exit of Riches. I'm just looking out of the window. It looks like it's pulling back onto the circuit, possibly. So it might be able to get back round to the paddock, but that's disaster for the Class B leader. So that is going to mean that into the lead of Class B is going to go Stuart Mead in the Volkswagen Scirocco.
Yeah, that's a strange one, really, to have done some low-speed laps like that behind the safety car and then to fail on getting going again. But that's really opened up Class B, which was looking like a one-car race at the very front, because the rest of them are all fairly close together.
Yep, so Stuart Mead going through into the lead. That car with Mark Lloyd Jones. Stuart Mead won at Silverstone in the second event of the season as far as Class B is concerned. We'll keep an eye on what's going on with that Mazda.
I'd have seen that was the safety car in lap, wasn't it? And there has been on our timing screen to change the position between two cars, so I'm not sure how that's quite going to go down. I won't out them by number on the on the stream, but that gap for Charlie Hayes, because they got released so late, the Class C leaders, it's smaller than it possibly could have been, but he's got this mighty margin now. It's going to be close to 25 seconds, I think, over the sister BMW of Johnny Hayes.
So Wayne Lawson into the pits to hand over to James Pickford, even with 58 minutes to go. I suspect we might see a few cars coming in. One of the Ginettas coming in there, I can see as well. Also Stuart Mead, I think, as well. Yeah,
we've got Wayne Lawson in, so this is critical now for the race. race. We've got we know James Pickford's going to jump in and he set that pole position time, and as they came in previous lap, they were only sort of 14-15 seconds behind the leaders. So this is the race now for these guys. They've got to get Wayne out of the car and then ready it for the refueling.
So John Dundee come in as well in his Ginetta. There you can see the wheelchair ready for Wayne to get into, and he wheels himself away from the car. The car door is closed, and that means that they'll be able to start refueling. There, of course, uses hand controls. Hand over for the second half of the race to James Pickford. So a few cars starting to come in. Rob Baker on the last lap, first lap after the restart, did the best lap of the race. I'm trying to read what that was, but it's getting increasingly hard to do that because of the sun reflecting on the screen as the Wilkinson Hughes car comes into the pits.
Yeah, and it's parked as if it's scheduled, so I don't know what happened there at the start. Maybe it was actually a moment. We only saw the sort of aftermath of it pulling away from the circuit, so whether it was that was actually collecting and returning to the racing surface rather than a problem. They do have the bonnet up on that car, so perhaps for inspection before they refuel.
Maybe on colder tyres after the safety car laps, it just skated off the circuit at Rich's possibly.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. It's or maybe just in the chaos of all the different classes being together in the same place could have been it. But we've got a. I'm just looking to see if that's a battle for position or not. I think that the Chris Nyland Audi there is probably a lap down after that unfortunate pit stop. We've got another penalty, have we? Or a black and white flag, sorry, for car number 83.
And that's the particular Nyland car, isn't it? So that's just a warning at this stage regarding exceeding track limits. We can see on the inset there the 97 car, which is now being refueled. So they are hoping to get that Mazda MX-5 back into the race. It'll be interesting to see how that goes in the second half with Dave Connell getting aboard the number 97 car, the automotive design engineer from Brackley, who's been racing for 5 years.
Yeah, lots of takers down here in the pits now. It's getting quite crowded down there. Obviously, the cars have to park at 45 degrees just in case they were all to come in at once to give everybody the best chance of making the stop. So the order's going to get quite chaotic here, and we'll have some driver updates as well for changeovers. But it's going to take a while now for this all to shake out into a definitive order.
Yes, Stromming Camel Motorsport car is in, so that is Nick Grove, I think, to hand over to Carlo Turner for the second half of the race. Great team name that.
Yeah.
And then we've got the Lotus coming towards us. This is one of the Class C front runners, so this is Ethan Simmons, I think, still in that car. I don't think that car's yet been into the switch stop. No, it hasn't. Andrew Cooper from Suffolk will be in for the second half of the race. I suspect that car might be in quite soon. And yeah, just James Pickford just heading out of the pit lane beneath our commentary position at the moment. And also out goes the Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani car. So Paul Subiani now at the wheel of that one.
Yeah, so that's a car that's leading the overall championship on points, at least before drop scores. So they've been hampered by that safety car because they lost so much ground to the race leader, and they will have had a penalty to serve on the stop as well. So it's again, it's going to take a little while. We're going to have to wait until the Charlie Hayes car's stopped as well to see how that really affects the order. But just an update on those two cars that were held because they happened to be in the pits.
Yeah.
During that safety car period, the Puttergill Nyland car that was up in the top 10 overall is now down in 21st overall and 12th in class, and the Rand Greenwood Cooper that was down there directly behind the safety car for so long has dropped all the way to 27th overall and 14th in Class A, 5 laps down. So
well, you've got there the two Class C leaders effectively together at the moment on track, haven't you? You've got the 24 car right behind, so that's interesting how that's panned out.
Yeah, and they're having to get out the way a little bit of Rob Baker, who is obviously trying to set a pace that will sort of try and negate this penalty that's going to be coming up in the pit stop. But it's probably cost him a little bit of time cutting through those 3 BMWs.
That's right. So we saw the Wilkinson Hughes and Dave Connell car. Now Dave Connell should be aboard, getting out back into the race. So we'll see how the MX-5 feeds back into things after its grassy moment at Rich's straight after the restart. What a big lock up there for one of them into Brundle. I think it was actually the 66 car, Paul Sobbiani, that was the one lock up there. Yes, it was. And now we've got the Class A E30 between the two Class C front runners.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's difficult for Sobbiani. Obviously, he's the entering driver who's not done a warm-up lap, who's not done a lap yet since this morning. So he had to come out and try find the pace quickly, which he looks to have done. I mean, that's the class leader behind the E30 between. So obviously, he found a little bit of pace straight away, but pushing on to see where the limits are.
Around about 2/3 of drivers have now been in to make their stop, I would say. But we're still waiting for Rob Baker to make his stop, and Simon Mason and Paul Simerson. They need to make their stops. Class B, Stuart Mead did come in, didn't he, to hand over to Tim Hartland. So they made their stop around about the same time as the MX5 of Lawrence Hughes and Connell did. So pick up where they are in the scheme of things. There's the number 7 car, Nathan Stevens, and Andrew Boland. So Andrew Boland, I think, going to take that car over for the second part of the race.
Yeah, we've just had notification of a stop-go penalty for car number 7 for an overtake before the control line. There were a few close calls there. That's a Class A car for Stevens and Rowland. So that's a shame for them. That's going to cost them a lot of time, especially if they've not made their scheduled stop yet as well.
Looks like probably we're going to see Mead and Hartland as the best of the stoppers in Class B. Best of the stoppers in Class A. It's a bit harder to say at this point. Looking like it is going to be James Pickford, I think, as we're watching the two BMWs together again. So the one car which has yet to make its stop, or has it now? No, that is back out, isn't it? I think. After it stopped, so that's now Jack Collins in that car, and it's still and also having made the stop is the 111 car, so that's now Josh Lawton aboard the black BMW.
Yeah, and that's for position as well. That's for 6th in class, as we've got a new fastest lap and a new lap record for Pickford in the orange Audi, who's just done a 2:02.5, so just under the old previous record held by Will Stacey.
Yeah, so he's gone through there and got a new lap record. I mean, that was coming, I think, wasn't it? Judging by the time he set in practice when he did a 2:00.856. So he's got 1.7 seconds slower than that. But of course, there's traffic to do with him. It'd be interesting to see what James Pickford can do then in this second half of the race. Best of the stoppers, as I say, can he be a threat to any of those that have yet to make their stops, like Baker and Parkin and Mason Allen and Paul Simerson as well? May well be, I should suspect, in the later part of the race.
Yeah, it's of the other Class A cars that the stops are going along there. Pickford's got probably by now a 30-second lead over Jack Collins and Lawton in the 111 M3 there. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to seem such a long time when that Baker car comes in for that stop with 30 seconds. We have had the Class C leaders in as well. Hayes and Bruce. Should be Bruce in the car now for the second half. They've rejoined. Oh no, they haven't rejoined yet. They're still
there, I think. As is what became the second place car in Class C, which is Simmons and Cooper, which is the car that we're just seeing there on screen on the inset. So yeah, BMW I think is still in there as well. Yet to go back out into the race. So it'll be interesting to see where that feeds into everything. In comes Johnny Packer, number 5, after his, I think his third visit to the pits, I think, at least, after his various dramas in the earlier stages.
Yeah, that car's been setting a good pace since it went back out, so whatever problem they've had, I was going to say they seem to have sorted, but it looks as if Johnny's rolled it back into the garage again, unfortunately.
We just saw on the screen there Dave Connell now, the number 97 MX5. So now they're back to it. It looks like they are 7th in Class B, but there's 1 or 2 cars, I think, ahead of them that have yet to make their stops. It's going to be something like 5th, I think, in Class B, having had that drama which is immediately after the restart. The erstwhile Class C leader has gone back out into the race, so that's now going to be the number 24 car, which is Marcus Bruce in the Shropshire Body Shop Limited E36 328 back out into race. And it looks like David Downey here, Michael Downey, she says, got big problems here, Pip.
Oh yeah, that looks very turbulent. Well, saying that, maybe it's could be a little bodywork rub if he's had some contact, but because he doesn't look to slow down at all, as we lose another car at the same time, the number 50 Class B car.
Yeah, that is the car which I think is now being driven by Simon Glenn, having taken over from Mason Boone, trying to pull off as far away from the track as he possibly can do. But that BMW, I think you said earlier on, these were quite reliable cars, but didn't always prove to be the case.
Yeah, that smoke from the Downey car looks almost sided, doesn't it? It's certain corners it goes away, so possibly unrelated events, but I can't tell if that car looks like it's got a crease in it somewhere.
No, not sure about that. As we've got beneath us the 63 car going back out into the race, which is the Ryan Chong addition to the programme. He's running in a 27th position at the moment.
Yeah, just lap record progress. Pickford went ever so slightly quicker again on that previous lap, 500ths quicker again, so just incrementally working on that lap record at the moment.
Well, Dave Connell goes across the line again and is lapping quite quickly, within 5,000ths of the best lap that car has done in this race, so no effect, I don't think, for the Mazda MX-5 after its moment earlier on, and it's got past one more car, I think, within that class, so heading back towards the Class B podium possibly before the end of the race. Another car that's just doing a personal best lap is the Jack Collins car, as it now is, car number 1. That's the 204.451, which is faster than most of the cars on track at the moment, other than James Pickford.
Yeah, and we had a change for position in Class A that time as well, up near the front. Simonson moved up to second place, so the Porsche up to second on the road, and we're now being informed they're both into the pits.
Yeah, I can see that they're heading down pit lane towards our commentary position now. Simonson slots in just moments after Simon Mason does so. Simon Mason's going to hand over to Chris Byron. Paul Simpson will get out of the car, have a cup of coffee or something, and then get back in, and he will we'll see where he feeds in when it hands over to Chris Byron. But let's head down to the pit lane now, and we'll hear from Josh Barrett.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, we're down here with Alex Wilkinson-Hughes, who was leading Class B, I think, for much of that stint, Alex, but perhaps the last lap after the safety car didn't quite go to plan?
No, not at all. So we had a good start. We did lose the place to Packer, but we knew it was going to be tough today because we had a 30-second success penalty and he didn't have any penalty. So he wasn't really our race. We thought, okay, we'll tuck in and follow along. He's had problems, so we thought, okay, could be going our way today, could get P1. Built, I think, 30-second lead, something like that. It was really comfortable, feeling good. And then, yeah, the safety car came out, got rid of all that advantage. And as we were coming around for the restart, coming up the start-finish straight, just cut out on me, so I was coasting up the start-finish. You know, managed to get out of the way of everyone, which I was happy about, because there's a load of Class A cars waiting to come through. Pulled over at the first marshal, out the way, and then managed to get it started again. Went round Agostini, cut out again. Restart, managed to get back to the pit, and fingers crossed it's going all right now.
So do you actually know what the problem was?
So we do suffer with a bit of a problem where the swirl pot gets really hot, and we think it's then like vaporising the fuel, because if we've been testing and we've been held in the pit lane a long time, we can struggle. But so I think through the safety car the heat just built up, and yeah, it could have cost us. But I think we've got a good 50 minutes left. So hopefully Dave can really put the lap times in, and he might claw it back, you don't know.
The cars seem to be really quick nowadays. Something like that win at Oulton Park last year, ever since then it's been one of the quickest cars in the class.
Yeah, last year was a real battle, so we missed this round last year because we just couldn't get the reliability. We needed a weekend off to enjoy ourselves, but since Oulton Park we've really seemed to have nailed the reliability. This is a weird little glitch, I think, rather than a fundamental problem, so we'll work on it. But yeah, I think if we can get anything this weekend and then next weekend, we're really hopeful for the end of the year.
Tell us a bit about the developments, because it's certainly not a standard MX-5.
Oh no, so it's a shed build, as you call it. Dave's the real brains behind the operation on the aero. So it's got full Kevlar flat floor, it's got full carbon splitter, diffuser, even the wings homemade. It's all from 3D prints and moulds, our own carbon fibre stuff. All the cooling and everything, there's so much. Dave wakes up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat about some cooling, and then the next day he's 3D printed something and away we go. So the level of detail is really a testament to Dave getting us the reliability. I just turn up and drive and help him pass the spanners.
As it's Scuderia Dave, do we have to call you Dave on these weekends?
Yeah, I'm an honorary Dave. There was a previous Dave who I forced out of the team. So yeah, every 6 weekends I'm a Dave.
Well, I hope it's a Dave on the podium then.
Yeah, me too. We can all be a Dave if we try.
Well done, Alex.
Cheers.
So we've got more cars down in the pit lane either side of us. Pit stop's just coming to an end to our right, and we head back up to Ian as the Porsche heads out the track, back onto the track.
Yeah, thanks Josh and Paul Simerson getting back out into the race. We're hearing there from Alex Wilkinson Hughes with Josh Barrett. Dave Connell having taken over the Mazda MX-5 for the second half of the race, and that car is back up to 4th in Class B. Another place made up on the road on that lap, back up into 15th position overall as well. So Scuderia Dave live to fight another day.
Yeah, and he mentioned hopefully Dave can put some laps in. Dave certainly went out there straight away and did the team's best lap of the race so far with a 2:09. So we're pushing on. We did have the Class B leader in and back out. That's the Lindsay TT, has rejoined the race, still in the lead of Class B, ahead of the Armstrong BMW 330. So they've got some progress to make, but they're the fastest car on the track in class.
Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? Because Mead and Harlan I thought were going to come out in front, but what did they have to serve? They had a pit stop penalty, didn't they? I think to serve. They had 20 seconds extra to serve, so that's probably what's cost them the Class B lead. So it's Alistair Lindsay now that leads by about 9 seconds in that class and about 10 seconds over Mead and Harlan. So that kind of makes sense in terms of the impact of the. Is that the Chris Etheridge car getting back out into the race? I think it is. Having been brought back to the pits, I think it's getting back out into the race, and it's just turning into, which is good now as we're watching the race leading team in the pits. We're also watching the 49 Lotus being pushed down the pit lane. Looking like it's not going to go any further. But 100 Rob Baker in the pits now to hand over to Scott Parkin.
Yeah, and Michael Downey rejoining the race with some tape on the rear bumper. So maybe it wasn't anything too, hopefully anything too destructive on that car that got him the black and orange flag. But he's back in the race. They did try to push start this Lotus down here, number 49, but it's going back to the garage now for another go. How's Pickford doing in the long chase? So we're looking for the gap to the leader. He's coming over the line now. He's Pickford. So in theory, he's a lap behind. He's moved up to second overall in the race. But we know that we've got this incredibly long wait for the number 100 car for before Parkin can get back into the race. So
it's going to be close, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll see in about 2 minutes' time, won't we?
Yeah, absolutely right. What the order is, everyone has now made their stops, or is in the pits doing it now, other than the Chris Andrew Etheridge car, which of course puts its drawback into pits. That I don't think does count as one of its pit stops, so it's going to have to come in again. Into the penalty area below us comes the number 7 car. I don't think, is that one that should have a penalty?
That's the stop go for the safety car overtake.
That's that one, isn't it? Yes, that's right. So we're watching Pickford now. Making his way around and just coming up to lap Andrew Cooper in the Ginetta. He at the moment is on his way through Hamilton. The Golf that was leading the race, now going to be in the hands of Scott Parkin, is still in the pit lane. He's probably about a minute away from the end of the lap, I would think, something like that. At the moment, the number 19 car, James Pickford.
Yeah, and it only 16 seconds behind is the Simonson Porsche. So depending how. I sort of didn't clock when the time that the Golf came into the pits there. It could have 2 or 3 cars to try and work its way past.
Absolutely right. Still looking down to my left. No sign of the Golf being pushed back out into pit lane yet. The stop-go penalty has been served by car 7. The Stevenson Boland Lotus. I think it's Boland now at the wheel of that car. Here on our screens, the race leader. Is he going to be the race leader coming through? He's coming through Coram now. It's looking more and more like he is going to be the race leader, isn't it? Because James Pickford is now at Murray's. He's turning his way through the left-hander. He's going to be starting to accelerate his way up the centre straight. And the number 100 Golf is still stationary in the pit lane. So we've got ourselves a new race leader pit.
Yeah, and that's it's unfortunate for Baker and Parkin, who are now just rolling. So maybe they'll hang on to second. We're going to have the Porsche entering the start-finish straight any moment as Pickford's really cracking on. He's got to be a little bit careful with these track limits. It's been wide a couple of times and he's got plenty of traffic to go through. So the 100 Golf's hung on to second, but it's very close in the battle there with the Porsche.
So we have got 38 minutes to go. I'll give you a rundown on the order in just a few moments' time, just give everything a chance to settle down on our time screen. But there's the new race leader, we know that much. That's James Pickford then. He used to race Jedis, didn't he, back in the day at one point, I think. Thinking about the 30th anniversary celebrations from Jedi from a couple of meetings ago. That Michael Downey fix doesn't seem to have stopped the smoking, does it? There is some tape on the back of that car now, but there's still some rubbing of tyre going on by the looks of it on the Porsche Boxster.
Yeah, it definitely looks sided though. You can see it when the car's steered to the left, but not so much around the right-handers. So we'll see if there's any more activity. There's certainly a flag and an order of some description going out to somebody out there, but I can't quite see it from the angle we're at. What are we doing in the classes? So in B we've got Lindsay leading, who's currently lapping in the 2:14s, and the Mead Heartland Scirocco now back up to second in Class B, having just set its best lap on a 2:11. So that's another battle that could come together. There's only 4 seconds between those cars currently. On screen we've got the number 14, one of the, well that is the Scirocco, that's the Mead car that's really on the move, and that gap's gone, hasn't it? It's right on the tail of the Lindsay TT, so that could change in the next few seconds.
Yeah, looks like it's going to as they come across the timing line. Yeah, it is the Scirocco that is now back ahead, and that is through into the lead of Class B. I think we can go down to the pits again, and we'll hear from Josh Barrett.
So I'm down here with the erstwhile race leader Rob Baker. Rob leading the whole of that stint, but a frustrating safety car.
Yeah, I think it's happened to other people at previous races, so it happens. Yeah, our main concern was Simon Mason with gap stayed around 10 seconds after the start because I think they had a bit more traffic to get through at the start of the race than we did. Yeah, we had I think 50-60 second gap over others, but obviously the safety car closed that up. So James is an extremely fast driver. We'll see if Scott can chase him down, but yeah, you know, with what happened with the safety car, I think we're P2 when we've come out the pits, which is, yeah, see what Scott can do now.
And Scott's obviously come into the team for the last meeting, somebody who's raced different cars in the championship in the past.
Yeah, Scott's hired cars off us and done Spa with us many years ago in Club Enduro. So, yeah, he's been a friend since, and we've done other stuff together. So, I've had various drivers, friends and people we run in other cars in the car this year, so it's been fun. It's been the most fun I've had in Club Enduro. To say I've done it for 7 years. Lots of battles this year and close racing, so it's been really good.
You've been away for a few years. The people have been developing cars in that time. More competitive now than when you were last in it?
Yeah, I mean, previously in general there was the Rob Boston Lotus that used to be a couple of seconds of that faster, and then there was us, and then there was a gap back to, you know, the 3rd to 6th sort of pack, whereas as you've seen throughout the year, especially here and in road sports, you know, different winners with the regulation changes, pit stop penalties, it's made it much closer, which is, in all honesty, why we carried on doing it.
I think I just heard that Will Stacey lap record's gone in this race, so it shows you the pace of the cars nowadays. I think in qualifying, your times are sort of just 4 seconds off a TCR UK pole lap, and you're on treaded tyres, so that's all quite impressive.
Yeah, the team have done an amazing job with the car. It feels fantastic. You know, even an hour into the race, still relatively well balanced for tyres that have been punished in heat for an hour. So, yeah, really good.
You missed the first round of the championship. Yeah, you were sort of doing it with your mates, but now you've kind of put yourself in a championship position. So I guess you start thinking about that.
Yeah, we kind of missed the first one, so I didn't put myself under pressure for doing a championship. So I thought I won't do that one. Go and do Silverstone GP, which is a track I've always wanted to do in a TCR car. And then yeah, we did the next one, and here we are again. But it's mainly down to the competition in the paddock. You know, the grid's fantastic, best endurance grid in the UK. So yeah, we'll keep going for now.
It's great to have those 3 distinct classes in this championship. About some other championships, there's a bit of a mixture of things that all go together. Where this championship, each class is racing against itself.
Yeah, if you want competitive endurance racing, you come to this championship. that's it really.
Does that mean we might see more area motorsport cars back on the grid?
Yeah, we've already spoke to a few people that are still about from previous years, so we'll see what happens next year.
Thanks, Rob. Good luck for the rest of the race.
We'll get some water.
There's Rob Baker then out of what was the leading area motorsport Volkswagen Golf.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Josh. I'll give a quick rundown on the order at the moment, and Pip can give us some observations. Number 19 leading, Lawson and Pickford, so James Pickford now aboard. Though on the last lap, the gap did come down to Scott Parker in second place, so about 14 seconds between them. So 19 the leader, 100 in second place. In third place, 55, Paul Simonson. In fourth place, number 1, Jack Collins. In fifth place, 111, Josh Lawton. In sixth place, the number 183 car, which is now Stephen Cook. Seventh is 117, Ian Jones. Eighth is number 10, Andrew Shepherd. Ninth is number 83, Chris Nyland. And rounding out the top 10, the 101 car of Carlo Turner. As into the pits comes the Class C leading car. Just as I interrupt myself to tell you that, because that is coming down the pit lane and it's coming in to serve a penalty by the looks of it, Pip.
Yeah, that's another penalty. We just had the Halson Osman E30 come in and serve a stop. What's this one for?
It's for overtaking under the safety car, so it's a 60-second stop-and-go penalty for the Class C leader. It's Marcus Bruce now at the wheel of that car, and they were only 30 seconds ahead of Paul Subiani, who's second in that class. I'll just carry on the order for you. In 11th place overall, the Class B leader, number 14, Tim Hartland. 46, Alistair Lindsay second. And third in that class, the Owen Armstrong, number 28 car. Class C, well, that's going to change now. It has changed on our timing screens, in fact. So it's now Paul Subiani, number 66, that leads. Thomas Stedman, Michael Hooper, that will now be number 333 in second place. And up to third place within that class has gone Andrew Cooper. So there's only about, there's 30 seconds maybe separating the leaders in that class. But crucially, dropping off the podium, Pip, is the number 24 car.
Yeah, and that's a shame. That was part of that group that got released, wasn't it? That bit from behind the safety car. I'm not sure how he could have overtaken anybody because he was at the head of that group. So unless somebody passed and he repassed, I can't really see how that could have happened. But there you go. Unless it was before they actually caught the safety car, possibly, because obviously there was a delay getting the safety car to the track and the boards were already out. So it could have been something that occurred before they were in the queue.
Yeah, absolutely right. So that's the situation there. Another car that was in the pit lane for a very long time was the 23 car, the Simon Mason and Chris Byallen car.
Yeah, that seemed to not actually get back out and rejoin. It came in that battle, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it has gone out now.
Yeah.
Very belatedly after a 16-minute lap. So it lost about 11 minutes, I would say, in the pit lane.
Yeah, what a shame, because that car was going so well. It was very competitive, and obviously Rob Baker in his interview identified it as the one they were worried about for position. So it's a shame it's gone that way. The gap between the current leaders for Lawson and for Pickford and Parkin as it is now is sort of ebbing and flowing around the sort of 15-second mark. We just had an update from Josh that the delay on that TCR was for a starter motor. So it's hard with these. You can't bump start these sequential cars. They have to be started sort of the conventional way. So just a little difficulty of the modern world there.
Absolutely right. So what have we got? We've got only half an hour of the race left to go. We're 75% of the way through already. It's flown by this race, hasn't it? It's been full of drama, and there might still be more to come because the gap between the two leaders is 14 seconds and it's ebbing and flowing. On the last lap, Scott Parkin was a bit quicker than the race leader James Pickford, so we'll see what he can do. And he can't afford to, rest easy either, because Paul Simonson is only 3.5 seconds behind him in the Porsche, so we need to watch out for that. On screen at the moment, watching the battle for 8th place between Andrew Shepherd and Chris Nyland in the Cupra and the Audi respectively.
Yeah, and that's the sort of penalty notification on our timing screens has disappeared for that car, so I don't know if they've been able to argue it or if it's been served during a pit stop, if that's the case. But that's a good recovery for a car that's made an extra pit stop to be back in the top 10 and fighting with another competitive entry.
That's right. So 8th and 9th being disputed there, and with 30 minutes or 29 minutes left to go, are they going to catch anybody? Possibly not, because it's sort of 52 seconds up the road, I think, to the Gadsby and Jones BMW. Ian Jones now taking over that car, which is the quicker of the two drivers, and that car that was in the wars yesterday. There's the car that was leading, now in second place. Scott Parkin, having taken over from Rob Baker, just ahead actually of the number 14 Scirocco, which is the Class B leading car of Tim Hartland.
Yeah, that blistering pace that Pickford had very early in that, since coming out of the pits, maybe that's just tempered by the fact that the tyres had a moment to cool down and now they're hot again, and possibly a driver of Pickford's experience would extract the maximum straight away. On that time round, Pickford, who'd sort of dropped to the 205s, maybe that was traffic based, had come round in a 203, and Parkin with a 206 that time. We did see he had some traffic, so this gap sort of just kind of flowing around the 15-second mark. It's grown on that lap, but again, it seems dependent on the traffic.
Paul Simerson has got a 5-second time penalty. I think that's new information, isn't it? And that is going to be for track limits infringement, I would think. So that is going to cost him in terms of the sort of positions he might gain on Scott Parkin, because he was 2.6 seconds behind him on net times. That's now going to be 7.6. He's got a fair distance in hand over Jack Collins.
And that's the Storming Camel car. That's the 101 that's suddenly pulled off the track and sort of driven itself almost back into a position of of a problem, hasn't it? It's more at the entry to Oggies now than the exit of the corner before.
Can only presume that the Storming Camel car's got the hump and is out of the race, it would seem. Yeah, it's quite in a very odd position, that, isn't it? Between Palmer and Oggies.
Yeah, you see what the driver was trying to do with the barrier. Just the barrier only separates two halves of the track, so you sort of see the idea, but that sort of made it sort of rather dangerous from both sides, unfortunately.
Yeah, so that may well need an intervention, I suspect, if that car doesn't get going. There's got 26 and 3/4 minutes of the race after the other. So that could make things interesting if we had something to close up the gaps a bit. I mean, obviously there's going to be back marks between all of the cars now, but that could be interesting from the point of view of Scott Parkin, I guess, and not good news either for Paul Simerson, who might now have cars that get to within 5 seconds of him after things get compressed, if that happens, of course.
Yeah, I mean, there's nobody rushing out to that BMW, so there is one marshal on the way now, so it's a really tricky spot, that, because there's a little gap in the fence if they can get it into there, but that's a big heavy car for one hero in orange to push alone, so hopefully they can get that moved and we can keep this race going naturally, but it would set up some intrigue in the latter stages. We'll have to try and see how many cars are between our leader and second place, because that might give Pickford potentially a cushion or not, depending how the safety car falls.
Yeah, if the safety car falls as well, but we're assuming that it might need some kind of intervention. Not notified of anything yet. And the Thomas is saying it's pulled off in a safe position, which I find a little bit surprising. That's that being the description of that. Anyway, we're watching James Pickford on our screen now, number 19, the Motion Motorsport car, leading the way in this Jaguar Club Enduro Championship race. There is the Carlo Turner out of the car. And he's going to get behind the barriers even if the car can't. Looking at as a reminder of the results so far this season, I don't think we've yet had a win for the car that's leading, Wayne Lawson and James Pickford, at the moment.
Yeah, the gap between second and third's come down quite dramatically there. Simerson should be right on the back of the Parkin Golf, although he does have the penalty to serve. We got the Michael Downey car into the pits again, and that's a shame because after a very difficult weekend for Downey, it looks to have come to an end with a half an hour short.
Yeah, that's a great shame. Yeah, best of second so far this season for the car on screen at the moment, which is the James Pickford and Wayne Lawson car, which is just coming up to put a lap on the 183 car, which is Stephen Cook now at the wheel of that particular Cupra.
Yeah, and that car's been losing some time lap per lap and is going to come under pressure soon from the Gadsby Jones BMW that's making some hay. So the gap's still fairly hefty, but at the rate of catch, it's going it's going to happen fairly soon. Jones coming over the line now will just confirm that gap, but that's down to less than 20 seconds, and it was about 40 only a couple of laps ago. So not sure if something's wrong with that car or it's just a discrepancy between the drivers.
Maybe. So we are looking at a 10-second penalty now, also added to the time of car 10, Andrew Shepherd. So that's now going to be 15 seconds in total added to the time of that car for another track limits infringement. This is the danger. They do mount up as the race goes on, of course.
Yeah, we've had a jump. The Dave Connell Mazda March is on. Is now up to third in class and only 10 seconds behind the Lindsay TT. So it's not out of the realms of possibility that could even close up to the lead Heartland Scirocco by the end at the pace they're going.
No, I mean on the last lap, similar lap time to the Lindsay car, but capable of lapping more than 3 seconds a lap faster than the Lindsay Audi TT, that car. So it may well be that there is a change there for at least second place before the end, if not for the class win. So that would be a good comeback for Scuderia, Dave, if they can do it. There is that car in second place in Class B at the moment, Alistair Lindsay. Solo drive, of course, in the Audi TT.
Yeah, the very next car behind is the Dave Connell car, just on its way around Agostini. So there's clear track between the two, so at least we can visually see that gap from our commentary box. So Lindsay's done a good job here, though. It's been a good consistent drive as somebody who's perhaps not had the consistency on that lap. That's Jones, isn't it, in the 117, who's gone straight on under the bridge, but rejoined without too much worry by the look of it, just back into the gas and just ahead of our second place car.
Okay, and a 5-second penalty now for particular Nyland, I think, for track limits. Don't think we've mentioned that either. Just the situation in Class C, that's being led now by Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani, and they have a 28-second lead over Tom Stedman and Michael Hooper, who's driving that car now, and it's Ethan Simmons and Andrew Cooper third. The Charlie Hayes and Marcus Bruce car, that is 19 seconds behind third place, so it doesn't look like that's going to get back on the podium, I don't think, although they'll have to be a couple of seconds a lap faster, so might just about be a possibility of catching them before the end of the race.
Yeah, it's worth the push, certainly. They're obviously going to be driving frustrated after the penalty there. And we know that car's quick. It's taken the lap record in the class so far during this race, so Bruce will be on it, and he's obviously taking a couple of seconds off at a lap at the moment. So yeah, there's still some podium intrigue in Class C, and and in all the classes at the minute.
Yeah, absolutely right. We'll keep an eye on what's going on in the respective class battles. We'll probably do a little bit of spreadsheet work in a moment, just to try and see how things are working out from a points point of view. But as we are getting to the business end of the season, only one more meeting to go after this one for the Tiki World Cup Enduro Championship. Of course, last year the final round was fogged off at Donington Park. We're back there again for the finale on the same weekend this season, so hopefully the same fate won't befall us. There's Ian Jones going through, and he's got Scott Parkin behind him on the road. Scott Parkin with Paul Simpson only 1.6 seconds behind him now, so Paul Simerson in the 55 car, the 49-year-old from Leicester in his 8th season of racing. He's racing the Ferrari Challenge UK and Europe as well. And his Porsche run by Simon Green Motorsport, a car in third position and going strong as takes the fight to the car in second.
Yeah, the times are sort of equalled out there, haven't they? They're all sort of lapping in the 2:04s. Then you've got Jones, who's been able to keep time with the leading cars. There's a little story of what might have been even after that moment, who's also lapping in the 2:04. So there's some quick cars around. You've got Nyland doing the same sort of times as well, despite the penalty and being down in 8th place. So a lot of drivers still pushing on, and you've got Mead and Heartland have responded in Class B now that the probably had the threat identified that the MX-5 on the chase of Dave Connell is approaching at a rate of 2 seconds a lap. So that gap's coming down. That's only 16 seconds between the top 3 in Class B. And you've got some responses in Class C as well. The Cooper Ginetta's just done its best lap as they're pushing on for second and trying to hold the the charging sort of Bruce BMW that served that penalty from coming back up onto the podium?
Looks like if it stays this way, Class C champion is going to be decided in favour of Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani, but I don't think yet the overall title will be fully confirmed before Donington Park. But that's all subject to official confirmation. I think certainly with Baker and Parkin looking like they're going to get second place here, they should still be in contention going into the final meeting. There's that one car, the German Auto Works car, now being driven by Jack Collins, the M2. That car running in 4th position at the moment, about 29 seconds behind the Paul Simonson conference. So I don't think he's going to stand to benefit from the penalty applied to Paul Simmons's time, unless Paul exceeds track limits a little bit more in the last 80 minutes of the race.
Yeah, it looks like they've maybe sort of realised they're 4th unless something happens now. I mean, if there'd been a safety car, you might see a bit more push, but it does seem the maximum that's available, and it's not worth destroying the car to try and chase something that wouldn't be on. So, but a good performance. They've gained a lot of ground from the grid position and just been very consistently lapping in that number 1 car. It's good for the points again. They've been really consistent. It was, they were good for it last year. And is that's the Class B leader just has missed the S's under the bridge. That's the Heartland Scirocco. So that's going to cost them a lot of time with the 2 following cars not all that far behind. And there's one off as well. That was the car running 4th in Class B. That's the Armstrong BMW. So where's that one gone? That looks roughly near Oggy's again, because I can see the green lights on the panel boards over there. So cars everywhere as we get to the close of this. It's been a hard race. It's been hot, humid conditions for the cars as well. So it's we're really starting to see if there's going to be any attrition at this stage of the race.
I think that's the 4th BMW that stopped out on circuit during the course of this race that I've noticed. So that's quite a lot of unreliability, it would seem to me, for that particular mark. Got 16 3/4 minutes left to go, and we've got the 19th car of James Pickford leading by 23 seconds lead now. So that gap has increasingly gone out as the race has gone on, and the last few minutes have gone on, certainly. So Scott Parker, I don't think he's going to be able to get any better than second here. That Lotus going particularly slowly now, the 49 car, which is the Laslett X-Siege. I think that's hitting problems again by the looks of it.
Yeah, that was a car that seemed to need a couple of goes at push starting, didn't it, out of the pits? So, but it's still going. It's worth carrying on, because you've obviously got cars dropping out of the race, and there's all points to be had if you're here for it. We've got yellow flags and safety car,
and that's going to be because of the BMW, or the various BMWs that have stopped out on circuit, I suspect.
Yeah, it's kind of on the approach to Oggy's on the inside this time, and the barrier's not too far there. It sort of funnels down just based on the layout of the track, so it's probably just a little bit too close, or maybe the driver didn't get it far enough away. But the safety car's instantly picked up the leader there. We've got Pickford behind already, so the important part here is going to be how many cars are going to form that buffer between him and Parkin and Simonson.
Yeah, so safety car picks them up. There's only 15 minutes of the race left to go. Hopefully there will be time for a little bit more racing towards the end, but we're not going to get very many more racing laps out of this by the time these cars have been recovered. I suspect that is the reason why we've had this interruption. It's a straight toe needed for the 28 car, I think. Not sure what's required for the Storming Camel car, but either way, safety car has picked up the leader here, which means there's going to be no waving through to be done, so that does simplify the restart process somewhat.
Yeah, but what it has done is it's split the Class C, so Subiani now is going to have nearly an entire lap lead on second place in class. That's the Stedman car, isn't it, the MX-5, and that's and third and fourth are also right behind them, so that Class C podium battle is going to liven up at the end here. Just trying to count back the cars as they come onto the screen here to see where Parkin is relative to our leader. There's maybe 6 cars between, and some of them are Class C, so that's really going to hurt him on the restart, because Pickford's going to be able to back the field much like Baker did in the first half. And Parkin's not going to be able to do anything about the pace difference until he's crossed the line. So that's a shame for him. But Subiani has just crossed the line there. He's going to be the best part of an entire lap ahead of the field, and that should be enough for the class championship.
Yeah, absolutely, and only I think about a point away from the overall championship as well, by my reckon, and that is dependent on Scott Parkin staying where he is in second position. I think if they lose a place, I'm just going to model that in the spreadsheet. I think we might find, yes, that would mean that it would be the overall championship for Johnny Hayes and Paul Supiani from Class C this season. But yeah, that's the second time that the safety cars really sort of changed the complexion really of the Class C battle. That's just one of those unfortunate things.
Yeah, I've just seen a car pushed back. I just missed what it was, but it looked like a TCR car getting pushed back into the pits. So I'm trying to work out who that was. The Mason by Allen car was in the pits again, so possibly it was that one.
Looking at the list, I think that's probably the most likely conclusion to draw. So that's a shame, because that was a car that I thought was possibly in contention for, if not the win, then certainly an overall podium finish in this race. But not to be, it would seem. So we're working lap 47 now of this race with 13 minutes to go. The order is number 19. Wayne Lawson and now James Pickford leading the way from 100. Rob Baker and Scott Parkin. 55, Paul Simerson third. He's now got 15 seconds in total of penalties to add to his time though, so this doesn't help him. Fourth, number 1, Oliver Harrison, Jack Collins. Fifth, number 111, David Blakey and Josh Lawson. Sixth, number 1 at 17, Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones. Class B being led by number 14, Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland. From 46, Alistair Lindsay, and 97, Alex Wilkinson, Hughes and Dave Connell. And Class C being led by 66, Johnny Hayes and Paul Supiani. From the Mazda of Thomas Stedman and Michael Hooper, number 333, and 41, Ethan Simmons and Andrew Cooper.
So what we do need to try and work out is what this has done to our Class B battle that was sort of quietly closing back up. So we saw Hartland go off, didn't we, at the S's, and rejoin with still a what shows on the last lap they came across the line at least as a 24-second lead, but the Dave Connell car's been travelling much quicker, a couple of seconds a lap quicker, and a lot of that gap's going to be gone now. So I'm just trying to spot those out of the window before the timing corrects.
Here's the Scirocco, and here's Lindsay. What was there? 1, 2, 3 cars between them?
Yeah, and Connell's right on the back of Lindsay there as well. So if we're going to settle our 2-hour race with a 10-minute sprint by the look of it, which is often the way, isn't it? But it should that's going to be exciting for the end. Obviously, the Scirocco really was in a position of control up till this point. So and there's going to be a lot of Class A cars behind that battle coming through it as well. So this could really scatter the sort of the lead battle in that class and the podium places in Class C as well.
Doesn't look like they're doing anything with the Storming Camel car. That's being left where it is, so possibly they're happy for the race to continue with that still there. But they have now recovered, I think, the 28 car, which is the one that had come to a stop. The Shropshire Body Shop, no, wrong line. Neil Armstrong and Owen Armstrong 330 CI.
Yeah, we've got some interesting big gaps here between cars. I don't know if there's some games being played. The safety car's making a good pace here, so maybe they're trying to get it restarted imminently. This looks like one of the fastest safety car laps we've had today, which sort of implies that we're ready to go, doesn't it? But it's caught some of the field out. They're very strung out here, and your only real job as a driver when the safety car's out there is to be as close as you can to the car in front. It's amazing how often it does seem to catch people out, but that works in the favour of Pickford, who you'd fancy has a little pace margin over the others, but you just don't know what's going to happen in such a short form sprint to the finish.
You certainly don't, so we wait for them to sort of reappear on the way into Brundle Nelson. The safety car lights are out. James Pickford is going to control the pace. There's about 5 or 6 cars between himself and Scott Parkin, who's in second place. He's got Paul Simerson right behind him, but Simerson's got 15 seconds of penalties now for track limits infringements to be added to his time. And there you can see Dave Connell just behind the Alistair Lindsay Audi. And the next group, of course, not doing their best to keep up, really, which is a bit of a shame. But nevertheless, the safety car going to go in this time. It's a different restart to the one we saw last time, in that I don't think James Pickford had dropped quite as far back behind the safety car as Rob Baker did earlier on. But with 9 minutes of the race left to go, we are going to get a restart. Safety car just about gets in before James Pickford goes past it, and he's made a decent fist of the restart.
And look at this swarm of Class A cars. That's really hurt Scott Parkin.
And Ian Jones, I think that was on the pit lane exit there to try and get past some slower cars, as there's some Class B and C cars to be passed.
So we've had a change on the road at least for second. That's Simonson up to second in the in Class A. Obviously, he's really got to make some hay now to make up for that 15-second penalty, because it's brought Collins back into play, currently running 4th in Class A, because he's not too far behind now after the restart.
Yeah, he's all well with that Scott Parkin Area Motorsport Golf, because it seems to have lost quite a bit of ground on the restart there. As I say, might not matter for position, providing he can stay within 15 seconds of Paul Simonson. But if he falls any further back, that could make a different complexion on the overall championship going into the final meeting at Donington Park. It could help Hazen Subiani in the Class C car.
Yeah, and I tell you, Stedman's made a real good fist of that restart, to be honest, because he was running second on the road behind the safety car and managed to stay out of all that chaos that was going on behind. So that's put that gap back in place for that car in the battle for second in Class C. As we're watching Simonson coming round onto the back straight with Jones in tow. Jones is a lap down, which is a shame, because that's a car that does have the performance to go with the Porsche.
It does, and we're able to see him sticking with it down the back straight. Jones the quicker of the two drivers in that car. Looks like Scott Parkin still speeding along reasonably well along the Bentley straight, so hopefully he's going to be all right from his point of view for a solid finish within the class. There is the 24 car. That's the car that was leading in Class C, but is now 4th within that class. But is it still 4th in that class? Is it ahead of the Snetterton now? It is, so it's up to 3rd in the class, having got ahead at the restart and been helped by the safety car there.
Yeah, that's some smart driving there. I mean, there's a lot going on there, and we say you pace yourself in these 2-hour races. You're not in a 2-hour race now. We're in a 10-minute race. Yeah. So some good opportune driving there, and that's really sort of brought their race back to life, because that penalty really hurt them earlier on.
Absolutely right. So need to keep an eye on the situation in Class B as well, of course. There goes the Scirocco past our commentary position now, and
where's the Mazda?
Where is the Mazda? That's a very good question. Where is the Mazda MX-5? The Alistair Lindsay car is there, but the car of Wilkinson Hughes and Connell Scuderia Dave was not there, which is a concern. It's come through very slowly, yeah, absolutely. So it is come through with a 2:21, about 12 seconds off the pace. So that was down to a moment or a problem, not quite sure, Pip.
No, that's a shame. Okay, so we just had that. We just had an update there. Okay, it overheated last time. It was behind the safety car, so maybe it takes a lap or two to cool it back down enough for the ECU to let it go. Which is a quirk of this kind of racing, especially in a car with the modifications we heard it described as the shed build earlier.
Nice shed, I'm sure that they've got. So we're into the last 5.5 minutes of this race now. Ian Jones has got himself ahead of Paul Simonson now on the road. Scott Parkin is managing to stick with Simonson here. What's Simonson's position going to be after adjusted times? He's going to be dropped back a few places potentially, isn't he? Because Parkin and Collins and I think those two are likely to go ahead of him on corrected time. So it'll drop him off the podium, I think, these penalties he's got to serve.
Yeah, so I mean he's definitely pushing on, but obviously losing ground to the Jones car.
And we've got a red light, have we?
Red flags.
And a red flag being shown. I know not why. We're just having a look around the circuit. Oh yes, there's a car off at Oggy's, I think. It's the Marcus Bruce number 24 car, the car that had just got itself into 3rd position. It stopped on the circuit, not far away from the Carlo Turner Storming Camel Motorsport car. I think with it being so close to the end of the race, they decided no point in the safety car, bring an end to it with a red flag pin.
Yeah, that's a shame. As we've got Nyland. Oh well, that's going to be because of the red flag. But the I guess the result's going to go back a lap as well, as we had another car collected in our BMW car park over there, haven't we?
Yeah. I'm really regretting saying how reliable BMWs were earlier on.
Yeah, just as a curiosity there was a 5-second penalty that just that applied that lap for the Stedman Hooper MX-5 that was running second in that class. So we've lost one car that won't be classified as a finisher, and there's a penalty coming for another. So that's suddenly going to vault the likes of Simmons and Cooper in their Ginetta back up and possibly into second place.
I'll give you the order as it stands on the screen. So this is subject to official confirmation. The race red flag with 4 minutes and 44 seconds to go. So number 19 is going to be the winner. I'm pretty sure of that. That is Wayne Lawson and James Pickford. So first win of the season for that team. Second place, when 15 seconds have been added to his time, will not be Paul Simerson. It will be the 100 car of Rob Baker and Scott Parkin. Third will be number 1, Oliver Harris and Jack Collins. I think Paul Simerson will be fourth in number 55. Fifth will be 111, David Blake and Josh Lawton. And sixth will be 117, which will be Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones. Probably seventh, Puttigill and Nyland. Eighth, the Cooks. Ninth will be our Class B winner, Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland. 10th will be 46, Alistair Lindsay. Second in Class B. Third in Class B will be number 97, Alex Wilkinson Hughes and Dave Connell. And then in Class C, it will be Hayes and Subiani, who've sealed the Class C championship now with a meeting to spare. And that's going to be the second successive season that they have won that title, I think, if I'm not wrong. Yes, that's right. They were third overall in the championship. No, they were second last year, weren't they? But they were third overall last season, correction. Apologies for that. And then second within that class, getting back onto the results, was the treble 3 car, Stedman and Hooper, although they had a 15-second penalty. Was it 15 or 5-second penalty for them?
I've got it showing as a 5, which if true, they should just about be okay.
Yeah, they'll be okay, because they'll be just ahead of 41, Ethan Simmons and Andrew Cooper, won't they, with the car that didn't make it to the checkered flag, the Bruce and Charlie Hayes car, sort of eliminated from that position. So I think the Class C Championship goes the way of Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani. Only one team can take the fight to them at Donington Park. That is the Rob Baker Area Motorsport Golf. Everyone else has been eliminated from the overall championship battle, though, as a result of the race today, I think, Pip.
Yeah, and it's a shame for it to end that way, because there was some intrigue coming in those last 5 minutes, wasn't there? There's a lot of changes of position and some penalties to play out. So, I mean, Simonson, we think, wrapped up 15 seconds worth of penalties. So that's really going to at least drop into fourth. She's going to promote Baker and Parkin from what looked like a race that was coming apart a little bit back up to second place. And Harris and Collins just continue to soldier on with this very consistent sort of top 4 finishing streak, so as they move up to third. So that'll serve them well in Class A. Unfortunately, consistency when you've got a drop score system doesn't always pay, because you need the big scores, you need the wins, you need the fastest laps to really sort of make these statements in the points like that to make the difference. But you know, that's good going, and they're looking solid for first or second, probably second in the points.
Yep, so as I say, Donington Park, the final round of the championship for the Tagiwa Club and Joe. Hopefully we'll head down to Parc Ferme in a moment and be able to hear from our successful drivers in that race. Just trying to get them all into position beneath us. Josh Barrett is down there and hopefully be ready to speak to them very shortly. We've certainly got James Pickford there out of his car, but obviously with the race red flagged, the cars didn't come off the circuit at Palmer as they usually do, but they came down the pit lane, so a bit of confusion there and trying to sort everybody out. I'm trying to see if I've seen the respective class winners head into Parc Ferme from either direction so far. I don't think I have.
I think Hartland and Subiani were quite a long way down the down here, so yeah, we're ready to go to Josh in a moment. We've got Pickford's just taking his balaclava off, so
yeah, I think Can we go down to Josh now? I think we probably can. So let's go down to Josh now, ready to speak to James Pickford.
So we're down here in Parc Fermé, and we're about to speak to our race winner, James Pickford. James, I heard I'll give you a winner's cap.
Thank you.
And this has been a long time coming, hasn't it? There's been a few occasions it looked like the race win's going to come, but today everything went right.
Yeah, we were missing a bit of lady luck in the past, despite all of our efforts, you know, and Wayne's efforts and the team's efforts. So really, really pleased. So proud of Wayne, you know, his first stint. He's driven absolutely amazing here. I can't tell you how proud I am of him and how he's performed and how he's come through this journey that he's still on. And hopefully this is the first of many more to come.
You've been right there for his first race?
Sorry?
You've been right with him for his first race?
Yeah. This all started quite a long time ago. We met Wayne on a Ferrari event, and we got chatting, swapped numbers, did a bit of road car coaching, and then he, you know, inevitably took the deep step into motorsport world, and it bites you like a real hard bug, and you can't get out of it, can you? So we went racing together, and we enjoy it. We're friends. We've become friends, massive, you know, really, really close friends, and it's special. You know, it's really special, and I'm proud to be a part of this journey with him.
Just a bit about the car, because you raced touring cars 20 years ago, but they've come on quite a long since then.
25, I think. Is it 20 years ago? But I thought it was longer than that. A lot longer. Yeah, it's nice to be back in a front-wheel drive car. I took a long time out of motorsport and you know, focused on different things, having children and things like that. But yeah, I mean, it's I can't even remember what the touring car felt like. So I've been driving all sorts of different things, but yeah, this car's really good. Motion do a fantastic job with the car, you know, and the setup all down to Adam. It's top notch. It's mega.
I'll give you a winner's cup to give to Wayne. Say congratulations from us.
Thank you.
So there's James Pickford, and we've got who have we got here? So Tim Hartland, our Class B winner. Let's give you a winner's cap. And Class B, very competitive. And tell us how you got to the front. I think the Mazda had a problem at one point.
It was. I don't really know. I mean, he was well in front of us, and then we passed him in the pit stops, and so we were just like I was just driving as fast as I could. He has a bit more pace than us actually. So I was driving as fast as I could, and then we had a safety car, and I was like, oh no, he's going to be right behind me now. And then there's a red flag, so yeah, really, really pleased with that.
It's been a good season for you. You've always been on the podium most races.
It's been great. It's been really good. Yeah, it's been really consistent, and you know, we haven't touched wood. We haven't had any DNFs or any disasters. We've always been kind of there or thereabouts. Not always the quickest car, but you know, we've been finishing more or less on the podium. So yeah, it's been really good.
Tell us a bit about the car, because I think it's got some endurance racing pedigree.
It has. I believe it was built by. It belongs to my teammate Stuart. I believe it was built into an endurance car by a Lithuanian team, and they did a really great job. I mean, Saxon have looked after it for the last 5 years or so, I think, and it's been super reliable, and we've won championships in it, races and all sorts. So yeah, it's been a really good car for us, really good.
And coming into this championship, it's very competitive, isn't it, in each of the classes?
Really, really, really competitive. Yeah, really competitive. And the weird thing is, you don't always see your competitor on the track either. It's all because of the pit stops and so on. But it's great. Yeah.
Congratulations! I'll get you to give Stuart a winner's cap, and congratulations to you both. Let's see if we can have a word with Paul. Is it Paul here? Well, congratulations on another Class C victory.
Yeah, and I think maybe the championship as well.
It's only in the class, we think.
Yeah,
You've been second.
Yeah, no, only in our class championship. Yeah.
You've been second so many times, it must be really pleasing.
Exactly, yes. 3 times a bridesmaid, and hopefully the bride. But yeah, it's the quickest hour of my life, I've got to be honest. We had a little bit of luck here and there, but I think a bit of experience was just keep it on the track and keep it going. And a big thank you to this yellow Bumblebee of ours and all the boys on here. Morris Lubricants, Body Shop, Auto Shine, Linear, Albert Hussey. It's been, we've been doing this, what are we, 2006, 8 years now. So hopefully it ain't over until it's over, but we've got there. And a massive thanks to my friend, partner, Jonathan Hayes, because, I'm getting a bit emotional here. I couldn't do it without him. He's a great mate. He's a technical guy, and he's fast, really fast. The only problem is he's built his son a really fast car. And you've seen how fast Charlie and Marcus are, so next year we're going to have our hands full. But yeah, no, it's brilliant.
Congratulations on this year. There's a couple of winners' cap, one for each of you. I'll let you pass that on. So congratulations to all of our class winners in the TGOR Club Enduro Championship. 1 round to go at Donington Park in 6 weeks or so. But for now, here at Snetterton, there's more 750 Motor Club racing.
Yeah, there certainly is, Josh. We've got the cars on the grid for the final race of the weekend for the Freaky Park Sport Specials Championship, race 3 of the weekend for these cars. The grid lines as follows: on the front row, 98 and 64. 98 is John Cutmore and 64 is Anton Landon. Row 2, 76 and 27. 76, Brian Chandler and 27, Andrew Hayward. Row 3, 7 and 24. 7, Stuart Much and 24, Marcus Crook. Row 4, 46 and 70. 46, Warren Vesey and 70, Trevor Harbour. Row 5, 91 and 69. 91, Steve Quenby and 69, Gerard O'Donoghue. Row 6, 19 and 89, 19 Lee Powell and 89 Paul Hawker. Row 7, 31 and 10, 31 Sam Penton and 10 Nigel Brown. The 8th row, 18 and 21, 18 Colin Benham and 21 Paul Barker. Row 9, 40 and 45, 40 Lewis Stockwell and 45 Lloyd Mitchell. On the 10th row, 52 and 199, 52 Richard Gambley and 199 Nigel Liddell. On the 11th row, 79 and 44, 79 Sylvia Much and 44 Chris Burrows. On the 12th row, 99 and 123, 99 Martin Gambling and 123 Alan Bateman. And on the 13th row, number 65, Martin Hayward. I am looking towards the back of the grid. I do see Martin Gambling's car there at the back of the Eclipse, which was leading in the earlier race and won yesterday, but had a non-finish in this morning's race. We've got 30 seconds to go before the race gets underway. We're almost ready for the off here, with the revs starting to rise. I think the only one that's missing then is from the back, Martin Hayward, who was sadly involved in the incident at the start of yesterday's race. Right, 5-second board is shown. Revs starting to rise, the red lights go on, they go out, and away we go. And it's a good start from the second row of the grid again by Brian Chandler, but he had nowhere to go. Flying through goes Marcus Crook in the Class B Fisher Fury, but leading the way into the first corner is going to be John Cutmore, the winner of this morning's race in the MK Cup 200 car from, I think it's in second place, the car of Anton Landon in second place as they head down to the hairpin for the first time. It is the Fisher Fury of Marcus Crook up to third. Warren Vesey is fourth in the another Class B car, ahead then of Andrew Hayward. We'll see what Martin Gambling can do from the back. Already it looked like he'd made up quite a few places as they went through Wilson Hairpin and now through Palmer and now heading down to the hairpin of Axton. But yeah, Martin Gambling was more than halfway up the field now, I'd say, Pip.
Yeah, I mean, the cars in the B and C classes shouldn't pose too much of a threat to him. It'd be interesting to see him come into this shot now and how brave he's going to be to try and pass these cars in the corners but certainly for the part of the field he's in, he should be able to pass them fairly easily on the straights. But we've got all this chaos going on. The sort of Class C cars that don't have the power, that look capable of some good lap times, really sort of scattered everybody at the start, didn't they? Certainly for how well Brian Chandler did in race 1, meant that he was a little bit out of position relative to the performance of the cars around him.
So onto the Bentley Straight they go. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, I think, is Martin Gambling as he comes onto the Bentley Straight there. So he's made a great start to the race. He's got through most of the D, C and B class cars. But of course it's John Cutmore out in the lead of the race with Anton Landon second. A couple of the Mavs going side by side there. Brian Chandler getting back ahead of Warren Vesey. So he's made a couple of positions here over the sort of middle third of the lap. He's then in the number 76 car. Warren Vesey just ahead of Andrew Hayward. Vesey in the Tiger R6, that's the green car, number 46 there. And just behind them now is Martin Gambling, and he tries to make a move past one of those Mavs.
Yeah, it's an interesting battle. This obviously lots of different cars gambling on the back of this. Just got to be smart here. He's definitely going to have the straight line speed to clear at least a couple of these by the next corner, but he doesn't want to give too much time away to these leaders. I guess the dream for him would be if we have this. If he can get up into the track position at third at least, maybe there'd be a safety car that brings the leaders to him. We're still hearing that rough sort of gear change, aren't we? Is that the Crook car that was struggling with it earlier as it comes past the pit position?
Yeah, he managed to salvage second place from the race early on, did Marcus Crook. But it doesn't sound quite right in the gearbox department, does it? There's Martin Gambling. He's trying to go around the outside there of Brian Chandler, but Chandler's not making it easy for him. He does eventually get past, though, just Martin Gambling, and he's up now into 4th position then as they head their way through Palmer for the second time. But at the end of lap 1, Gambling was about 8 seconds already behind the two leaders, and those are the two people, Cutmore and Landon, that he's determined to get on terms with. In the early race, he had pulled out a bit of a gap, hadn't he, from Cutmore and Landon, so he's probably got the pace to get close to them at least.
Yeah, he pulled out into a massive lead early that stabilised, and then he managed to sort of just quietly extend it a little bit more before he had the problem. But that's an excellent return, to be honest, from a first lap to only be 8 seconds down. I mean, all the cars look close together on the start, but that does mean by the time you get to the first corner or so, you're usually sort of 10 to 15 seconds back. So that's a very impressive first lap from Martin Gambling. I appreciate there's cars that are not out of position, but different classes and stuff, but you've got to find your way through it. So it's an exemplary first lap from the driver who led for so long this morning.
Yeah, and he's rapidly gaining on Marcus Crook now, the Class B leader. There's the Class C leader, Brian Chandler, and you've got Warren Vesey and Andrew Hayward, the next two cars through. They complete the top 7 in actual fact. And Hayward there, number 27, in the Silver Clubman, a classic of the Kit Car and Sports Specials grid over the years, the Silver Mark. And Hayward there, quite a long time competitor in this championship, certainly been racing for a good few seasons now. Good battle there for second class with Warren Vesey, and he gets ahead of the Green Tiger.
Yeah, it's a nice move that round the round Coram, and good respect from the drivers there. You've obviously got these sort of partly open wheel 7-style car and the full bodied kit car, so nice to see such parity of performance between some very different vehicles.
That's right. So we do now have Martin Gambling up to third place, now 9.3 seconds behind the leaders. New fastest lap of the race done by Anton Landon at 2:05.356. Earlier on today, Gambling did a 2:04.941, so he's capable of lapping a little bit quicker than Landon and Cutmore have managed so far in this race. Gap between Cutmore and Landon at the end of lap 2, about 9/10 of a second.
Yeah, I'm just trying to track these the Class D cars as well, because we had Powell and Hawker doing battle earlier, but they've been split by by a couple of Class B cars there, so that's moved Hawker out to a fairly stable lead. We keep our eyes on this battle here on the way to Agostini. That's going to be Hayward again, and has he got back ahead of Vesey there?
Well, I think Vesey may have gone off. Yes, there he is. He's there ahead of Vesey. Just looking at the situation here in Class D, of course, early on it was 37 thousandths of a second over the line that separated Lee Powell, the winner, from Paul Hawker in second in Class D. Watching here, cars in Classes B and C, Hayward and the Mev of number 7, Stuart Much, just behind him as they turn their way onto the Bentley Straight, and you can see Much getting alongside the Helical. It's fascinating to see how they get the power down in different ways, because it looked like he was going to be able to get alongside the car of Hayward there, but then I think it's a Duratec car that Andrew Hayward has, able to just edge away back along the straight.
Yeah, possibly a slightly more slippery shape through the air as well. You'd expect the Mevs don't look to be a bit more sort of 7 style in the aerodynamics department, yes. I would guess. So maybe a little bit of bodywork helping Hayward retain that position there. It was the battle for the lead into Riches there as Landon had just done the best lap of the race. We're not seeing it on the screens, but they were very close into turn 1, and that's all going to play into sort of Gambling's hands. Yeah,
within 4 thousandths there of the time that Gambling managed in the earlier race. So here comes Anton Landon bidding for the lead, that flick of flame out of the back of the Hayabusa engined MK Cup 200 car. And they are heading down towards Palmer now, but really, really close for the lead of the race. Gambling 10 seconds behind now, so he's not able to be catching them at this stage of the race. But if they battle, as they are doing now, that might give Gambling a little bit of hope. Down to Agostini they go for the third time. What's probably going to be a 8-lap race they managed earlier on, didn't they? Just so if they're lapping in a similar pace, presumably an 8-lap race again for these cars.
Yeah, that was a very defensive line from Cutmore there. That is going to hurt the times for these cars. I don't know, Gambling hasn't displayed the pace yet needed to make up that gap really. He's a bit detached in third there. But the leaders are nice and close. Landon, his pace just seems to just ebb and flow a little bit, doesn't it? So he'll find the fastest lap and then do a couple a little bit off the pace. So whether that's he's up on the limit of the tyres or something like that, it maybe just takes a minute or two to cool things back down and have another run at it. But he's looking racy here.
Certainly is, but you can only just about see Martin Gambling appearing at the other end of the Bentley Straight. Here's a battle further back down the order. That's the number 70 car there that we can see, whiwhich is Trevor Harbour in a Class B Caterham 7. he is doing battle, I think, with number 91 Steve Quenby there in one of the MEVs. So they're in 2 different classes there. That's the fight for 11th and 12th position, and Harbour made up a position there to get ahead of Quenby.
Yeah, just something I clocked from earlier in the day, actually. The retirement for gambling earlier actually promoted Nigel Brown up to 3rd in Class A for a podium there. So that was a nice result for Nigel, who's running around comfortably in 10th place at the moment. The leaders again, side by side on the approach to Rich's Landon on the outside. That's going to be brave, but he's going to get it done.
Yeah, around the outside he's gone there into Rich's corner, so Landon into the lead of the race, and they are still lapping faster than Martin Gambling, so I don't think we're going to see Gambling closing in on the leaders, unfortunately. Still that gearbox issue for Marcus Crooks, he goes into the comms box, but he's still got more than enough in hand over the rest of his Class B rivals. He's out there in the Focus ST170 engined Fisher Fury, which is serving him. Well, it's the gearbox. I think if anything that's the problem there, though. Today he has Andrew Hayward second in that class, Stuart Much, Warren Vesey third in that class. It's Brian Chandler leading in Class C from Stuart Much and Gerard O'Donoghue. Class D is still in the hands of Paul Hawker, who has Colin Benham between himself and Lee Powell.
Yeah, Powell's not been able to find that sort of pace that carried him to the lead earlier. He's lapping sort of 3 seconds off of the pace of Hawker at the moment. As we've got a car dropping down the order, it's one of the MEVs. It's the O'Donoghue car. As we wait, is that coming around? Is that? Oh, it's shown as in the pits. So yes, you can see it now, just entering the pits very slowly.
Oh, that's a great shame for Gerard O'Donoghue, because he was one of the drivers that could potentially take the championship fight still to Marcus Crook for the overall points. I'll perhaps feed that into the spreadsheet in a minute to see how that might impact on things. But here, Anton Landon is obviously in the lead now from John Cutmore, but he's yet to be able to pull away from the multiple class champion in RGB, as he's raced for a long time. He's raced in various different categories as well. The Magnificent Sevens, he's raced in the Cup 200 class with Sports 1000, and they've raced together for the last couple of seasons as well. Landon's been a sports special stalwart, though, more or less. And here we can see Andrew Hayward, who is running in 6th position, and he's got Stuart Much still behind him here.
Yeah, we've got a couple of these battles, haven't we? Like a MEV versus a Class B car. This is the closer of the two that we're watching, with Hayward and Much. Much looks to get the traction a little bit better out of some of the slower corners. Certainly onto the back straight before, we saw him get up alongside the car and then lose the ground. But it's very difficult to pass a car that can outrun you in a straight line, just because by the time you get back to a braking zone, you've already lost the ground that you'd earned. So. And any time you have your line compromised and lose momentum, it's sort of exacerbated on the next straight. So the problem for Much is that that's just preventing him getting anywhere near Brian Chandler, who's sort of running unimpeded 5 seconds up the road.
I think if things stay this way and Marcus Crook can coax his car towards the end of the race, he will be the overall champion as well by the end of today, because Gerard O'Donoghue, assuming he doesn't get back out there, is going to be retirement and therefore only going to be able to pick up 1 point, so that would, I think, hand Marcus Crook the overall championship as well, with a meeting to spare at Mallory Park in October. But yeah, there's still this battle going on for the race lead, isn't it, between Landon and Cutmore. Landon with the best lap of the race, 2:04.945. Cutmore's about a second slower on best times, and Gambling is 13 seconds behind in third. I think Josh Brought's just checking my maths. I'll see if he agrees with me or not on my conclusion.
Yeah, we've just had a track limits warning for Brian Chandler, so he might be running unimpeded 5 seconds up the road from his nearest rival, but he's still out there pushing, and he needs to be careful not to convert that into a penalty, because Much isn't too far behind if he keeps racking up strikes like this.
So we've got Hayward versus Much on screen again for 6th position. Warren Vesey had a really good start to the race in that green tide, but he's dropped quite a long way back from these two now. He's about 3.5 seconds behind Stuart Much, I think, but it was certainly off like a scolded cat. I suppose he is a scolded cat if it's a tiger at the beginning of the race. You can just about see him in the background there in that green car. No change in Class D, in that you've got Colin Benham splitting the two Class D leaders, by the way. Obviously in Class C you've still got Brian Chandler about 5 seconds in front of Stuart Much, you can see on screen, who's got Andrew Hayward just ahead of him.
Yeah, we've the Bateman Caterham that retired from the previous race is still running out there in third. So glad they've got that car sorted out. What's the other situation in C? So Quenby's running third in C, just outside the top 10. They're still hearing these really strange gear shifts from the Crook car, but he really seems to be able. The pace he's got, he's still just going to be able to keep this gap nice and safe in Class B. So it really isn't worth stopping to investigate. It doesn't look like Hayward has the pace to go and get up on terms at this stage.
No, not at all. What have we got left? Only 1 minute and 22 left in this race. Anton Landon, our race leader, number 64, where is he on the circuit at the moment?
They're just coming onto the Bentley straight now.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, just found him on the tracker. So he's going to perhaps get one more lap out of this. I would think he might just about manage to get around with 1 minute to go to the timing line, start another lap. Anton Landon and John Cutmore separated by not very much, but 1.2 seconds it was at the start of the lap. I wonder if Martin Gambling just took too much out of himself with the car in the early stages, powering through the field. His best lap in this race has been a 2:06.879, which was a bit slower than the times he managed in the earlier race.
Yeah, Stuart Much, that's a great move into Hamilton there. He sets it all up out of Agostini's to get side by side. So it seemed like he's had lap speed to pass that car, but not straight line speed. So there's a couple of corners to try and build a buffer now. The leaders are getting into traffic. That's closed them right up with just a few seconds to go. They're ready with the flag, but they're going to get here too soon. We're going to get one more lap out of this.
Yeah, we are, because there's 11 seconds to go. I think it was 9 seconds to go in the early race. And Cutmore is having a look up the inside of Anton Landon, up the inside. We didn't see that on screen, but out of our comms box window, it was very close between the two of them, and it is Landon that's just about held on. But with traffic ahead, we've seen this before today, anything could happen on this last lap, Pip.
Yeah, this is how this race decided before, wasn't it? And Cutmore, that looks cost him a bit of time there, but they've still got a few more cars to catch. There's this Ginetta running ahead of them, and then another couple of cars ahead that you fancy they have the pace to go and clear. So there's plenty of tension left in this, although that gap has opened up by a couple of car lengths.
Yeah, see the Ginetta of Richard Gambling there, just being lapped by the race leaders. Here, there's probably these 3, maybe 4 more cars for them to try and get past before the end. Just depends when they catch them now, really. But I suspect they'll be able to, if they don't get past them by now, they will be able to get past them on the Bentley straight. But they're getting past them on the way into Oggies, and that's getting a little bit close as they head down the inside of them into that part of the circuit. A couple more cars to try and get past, but it's still Landon ahead.
Yeah, he managed that well this time. It was an awkward spot to do it, but Cutmore had to take the same really tight line. So that sort of just sort of kept them that distance apart. And I don't think Cutmore's going to have enough in the toe to go and get a lot on terms into Brundle and Nelson. But we've still got a couple of corners to go, and the pressure's really on Landon here.
Yeah, certainly is. I think he's just about going to be able to hang on. So I think that'll be 3 different winners, won't it, from the 3 races this weekend. With 3 evenly matched drivers, it's been pretty much all different cars in Class A. It's been a very good weekend for Sports Specials in terms of the number of cars on the grid here today, and indeed yesterday. A bit of a shame we had the incident yesterday that caused a bit of an incident at the start, a bit of damage, but up to the line comes Anton Landon to win round number 11 of the championship for the Freaky Part Sports Specials. He does it by 0.7 of a second from John Cutmore, and we'll wait for Martin Gambling to come through in 3rd place. Just watching for him to yet to appear out of Murray's, I don't think. In the meantime, we've had some of the lower placed cars come through. Gambling, sort of a more sedentary final lap. He does come through to take 3rd position. Classes B, C and D still to be decided there, I think, Pip.
Yeah, and Chandler doesn't give up, does he? He's still pushing on around Coram, trying to set some lap times with a nice big gap over Stuart Much now. But yeah, here's Crook. He's managed to nurse whatever that fault is with the gearbox to get himself to the line for the win at Class B. So that's well deserved. Chandler's done his best lap there right at the end, which possibly not a surprise after the level of commitment we saw around Coram on that lap. We've had Hayward across the line 2nd in Class B, Stuart Much 2nd in Class C, and we're just waiting to close out our podiums in the other classes.
Yeah, that's right. So just the Class D cars still to come through. Hawker and Powell had got themselves together on track again, hadn't they, I think?
Yeah, that's right. That battle's come together very late, hasn't it? As Powell doing his best lap and Hawker possibly being involved, getting lapped with the leaders. But depending relative to where they were to the leaders, we might not see them again.
Yeah, I think they're just actually coming through Coram Curve now. Watching this out of the commentary box window, it looks like they're absolutely together. I think they're going to be the last couple of cars to finish this race. So it was Hawker from Powell by 0.8 of a second at the beginning of the lap. Just waiting them to come out, and they're almost overlapping again as they come up to the timing line, and it is just this time going to be the 89 car by less than a car length. So that is Paul Hawker. No, it's Powell. It's showing on our screen by 7,000, but that's not what it looked like out of my window, Pip.
No, that might be. I think. Well, I suspect that'll correct. It certainly didn't look like that as a visually, but the. Another good battle between these two. That one was a slow burn, wasn't it? They came together quite late at the end.
Yeah, they've corrected it now on screen. It is Hawker that gets the verdict from Powell by 700ths of a second. Just getting the winner's caps, I can see, ready to give to our successful drivers. We've got Marcus Crook there, who is now our champion. We'll go down to Josh Barrett to hear from our successful drivers in Sports Specials.
So we're down here in Parc Fermé with our race winner, Anton Landon. Anton, congratulations, a winner's cap for you. And everyone's been sharing it out in Class A this weekend to win each.
Third time lucky, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, he was close with John again. He was excellent. Kept me honest for half of the race, and I think the last bit he just backed out onto the first bend, and I managed to go round the outside. I knew he was coming up the inside if he got a chance of it, but no, I hung out there, so it was great. It was a great race again, great fun.
Good fun weekend.
Yeah, it's brilliant, absolutely great. Great to have a great challenge, again, and with Martin, I don't know where Martin's finished because he started last.
Third. He did get third.
Great, and obviously Marcus. So yeah, really good drive, well clean. Back Marcus did reasonably well. He kept out of the way, so now he's good this time.
Congratulations. Let's see if we can have a word with John Cutmore. John, second place, but enjoyable weekend?
It's mega, actually. He made me work for it. Obviously, I gave him a little bit of a chance in the traffic this time. I didn't want to mug him off again. But no, he outdrove me, outpaced me, but we had a good race.
Does that mean we'll be thinking more in this championship now?
100%, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I think there's one left this year.
Yeah, Mallory Park, which I guess you haven't raced at for a little while?
Not for a little while. I've done well there in the past, but I haven't been around here in this car. But well, see you there.
Should be good fun. Well done, John. Let's have a word with some class winners. That means more caps. Marcus, congratulations, class winners cap, and we think that's probably the overall championship as well.
Yeah. No, it took me 3 years of trying, but yeah, we got there in the end.
It sounded like it was a challenging day today.
Yeah, I've had, since like halfway through race one, I've had gearbox problems, struggling with fifth gear. You can get it sometimes, not others. Obviously down the long straights here, that's a bit of an issue. Then it started playing up in third as well, but I've nursed it to the end. I managed to gap the guy in the MEV. I kept him at a safe distance, but yeah, I've just bought a hood now. But yeah, no, in the bag.
Great season for you, well done. There's more class winners to speak to because Brian Chandler gets another winner's cap. Well done, Brian.
Thank you very much.
And you had Stuart not too far behind. You had to keep pushing on.
That's it, yeah. I thought, do I lift off and join that battle? But that looked a little bit crazy, so I thought I'll just have my own air. So yeah, mega weekend. Lovely little exercise. Thank you, MEV, for a lovely, awesome car.
And nice to be in the driver's seat for a change.
Makes a change, doesn't it? I'll have to do it more often now.
Does that mean you get Stuart? You have to tell him what you want on the car. So rather than people telling you.
One of those demanding drivers like I have to run. Oh, that'd be the dream.
Well done, Brian. Lovely, thank you. And one more class winner who's over here, which is Paul Hawker. Congratulations, Paul. Winner's cap for you, and what a day of racing you've had out there.
That's for sure. I was very lucky this one. The chap I'm racing against went around Coram and he lost power.
Oh, right.
So he went wide, and I thought, oh, that's him gone. I'll just take it easy. 2 laps from the end, I look in my mirror. He's coming. So I think I beat him by half a car length. He beat me by half a tyre length last race, so I think it's equal now.
Proper Caterham racing.
Absolutely. That was great. No, great day out. Lovely day out. Didn't rain. What a pleasure.
That's it. And great to have you out in the season, and now having more Caterhams to race again must be good fun.
Yes, it is. There's a few guys from the grads that are saying that have come across, and maybe they'll come next year. It'd be nice if we had a grid of 270s. There's so many 270s around. It's just great fun, and of course it's just close racing. It really is close racing.
Like on this grid as well, everyone's very respectful racing as well.
Yes, no, it's gentlemanly racing. Okay. We race seriously, but we give everybody each other width and gaps, and the person's faster than you, they go. No, it was really good. No, it was really good.
Congratulations
Thank you very much.
on the class win. There's already cars, I think, on the green flag lap for the next race, so back up to the commentary.
Thank you very much indeed, Josh. Yes, great weekend in the sports specials, great entertainment they provided, and I think all the drivers have enjoyed themselves as well. In the main, got cars onto the green flag lap now for the next race, which is the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship, third race of the weekend for these cars. The grid for this race set by the fastest lap times in the earlier one. So on pole position, we've got the number 72 car of Pete O'Connor, and besides him is number 30 Darren Ransom. On the second row, 56 is Chris Lawrence, and 35 is Joshua North. Be interesting to see what he can do, having had to come through from the back earlier on. Row 3, 12 Matt Hipkins and 28 Taylor Norton, who's the first of our 182s and our 182 winner from earlier on today. Row 4, 298 Scott Carruthers and 24 Harper Rand, 298 and 24 on the fourth row. The fifth row, 82 and 29, 82 Paul Clark and 29 Joey DePrato. On the sixth row, 75 and 57, 75 Greg Hill and 57 Matthew Poncia. On the seventh row, 7 and 18, 7 Stephen Richardson and 18 Mark Witherington. On the eighth row, 51 and 32, 51 Oscar Swanton and 32 Graham Bishop. And on the ninth row, 58 and 8, 58 Ryan Earl and 8 Christopher Summers. So we've had 2 races won this weekend so far by Chris Lawrence. Hadn't had a win for quite a while, and now he's had 2 during the course of the weekend. He starts this race, though, from third on the grid, so we'll see what he can do from there. And earlier on, we had a long chat with Taylor Norton, who had his first win in the 182s. He'd been improving all the time this season, and actually was fairly comfortable in winning the class over Greg Hill and Paul Clark. Had a couple of the Class B cars, I should say, between them as well.
Yeah, just relentlessly consistent, wasn't he, with those times? He was did a string of laps that were all better than the best lap of the next car in class. So it was good for him. I've been fed a little tidbit of information from Trevor Gregory, who's a former Clio racer and current hot hatch contender, saying that if Lawrence is able to win this race, he'll repeat his dad doing the same with a treble at some time in the past. So there's a little bit of extra intrigue that's not for points, but he'll be gunning for that for a bit of family bragging rights.
So the hat-trick could be a great thing, but not going to be easily achieved, I don't think, because he's got Pete O'Connor and Darren Ransom both ahead of him. He's got Joshua North, who's keen to make amends for what's been not a great weekend so far. It's sort of seen him probably fall out of championship contention really in Class B to some extent coming into this weekend. I think in terms of the points situation now in the Clios, if I can get my spreadsheet up and I put a filter on it, I can tell you the drivers who are still in contention for the overall championship. If I go that way, so still live. We have, Greg Hill, Stephen Richardson, Taylor Norton, Darren Ransom, Matt Hipkins, Joshua North, Peter O'Connor and Chris Lawrence, mathematically at least, still in with a chance of taking the championship. But I've got to say, Greg Hill and Darren Ransom, the 2 drivers in by far and away the best position compared to the others, because they're sort of 25 points clear of the rest potentially in terms of the maximum points they can score at the end of the season. Yeah,
this is going to be interesting. Obviously, O'Connor set that excellent lap time in race 2, but didn't quite look to have the outright pace in general over 15 minutes of his rivals. But he's got the best opportunity here to do something with it. I don't know if there's much difference between a 197 and a 200 in terms of its off the mark performance, but we're about to find out. I think we've got all the grid in place and 5-second board going out ready for lights.
Yep, so it's Pete O'Connor in the Irish Tricolour liveried car. Harking back to his roots, he's on pole position as the lights go out. It's the blue car of Darren Ransom, though, that noses ahead on the line. In fact, Connor struggles to get a second gear by the looks of it, because he's got Chris Lawrence diving to one side of him. He's got Matt Hipkins, I think that is, diving to the other side of him as well. And O'Connor's going to be down to about 6th or 7th position by the time they arrive at Richie's corner. Looks like it's Taylor Norton, the best of the 182s, but Paul Clark has made a great start to the race as well. But it's Ransom leading, Lawrence in 2nd, Norton 3rd, Hipkins 4th, Clark in 5th, and Joshua North in 6th place as they go around the Wilson hairpin for the first time. down towards Palmer they go. So Pete O'Connor not making the best of the starts, and now he's got to try and make amends for that bit.
Yeah, what a shame. He had a good opportunity there, and it wasn't just him that struggled with the start. North just spun the tyres and didn't really get away either. So having done all that work to get himself into a decent spot at the start, he's got some work to do again to put himself back on terms with our race leaders. It was a monster start from Paul Clark, although some of that progress has been lost already to the Class B cars, but it's as you were at the front, isn't it, with Ransom and Lawrence, and they're going to do battle again.
One of those championship contenders doesn't look like he started the race. That was Steve Richardson. Of course, he was eliminated from the earlier race, stopped on the circuit up at Wilson in his Class A 182. Meanwhile, Pete O'Connor's made one of those places back. He's got ahead of Taylor Norton now to 4th place overall and in Class B as well. So Pete O'Connor, who was the champion in 2024 in one of the 182s, yet to have the same level of success in the Class B cars though. Ransom it is that leads from Lawrence to 2nd, and a bit of a gap back to Matt Hipkins in 3rd position, who started off the season really well with a win in the opening round of the championship at Croft, and then it's Pete O'Connor in I was going to say 4th position, but has he got back again? What's going on there?
Yeah, he's behind Clark, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think that's.
Oh, no, sorry, I was getting mixed up with North, wasn't I? I beg your pardon. It was North that was there in 4th place.
Yeah, so O'Connor, the real shame about that start. Like I said, it must have been a missed gear or something, because his actual jump was okay. It just then, like the second phase of the start, if you will, was just didn't seem to happen, and the drivers behind did well to get around. I think it was Hipkins who was out in the pit lane exit, wasn't it? And he's hanging on now to 3rd place overall.
Yes, so it's Ransom, Lawrence, Hipkins, North, not O'Connor. Then it's Norton, Clark. Then it's O'Connor in 7th. 6th place is lost on the open lap lane for others. DePrato is 9th, and Greg Hill only 4th in class and 10th overall here. So it's not been the weekend he was hoping for, I don't think, having come into this weekend with a mathematical chance of winning the championship this weekend, but that's not gone his way.
No, and O'Connor's struggling here to get past Clark's Class A car, which I think Clark's had a fairly combative weekend, hasn't he? So, but he's pushing on here, and he's running 2nd in his class, and there's no reason for him to get out of the way of the Class B car, and he's putting up a resolute defence so far.
Yeah, absolutely right. So we're watching Hipkins versus North. Both of these drivers had wins at that opening meeting of the season at Croft. Ransom had the other one. And between them, they've done all the winning before this weekend, with Chris Lawrence joining the party with 2 wins already. Hipkins and North getting very close together there on the way through Oggies. I'm just wondering if they're sort of slowing each other up there and going to fall a little bit too far back from the top 2 to be able to challenge. Already there must be at least a couple of seconds, I'd say, between 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, North needs to get this done quickly, doesn't he? Hipkins is right to defend his position, because I don't think he's quite going to have the outright speed to go and get on terms with the leaders unless they fight. But it's just going to keep North from getting up and joining them, isn't it? So, but again, we said it before. It's very difficult to overtake in these sort of single mate races, just because all the drivers are changing gear and braking and accelerating in the same place. So it really comes down to some finer details, or maybe some track limits penalties.
There's 1 or 2 cars just test the limits there out on circuit. So we've got 10 minutes and a half of the race left to go, and it looks like Taylor Norton there in 5th place is almost joining in with that scrap for 3rd position, isn't he? Pete O'Connor is now up to 6th, so he's cleared Paul Clark on this lap. Leaders go over the line. Lawrence doing the best lap of the race so far on the first flight lap of 2:19.632.
Yeah, Norton's gone straight back into doing these 220s that put him on par really with at least the podium speed of the Class B cars. It's a really impressive pace that no one else seems to be able to live with in the A-Class cars. As North does finally make this move to 3rd on Hipkins, and what's the gap there? About 2.5 seconds up to the leaders. It's a tall order, but it's not impossible.
No, Norton here driving really well, and I suspect the result earlier on will have given him the confidence that he can do this now. He's a genuine front runner in the class, and is absolutely there on merit with the pace that he's shown this weekend. 2 leaders though, still running nose to tail. And of course, in the earlier races this weekend, it's been Ransom leading initially, and Lawrence has got ahead of him. Has had some problems with missing gears as Ransom, so we'll be hoping that they all go in smoothly for the remaining 5 laps of this race, and he doesn't make any sort of concession here to Chris Lawrence, who's just ready to pounce on any mistake or any issue that Ransom has with the car.
Yeah, and I wonder if seeing North has moved up to third is going to make Lawrence sort of hasten his advances here. Although he's lost some ground on this lap through the infield section. He's lost a few car lengths to Ransom, who's got some breathing room probably for the first time in the race.
Along the straight towards Brundle and Nelson for the 3rd time here. Field streaming towards us. In the 182s, you've still got Paul Clark there in 2nd, and Jerry DePrato 3rd, Greg Hill 4th, so that's still the same as it was. 298 car we can see there of Scott Carruthers, just in the middle of that 182 scrub. Has been much the story of his weekend, really. He's not been quite on the pace of the quickest of the Class B cars, but he's been mixing it with the cars at the front end of Class A. Scott Carruthers in car 298 there, the 34-year-old engineer from Worcester, who's done some time attack as well in the past. As the leaders go over the line, they're almost nose to tail here, and Chris Lawrence looking out of our window, pulls to the left-hand side of the circuit, trying to get around the outside of Darren Ransom going into Rich's that time, but he's unable to make it through. He's still looking, he's going to switch to the inside line. That's covered off by Ransom, driving quite defensively here as they head up to the Wilson hairpin. Still, for the moment, car 30 ahead of car 56, but it's certainly Chris Lawrence gunning for this victory, isn't he? He's not given up. I hope on getting a clean sweep here.
No, and they're right to be worried about North, who's done the best lap of the race with a 2:18.7, and that little battle and that side-by-side moment around the first couple of corners has really sort of shortened that gap from 1.6 to well, easily less than a second now. So Lawrence has got to be smart here now. He's obviously the driver with he's obviously got a little bit more pace than Ransom over a lap, but he's going to come under pressure from behind here as well. It's a difficult spot to find yourself in.
Yeah, that 2:18.7, 6 tenths quicker than Pete O'Connor managing the race this morning. So we're watching the 3 cars now for the lead of the race. It's the first time this weekend that Josh North has found himself in this position, battling for the overall podium positions. He did have a win at Alton Park, and also won at Silverstone earlier in the season. So he's had a win at all of the venues this season, apart from Anglesey, where it was Darren Ransom that did the double there.
Yeah, just had a black and white flag flash up for car 75. That's Greg Hill. I've not seen the reason for that yet, but you'd suspect it would be track limits.
Yeah, it looks like it to me from what I can see on my screen. So he's just got to be mindful that he doesn't want to breach those limits again, because that could cost him positions. It would at the moment drop him actually just the one place behind Mark Witherington, I think, as things stand. Nevertheless, not something that he wants to risk. As Ransom and Lawrence come to the end of lap number 4 of this race with 5 3/4 minutes to go. So it's going to be 3 more laps to go in this race, and a retirement there for Oscar Swanton by the looks of it in the number 51 car. He was in the wars earlier on, and Swanton, who was running in 13th position, has come to a stop.
Yeah, we saw him off the track in the earlier race at one point as well. So whether that's rattled something in the Clio that didn't like it, but the leaders do come back together at the start of the lap, don't they? It seems maybe Lawrence has got a little bit better drive off the final corner, and seems to be able to back on Ransom by the time they get to turn 1. But all that does is bring North back into it, doesn't it? It seems that when they get their house in order and stay in line, they're able to just keep him at bay, and then every time they get into it, he creeps a little bit closer.
Hipkinson 4th place did a personal best lap there with 2:19.948, but slower than certainly North in the group of cars ahead, so he didn't actually gain anything. O'Connor did a PB as well, a 2:19.362, and Taylor Norton still very consistent in the sort of mid to high 2-minute 20s, still going great guns with a comfortable lead of about 4 seconds over Paul Clark in Class A.
Yeah, and it's taken O'Connor a little while to get past Norton there, and he's got quite a big gap up to Hipkins now. So that might be that for the charge for our pole sitter. But we've got this top 3 battle still going on. North's very close to Lawrence this time. And that's the yellow flag we're seeing. That's for the Swanson car, isn't it? That's where they are. But it's not affected the gaps too much. Maybe North was a bit kinder about the flags there, maybe.
Interesting to see that all of the 15 cars circulating still with Lost Swanton. Only separated by 27 seconds at the end of the 4 laps, so there's not a lot of pace differential front to back, even around a long and complicated lap, quite a technical lap like Snetterton. It's a lap with many more corners to learn, and so often you'll find that gaps are exaggerated compared to somewhere like Brands Hatch, where you've not got so much learning to do if you're an inexperienced driver.
Yeah, it's not the infield adds a lot of corners without a lot of technicality. There's a lot to learn, but not the bigger test of driving technique, you'd say, is probably from Brundles to the end of the lap, with those sort of the old school part of the track, with that really awkward approach to Nelson. We see this again. Lawrence gets this really good drive out of Murray's, and that's going to set this move up again towards Rich's. This is the best chance he's had, I think, the closest. He's had to go to the outside, though. That's not really going to help, and it's just going to wind North back towards another one to the hill.
Scott Burns now getting a track limits flag as well. Still absolutely nose to tail between these two, and again, Ransom having to be really, really defensive here to try and keep the 56 car of Chris Lawrence at bay. Not a genuine contender for victory here, as well as we're working the penultimate lap of the race, and it's getting a bit closer for 4th and 5th as well, because Pete O'Connor right with Matt Hipkins now as he looks to salvage a 4th place finish after that disastrous start he had to the race. Along the straight past Tyrrell's restaurant towards Agostini they come then, and it's the number 30 car out in front still for the moment. Darren Ransom is soaking up a lot of pressure here from both of these drivers behind him.
Yeah, Ransom's better in this section, isn't he? He always seems to gain a car length or two through the infield that Lawrence seems able to gain back in the final few corners, because we've seen this a few times now. Ransom he's got that little gap now. He doesn't need to defend, he just needs to hit his marks, make sure he's got a good exit onto the back straight. As I say it, that gap more or less disappears, doesn't it, through Oggies, and Lawrence is right back on it, and this is the closest he's been at this part of the track, and obviously he's under plenty of pressure from behind as well.
Along the Bentley Straight they go with a lap and a half of the race in hand. Are we going to see a move? We reckon that the best chance for Chris Lawrence is at the beginning of the lap at Rich's, based on what we've seen over the past few laps anyway. Is he going to mount a bid there in about 50 seconds time or something like that? Through the bomb hole they go. It's still Ransom, number 30, that leads the way in the PJ Motors car from the Vision Garage Services car of number 56, which is Chris Lawrence, and 3rd Joshua North in the Kong Performance number 35 car.
And this battle's drawing the 4th and 5th place cars back towards them. I thought that was kind of that was dead in the water, really, but the 4th and 5th are pushing on to see if they can get a little piece of this as well. That's Hipkins and O'Connor just pushing on in the background. That's nearly a 5-way battle now, isn't it?
Going to start the last lap. Here they come. I don't think actually Lawrence is as close as he's been on previous laps at this part of the circuit. Thought he might be able to mount an attack into Rich's, but he's not been able to this time. We thought I thought that was his best chance. I'm not really new into that bit, but around the right-hander at Rich's they go, and it is 5 cars now separated by less than 2 seconds from the lead of the race. So it's really, really close, really evenly matched and competitive, this Clio 182 Championship. But it looks like Darren Ransom here is going to be favourite to get his 6th win of the season.
Yeah, he was really tidy out of the hairpin there. Lawrence, I think, gassed it up a little bit too much, and it drove him wide, and that's just given Ransom the space. If he's able to tell in his mirrors that he's got a couple of car lengths, he can stay out nice and wide and get the line right through Agostini, and that should really sort of make the race for him. Lawrence has had to go defensive from North there, who's sort of seeing the lead of the race start to disappear and needs to make up the ground in the race he's got in front of him, as it were. So Ransom's just got to be smart. We saw him struggle a little bit through Oggies last time, but he's got a bigger gap this time.
Yeah, absolutely. That's as big as it's been for quite a long while, actually. And now you almost sense that Lawrence is thinking more about his mirrors than anything else, because he's got Joshua North threatening him into the final few corners of this race. Onto the Bentley Straight they come for the final time. It's Darren Ransom in the lead. In second place, Chris Lawrence. In third place, Joshua North. Just checking, in Class A is still Taylor Norton ahead of Paul Clark. There's 5 seconds between them. They've been neglecting the Class A situation a little bit as this Class B fight has developed, but it's increasingly looking like Darren Ransom's going to bring this one home.
Yeah, he missed his marks a little bit there into Williams, but he's got away with it, and that gap looks comfortable enough to me if he's just tidy through this next section of the track. It's been very difficult for Lawrence, even with a better exit, to make up that sort of gap. But it's still on between all the podium cars, really.
Yep, so up towards Murray's they go for the final time. Then, and as Ransom outbrakes himself into the left-hander. Didn't look like he got that quite perfect. So is this going to give Chris Lawrence a chance on the run to the line? I don't think it quite is, as it happens. So it's going to be Darren Ransom that comes through to take victory for the 6th time this season in the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. From in second place, Chris Lawrence. The gap between them 0.3 per second. 35 Joshua North third. Matt Hipkins number 12 fourth. Peter O'Connor fifth in the number 72. The top 5 covered by just over 2 seconds. Taylor Norton wins in Class A from Paul Clark, and Greg Hill takes third within that class.
Yeah, another podium for Greg Hill, who's made a habit of that in class. That's served him well in the points this year. It's a good race, another intriguing one really. Not so much side by side and flying past each other lap after that, but it's it's difficult in these sort of front wheel drive single make race cars. It can be quite tricky to make the moves, and you need a real sort of big delta between cars to do it. And as you can see, if you're following on the lap time, there's really not a lot in it between them. So good performance from Ransom, who'd led both the previous races and found Lawrence had found a way through. So Ransom measured that one to perfection, really, to come across the line after 7 laps in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely right. So just feeding all of that into the spreadsheet, and yeah, everything is still wide open. We've got no classes that have been secured either at this stage of the season. Let's say we've got 2 more races to come. Those are going to be at Donington Park in mid-October. So that's going to be the final round of the season, and all still to play for in the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. Look forward to that. A reminder that the next action after this weekend for the 750 Motor Club, by the way, as the Clios come in, is going to be next month. That's going to be at Croft, not one that we're live streaming, but we're seeing there. Give you a quick rundown on the top 10 results. The 30 car of Darren Ransom, the winner, from number 56, Chris Lawrence in second place. 35, Joshua North in third. Fourth was number 12, Matt Hipkins. Fifth was number 72, Peter O'Connor. Sixth was 28, Taylor Norton. Seventh was number 82, Paul Clark. Eighth, 298, Scott Carruthers. Ninth was 75, Greg Hill. And rounding out the top 10 was the number 29 car of Joey DePrato. But Ransom it was that took the win, and Taylor Norton the class honours. And it looks like we've got overall winner, overall top 3, and the class winner down there in Parc Fermé. Josh is just making sure they're all there, and in a few moments we'll be able to head down to have hear the views of those 3 that were involved in that lead scrap. I think we're ready to go down now, so let's hear from Josh Barrett.
So down here after the final VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship, and a race winner, which was Darren Ransom. Well done, Darren. 750 Motor Club winners cap for you, and finally it's a top step. After a couple of times it looked like it was going to be this weekend.
No, I was trying to drive on my head a little bit championship wise, but yeah, it's not in me. I wanted to have a race win. I was so close in the other 2. I started on pole, and yeah, in the first race I nearly had it. I missed the gear coming down the start-finish straight, and Chris drove, and he was faultless. But this time I thought, no, I learned from the other 2 races. I knew where to defend, and I knew where he was quick, where I was quick. But yeah, maybe work for that. That was a hard race.
After finishing second in the championship this year, you think about the overall championship, the class championship, or just see what comes?
Class obviously, but the overall, yeah, I want overall really. It's pretty close between me and Greg.
Yeah, it's hard because you can't actually do anything about each other, can you?
No, you can't. I just kind of have to match what he does, and then get fast slaps when I can, and hope he don't get them. Yeah. But yeah, he's been driving superb, really. Like, to be on the top 2 steps nearly every meeting. So it's been hard to do that and keep that, especially with this like Josh, Chris, Pete. They're fast.
It looks really even more competitive this year, almost.
Yeah. Even when Jack and that's gone, but yeah, still just as far. They're just as fast as him. They're really good.
Congratulations on the win. We haven't got Chris Lawrence, we have got Josh North, so let's have a word. We'll have a word with Josh now. Yeah, I'll give you a podium cap. Josh, this is where the weekend really should have started, isn't it? What happened yesterday?
Kind of a catalogue of issues. We had to change the box after qualifying, so we had a good qualifying session but lost second gear. So we took the decision to change the box, which was the right one, but when we put the new one in, it didn't quite work right, so we had to come back out in the meantime. We managed to get it in overnight, so that's 2 boxes swapped. And then get out for the next race, but that was obviously starting from the back, so the goal was just to get as quick a lap as I can to get up the front and then have a nice touring car race free.
It feels like this season's been a bit that story. You've been really fast, but there's been quite a lot of bad luck along the way.
Yeah, niggly issues, we'll say. Somehow, mostly out of our control, to be honest, but it's just one of those things, isn't it? Like, many positives, many negatives, but the positives always outweigh the good.
Nice to have the pace, isn't it?
Yeah. We've known it's there. It's all weekend. I mean, it was there in quali. It's just, you've got to have the car under you at the right time. So yeah, and I'm happy to end the weekend like this.
Better to end it on a high, isn't it? Well done. Let's have a word with Taylor Norton. He's over here. Another class win. Well done, Taylor. There's a winner's cap, and today's gone perfectly, hasn't it?
Yeah, 2 wins and a second yesterday. Not a bad weekend, to be honest. Yeah, it's just like not had a win in my whole career of racing, and then 2 come at once. It's pretty good.
And you sort of taken today, now looking forward to Donington Park and hoping for some more, I guess.
Yeah, we know we've got the pace. I've driven Donington multiple times, so I just haven't done the GP loop, but it's only 2 corners really. So hopefully it's not that hard, but yeah, we'll go there looking strong and hopefully come away with 2 more.
Yeah, the championship hasn't raced there for a very long time, so where everyone else has had that data knowledge for other circuits, perhaps that might even it out a bit this time.
Yeah, definitely, and it could rain because it's October, so the weather could change it up a bit as well.
Well, best of luck with that and well done today. I can see that Chris Lawrence is over here and I think we've got time, so let's go over here and have a word with Chris. Chris, another podium, another cap for your collection. Second this time, but it's been a good weekend.
Excellent, I can't fault it. Darren unfortunately knew my favourite move on the track, so I had to try something else, but I think I've even got a bit of blue paint on the front bumper, so it was bump drafting, a bit like NASCAR.
What is it about the last corner that you were so good at?
Darren's looks a lot more loose on the brakes, so I'm trying to keep it nice and tidy and get the run out, but he knew he had to nail that last corner because I was on him on the first corner, so he knew what I was trying to do.
Donington Park next, which we haven't been to for a while, so looking forward to that?
Yeah, it'll be first time for me in the 197 round there, especially on the GP. Last time there we was in the 182, so yeah, looking forward to it. It's one of my favourites.
Best of luck there. So congratulations to our successful Clio drivers. We have one more race to come here at Snetterton, so we'll head back up to the commentary box.
Thank you very much indeed to Josh, and we have got cars assembling now for the final race of the weekend. It's the second race of the day for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. The grid for this one is based on the results of the earlier race, and although it's Paul Cook that won on the road earlier on today, it was Paul Bailey that got the verdict because Paul Cook was given a 10-second penalty for an out-of-position start. So too was car number 3, Colin Whitmore, although he was much further down the order. So it was Paul Bailey, the winner earlier on, from Paul Cook and Mike Eustace. Those were the overall and M1 top 3. The M2 racing class, that was won by Michael Dunlop from Will Graham and Ruben Cueto in the M2 racing cars. Then in Class 6, it was David Aspden from Paul Laramie and Chris Blakey. And the Cup class had Shane Tweedy beating Carl Mitchell and Eric Bolton. Those were the top 3 in the Cup class. And we've got them all now out onto the grid for this finale. Big grid of, I think, 31 cars that we will have for the final race of the day, a 20-minute race. And it is... I'll run you through the grid now. Going to be the number 38 car on pole position of Paul Bailey, and besides him is the number 60 car, number 26 car of Paul Cook. The second row of the grid is going to be 8 Mike Eustace and 43 Stephen Schreikart. The third row, 9 Jason Rees and 81 Theo Millward. On row 4, it's going to be 39 Christina Lowe and 14 Daniel Smith. On the fifth row, 63 Michael Dunlop and 16 Will Graham. The 6th row, 330 and 66, 330 Anton Martin and 66 Mark Coulmer. The 7th row, 62 and 20, 62 Ruben Cueto and 20 David Aspen. On the 8th row, 31 and 27, 31 Paul Laramie and 27 Chris Blakey. The 9th row will be at treble 8 and 44, treble 8 Andrew Phillips and 44 Ben Haynes. The 10th row, 77 and 79, 77 Paul Travers and 79 Sergio Maneve. The 11th row, 75 Craig Emerson will have 30 Matthew Smith besides him. Row 12, 46 and 6, 46 James Tweedy and 6 Carl Mitchell. Row 13, 150 and 3, 150 Eric Bolton and 3 Colin Whitmore. 14th row, 28 and 42, 28 Nathan Tromans and 42 Paul Neville. 15th row, 74 and 117, 74 Warren Hales and 117 Christian Dean. And 116 Anna Graham is going to line up at the back of the grid for her second ever race as the green flag lap gets underway, Pip.
Yeah, there's a confusing amount of numbers on that Paul Cook car, isn't there? There's got a 27 and a 26, and they're all different fonts. So at least we know which one it is, because it's that it's really striking sort of red livery on it. But cars away for the warm-up lap. It's a slightly longer race, 20 minutes again, and you know, we see traffic play into these things quite heavily towards the end, because you've obviously got a big discrepancy in the classes as we sort of saw earlier on. There's the M2 racing cars in shot there, Michael Dunlop ahead, and we'll have a second chance to practice this standing start business, and see if he likes one of these enough to buy one, which he wasn't so sure about earlier.
Yeah, so we've got Will Graham and also Ruben Cueto in that class today, M2 racing class. Good to see those cars competitive towards the sharp end of the field, which is not as quick as the cars in the M1 class. The cars with up to 450 brake horsepower in that class, and a minimum weight of 1,080 kilos. Excuse me. The M2 Cup cars are a lot heavier than that, in terms of hundreds of kilos heavier potentially than the cars that can be sort of very highly modified and stripped out that we see in class M1. So that's the weight probably is doing them no favours.
Yeah, Josh got the information out of Michael earlier about those cars, because obviously they're very modern and probably quite close to their standard trim, aren't they? Yeah. And it's there's a lot of electronics on the car at work, you know, your ABS and stabilities and traction and all this kind of thing, that if you're, you know, typically in club racing, we're driving older cars that don't have any of this kind of thing, even fly-by-wire throttle probably on these. So it's going to require a very specific driving style to get these to work, that maybe isn't quite what just elbows out racers as doing club level 15-minute stuff would be used to doing. But it does make they make an interesting spectacle out there. They're massive cars, aren't they? Really heavy. And apparently BMW have built around 400 of these for motorsport to try and build up like a big one, make sort of global challenge for them, make them ineligible for their own class in different countries. So the possibility of a World Cup or a European meeting at the end of the year to settle things.
Yeah, maybe have the fun at the Nürburgring, which is where a lot of them find their home. Anyway, we've got the M1 class cars ahead of those on the grid here. Remember that Theo Millward has been sort of co-opted into class M1 this weekend because there are not enough cars in class M2, so that doesn't necessarily help his situation in the points, because points are scored within the classes. He was really sweeping all before him in the championship coming into this weekend. He was a long way clear in the point standings. He'd had 8 class wins out of 8, and that has come to a sort of crashing end with him not being able to compete in class M2 as opposed to M2 racing this weekend, and moving up into class 1 where he finished 6th overall in race 1. And of course we've got the interest in the class 6 as well. Earlier on today it was David Aspen who took his 2nd win of the season. I think we've had 4 different winners in class 6 so far this year, and it was Shane Tweedy once again winning, but only by 0.2 of a second in the Cup class. It was Carl Graham that set the fastest lap, I think, earlier on as well, as you said. So we'll see if Carl Graham can become
Mitchell.
Carl Mitchell, I should say. I was reading the name Graham at the time. I think 5th different winner that would be if he could do it, Carl Mitchell, in the Cup class this season after Shane Tweedy, Will Graham, that's where I got that from, Eric Bolton and James Winstanley, no less, has also been a winner in the Cup class this season.
Yeah, and there's a bit of intrigue in the in the top class in M1, obviously Mike Eustace was so fast once he got clear and set fastest lap earlier on, and he's starting third, obviously a bit closer to the front than in the previous race. He had loads of pace when he was able to get it unleashed, and he might have something for our front row here.
Looking a bit grey over to our left. Not quite sure where the weather's coming through. If we might get some rain before the end. That would be an interesting development, wouldn't it? Anyway, we're almost set. There's still a few rows of cars to come into position because it is such a big grid of BMWs this weekend. It's been great to see the numbers that we've had in this category this season. Great deal of interest in the racing BMWs. Let's hope there's a better rate of attrition for them in this race than there was in Club Enduro earlier on. That's all I can say. Otherwise, there might not be many left by the end of this 20-minute race. Still, the final few cars just coming into position. It's going to be Anna Graham in the 116 car, in the Cup Class car right at the back. I think we'll then get the green flag and then the 5-second board, and then only about 4 minutes after this race was scheduled to start, we're going to get the race underway. 5-second board is indeed shown. So watching for the lights now. Red lights go on. Out they go. It's a good start from Paul Cook. I think it was a fair start from him this time, though. Paul Bailey is losing a couple of positions on the way up to the first corner. Looks like it's Eustace and Schweikart that have got ahead of him, but I think Paul Cook is in the lead race. It's Eustace in second, Schweikart and Rees third and fourth, and Paul Bailey in the green BMW down to fifth, with then Theo Millward, I think, in sixth position. It's Schweikart up the inside of Eustace into the Wilson hairpin. Looked like he might have got that move done. We'll have to pick up in a moment whether he did actually manage to hold on to that or not. He did, so Swack goes up to second place. It's Eustace third, then Jason Rees fourth, and Paul Bailey on pole position, winner of the earlier race and adjusted times, down to fifth.
Yeah, that was I hope it wasn't, because it made Paul Cook's start looking incredible, but Bailey just didn't get going, did he? I don't know if it was a short hold on the lights that caught him out or what, but it promoted a lot of cars behind him, and then Swack made that excellent move up into the hairpin. So it's given Cook a little bit of breathing room straight away, when we thought Eustace might have, given the lap speed he had in the first race, the chance to go and catch him. But Swack's got himself in the mix, and some clear track ahead of him to try and catch Cook.
Okay, there's David Ashton in the 20 car there. He was our Class 6 winner from earlier on. He's losing a position there to number 39, which is Christina Lowe, is it not?
Yeah, that car must have fallen back quite a way at the start there to be battling with Aspen in that position.
Yeah, so I think that was a similar story in race one for Christina as well. Swack still there in second place, keeping Eustace at bay. Eustace flew in the first race, didn't he? As he tried to make progress past Jason Rees and others to get up the order, but he's just in behind Swack at the moment. We've got car pulling off very smokily. Lots of cars off at the end of the straight. Brundle and Nelson. We'll try and figure out what's going on there. There's 2 or 3 cars off, so I expect some fluid down up there, Pip. I think that's probably what's gone on. There's the first one. That's Dan Smith, who's pulled off very smokily into retirement, but I think there may well be some fluid down on the track, and the red lights going on.
Yeah, best decision with how many cars went wide there. Fortunately, the part of the track it was, there's not a great deal of jeopardy with all that room to find to go off. So I don't think we've damaged any cars, but it looks to be more than one driver pulled off there, didn't it? So I'm not quite sure. I hope they weren't just following the car that was exiting the circuit, but they did look to be 2 or 3 maybe followed Smith's car into in behind the wall.
Yeah, so there'll be some fluid down, significant amount of oil, as it says on the race log here, at the approach to Brundle, and several cars off. I think a lot of them did manage to get going again and continue, but we'll see what happens. They're going to have to do another lap to come back round to the grid, and obviously with this being the last race of the day, they're potentially taking quite a long time to clear up all that oil, then it might be a little while before this race can get going again. I can see the safety car is pulling out of the pit lane. I think we'll pick the cars up, but we'll have to wait and see what the plan is for these.
So we've got car 75 down here at the start line, which is Craig Emerson, who a red flag typically means you're supposed to wait at the back end of the grid to be shown back for a restart. And I think Craig was probably expecting to see some cars in front of him there, and he's going to have to make his way around. I don't think he was doing anything wrong. I think it was all just a bit follow the lead, and once somebody drives past the mark they're supposed to be, I think they're all going to end up following.
And Paul Bailey's now stopped as well, so I think that's separate from the original issue. He was obviously slow off the line, but he stopped his car down there at Palmer. So I wonder if the reason for the sluggish start was that there was an issue with the car, and he's now parked up at Palmer, and whether he's going to need recovering or if he's going to get back under his own steam remains to be seen, I think.
Yeah, a nice green addition to the BMW collection from that area from before, isn't it, unfortunately? But hopefully, I mean, we saw it obviously quite a dramatic spot for cars to be losing grip on the brakes under the bridge there. Obviously, that's probably at least maybe the second fastest part of the track, and a very, very fast approach. So everyone did well to either react or straighten up and avoid a bigger incident there. It's be interesting how much and how far that oil goes. There's nobody out there yet, but they'll be waiting for the queue to vacate the area so they can start dressing it. I know the rescue unit's on its way round to that position, and I know they've got the whatever the compound is that's used to soak up these things these days. I don't think it's quite the cement dust it maybe once was. But watch out for Simon Chapman giving it the shuffle on the fluid to see if he's dried it up or not.
Yeah, I think I suspect if there is a lot of oil down there, the circuit staff will probably be called into action as well. The rescue vehicle just wheedling its way along with the safety car between the barriers that separate Wilson from Williams, therefore saving themselves a mile of motoring around the 100 circuit and heading down to this situation. So it's obviously somewhere along the Bentley Straight that must have been the Daniel Smith car let go, and in quite a spectacular way, and dropped quite a lot of oil onto the circuit.
Yeah, it's hard to see with we have a CCTV image of this, and it kind of gets shiny right in the braking zone there, doesn't it, on the right hand side? So hopefully it starts around there, and it's not a particularly long trail of oil. But we've seen it before where there's been nearly a lap's worth of fluid to clear up. Well, the rescue unit is heading up to that position, so they'll be making that assessment now.
Yeah, so obviously, unfortunately, this happens at the last race of the day. I suppose maybe it's better that it happens at the last race of the day rather than earlier on, because obviously it doesn't affect any more races than the one that it's occurred in. But no more news yet from race control as to what will happen next. The rescue units and the Snetterton circuit vehicle arriving on the scene, we can see.
Yeah, so for our perspective, it just means we have to keep lowering our blind in the commentary box till we've only really got the screens and not the windows, doesn't it? But
yeah, absolutely. It's low sun in the sky. Here comes Paul Cook up towards the grid, and he's being sort of signalled into his original starting position of second. There'll be no pole position car because Paul Bailey stopped on circuit. Is he still there down towards Palmer? I'm trying to see if we can see him on the cameras. Not sure we can. So he may have moved or been moved. So we'll wait for the rest of the grid to form up.
Yeah, this is interesting for Eustace, who made a good start in the first instance and had to go to the outside around Bailey. He now has, although he's a row behind, does have a clear track in front of him to have another run at Cook here. So that's well, it's a shame for Bailey. Obviously had the pace to win race one, and he'll be missed on the restart. But we've still got plenty of cars in there to make a race of it, haven't we?
Yeah, I think as well as Daniel Smith, we've lost Paul Travers as well in the 77 car. He's also reported as having gone off there at Brundle on the opening lap of the race. But clearly the officials are reforming the grid here. The TSL screen has been cleared, so it's still showing 20 minutes, but I suspect it might be a reduced race distance when we do get going, but the officials will probably work out how long it's going to take to clear this up. First of all, we can now see lots of people with brooms and buckets. I suppose the blessing is it's probably a relatively short circuit, short stretch of circuit that needs dressing. Even if there was quite a bit of fluid down, it's not like he's done a whole lap. He was able to pull off the circuit quite quickly.
No, but it's probably just at about the point that certainly one of the powerful sort of top class cars, if that's what Smith was in. Yes, so it is M1. So probably around the point they'd be thinking about braking and shifting down. So if that's where it let go, then you don't want to speculate, but that's a pretty dramatic place for it to go, because it was either full throttle or just as he got on the brakes.
Certainly a couple of the cars that were involved were Anton Martin and Craig Emerson as well, taking avoiding action. And I think at least one other car as well. But I think all able to continue. Watching the cars being formed up down on the grid, there is the 62 car of Michael Dunlop. That's Ruben Cueto, I beg your pardon. 63 is Michael Dunlop, I should say. And we're just waiting for news as to how long the restart will be.
Yeah, this is a re-grid, isn't it? We haven't got enough laps to be working out the order as it was counted back. So some of these drivers, seen one car coming up past a whole row of cars there to retake its original grid spot. So there's a couple of drivers here. Lowe, one of them probably, who lost a few places on the initial start, who's going to have another crack at this from their original position.
Yeah, that's right, Pip, and always a blessing when you have a re-grid if you've not made the best fist of the start originally. Mark Coleman, someone else who's moving forward, I think, to try and find his grid slot. I'm not sure if he's found it now.
It's these are enormous cars to be doing a 2x2 start, aren't they?
Yeah.
We've seen a couple of staggered starts from other series, which is it's per regulation for championship rather than prescribed for saloons or open wheels or what have you. But there's not a lot of room down there. It's quite reminiscent of that old 90s sort of touring car mess we saw in the early 90s. One year, was it about 93? With I remember it from the Patrick Watts sort of Mazda, wasn't it? But these are enormous cars to be starting so close together. It's remarkable that we've had clean starts, really. Anyway.
Yeah, it must be one of the tightest start and finish straights of all the circuits that we race at, really. In many ways, I mean, Cadwell probably is similar, but it's remarkable, really, given that there is so much space here at Snetterton, that the start and finish rate should be as constricted as it is.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of grass over there, isn't it? And we don't like to tear grass up in these in modern times and climates, but maybe it could be a couple of foot wider if it ever needs to be. Josh is informing us that the pit lane was made wider to suit, I guess, probably to suit into bigger events, wasn't it? So that it just restricted the space on the straight instead.
Yeah, the pit lane is wider than the circuit, isn't it? Actually, if you measure it from front of pit garage to pit wall, it's certainly much wider than the circuit itself. Interesting little feature of this circuit. Just having a look at Craig Emerson's car, number 75 there. Carl Mitchell, he was certainly someone we were praising after his performance in race 1 in the Cup class. The 31-year-old from Surrey. He's a sporting and operations director and team manager who's in his first season of racing. There's just a few track days before this, and he's just trying to get as much seat time as he can fit in around work, he says. Also out there on the grid, we've got Will Graham in the number 16 car, who was second in the M2 racing class earlier on. He's 30, a business owner from Walton-on-Thames. His father really competed in his first season of racing last year, and he's competing in the British GTs with Colin Turkington in GT4 this season, and a BMW M4. He's done some historic rallying as well in the FIA European Championship, and he's in one of the automat. Was in one of the automatic class, but of course in the M2 racing class car this weekend. He wants to continue rallying as well as racing. David Aspden, we've talked about him as the Class 6 winner from early on today. He's from Bradford, 57 years old, self-employed telematics engineer, installing and repairing vehicle safety and security systems for various fleet operators. He started racing in the 1990s in kit cars initially, with a Silver Striker, then a Silver Phoenix, with the 750 Motor Club, and he's been racing the BMW Car Club Racing Championship latterly with the Z3 and now the E46 Compact 2003 car with a 3-litre engine that he runs himself with great assistance from his brother Paul and his good friend Andrew Terry as well. So just looking to see any sign of news about a restart, and just still lots of work going on there up at the approach to Brundle and Nelson to dress the oil that went down there, Pip. It looks like it's going to be a little while longer before we get racing back underway. Looking at the width of it is quite spectacular. You usually get sort of a line, don't you, sort of foot wide or something like that that's dressed. Here it's looks like it's the whole sort of car width, isn't it, that's being dressed.
Yeah, well, if you keep any sort of bingo card for your race coverage at home, you look for somebody shuffling their boots across it to see if it's still slippery or not, because that's the universal test for whether it's safe to go racing or not. I haven't caught anyone yet on the footage, but I'm keeping my eyes open.
Yeah. So we've got other drivers out there. Well, we've not anymore got Paul Bailey because the stuntman has seemingly pulled out of the races. Don't think he's made it back round to the grid at all. Swag, Steve Schweikert, he made a good start to the race. And the 51-year-old from Pinchbeck near Spalding, he's been a BMW technician for 30 years, so it makes sense that he's racing the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. He started circuit racing 7 years ago, 2-time Class 6 champion and the overall champion in 2023. He was the runner-up in the M1 class last year as well. He did overall racing from the age of 15, doing Mark II Escort Junior Rod racing and 1300 stock cars as well until he was the age of 23. So that's Steve Schweikert. Shane Tweedy, our Cup Class winner from earlier on, 36-year-old mechanic from Cambridge, so local circuit here. Did a couple of rounds of the Swift Sport Challenge as well before moving into the BMW Car Club here, really, at Snetterton. The big building of the banks, it meant there was more track to see on the infield as well. So that was one of the features of the creation of the 200 and 300 circuit. I mean, there's a lot of dust in the air there with that oil having been dressed, but and that's because the leaf blowers are now on it, which is what they seem to do these days. They seem to dress it and then get the leaf blowers on it to sort of try and clear the sort of excess away, which I guess makes a bit of sense and makes it a bit less hassles when the cars cross over it for the first time.
Yeah, so we've had the message now, restart for 20 minutes. So it's going to be a full-length restart by the look of it.
Okay.
So hopefully everybody's fueled up for the job. We did see the safety car test the patch there, and it's going to be interesting to see which drivers just deliberately drive around this, because they're going to get another warm-up lap, aren't they, to see the conditions again. And I'm sure the officials will be encouraging them to run over it and start to clear the dust, and the drivers will not want to go anywhere near it. But tactically, if you're of the mind, it can be quite a power move to drive into the dust and create a big old cloud that slows everyone else down. So we'll see if anybody's feeling nasty or not. But it'll be interesting, the mindset of Cook here on the restart, because obviously he got pinged for that false start in the first race, and then had a good getaway, like a really sort of nailed on getaway there that he would have been doubly focused on, as it were, after this morning's race. So we'll just see how that mindset sort of carries him, especially to be starting alone on the front row, where it's sort of hard to gauge how your getaway went unless the second row get a better one. So I think we've got all the vehicles clear. We're probably just waiting for the rescue unit to be back at the back of the grid, actually, to run us round, although that'll probably find its way there after the warm-up lap, won't it?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think we're too far away from being able to go racing again. I think we've got, let's say, time just about to fit this 20-minute race in, providing we get going soon. I wonder if I've not seen a notification whether the 20 minutes is going to start at the beginning of the green flag lap. Sometimes that's what they do, but we'll see if they do that here. been notified whether that is the case. So we're still just waiting patiently on the grid for the drivers to be released, and I can see the minute to go board is now being hoisted over the barrier, and so the drivers will know that very soon we'll be off and running on a green flag lap once again. So there's the 30-second board, green flag in hand, green flag waves, and the green flag does get underway, and the countdown doesn't start, so it's going to be a 20-minute race from the green light or from the red lights going out.
Yeah, I think Eustace did well there, because I think he stalled it and managed to get it rolling again. So fortunately, Swax waited for him so he can get his position back, and so the first bit of nerves for the restart will have gone away now. It's a very steady walk back. It's going to be about 4 minutes till they come back, so he's plenty of time to get it out of his mind. And the cars towards the rear of the field will be getting there probably about a minute after Cook, who's herring on here. Maybe he's got a long drive home after this.
Yeah, I know the feeling, but we're going to nevertheless go for this 20-minute restart. The BMW Car Club drivers making sure they do get their value for money. They've got great numbers here this weekend, and it's only fitting that they get more value for their track time with the time available in the programme to complete the full race distance. No need to shorten it, but though often you do after a red flag. Paul Cook, he is pushing on, isn't he? He's a long way clear of the rest on this green flag lap. Quite experienced 750 Motor Club competitor, both in BMWs and in MR2s as well, where he's won many races. Did the M3 Cup as well with the 750 Motor Club on that round briefly. But he's been an ever-present in the paddock for a decade or so now, Paul Cook. Does compete elsewhere with BMWs as well from time to time.
Yeah, I remember him being very successful in the MR2s, winning races in there. So versatile driver, driven a great deal of machinery.
That's right. Very experienced now. Just thinking a bit more about some of the other drivers on the grid. Of course, we've got Theo Millward there, 41-year-old from Shrewsbury, company director. Started racing in COVID year 2020, and 6 years of 116 trophy, and racing this 3-litre car prepared by R. Ellsworth. This weekend, I think we've lost Paul Travers from the grid. He was one of the ones that I think disappeared, but I think we should still have hopefully 330 Anton Martin out there, the 44-year-old from Red Lodge, owner of AS Car Dismantlers. He's raced in the past in Classic Touring Car Club, Snetterton Saloons, but he says anywhere that will have me really. He's done some banger racing and historic stock car racing in the past as well, and he lists his favourite circuit as Snetterton. It's not had a huge amount of votes. I'm going to say on the favourite circuit stays Snetterton, but we obviously like coming here very much. Indeed. Andy Phillips, Travel 8 car, 47-year-old from Nantwich, company director. The driver can tell you about. He started racing in 2017, making a comeback after, or started racing again, making a comeback into racing after having had a family. He was a Grand Prix Midget National Champion in 2019, the American Cup Car Racing Semi-Pro 2020 driver as well. He's done some oval circuit legends as opposed to the full circuit legends that of course we see here at Snetterton. Saw them here last month, I think it was, as part of the American Speed Fest. But anyway, we've got the cars going back to the grid now, and it was 3 minutes or so, that green flag lap.
There was I can't think of anything much different to this than the American Car Cup cars, the little 600cc motorbike engine mini stock cars. It's had a go in them myself. They're a world apart on the small ovals. So yeah, good on him for taking up another discipline and finding his way onto this grid as well.
Okay, so we've got the first sort of 6 or 7 rows of cars back onto the grid for this 20-minute race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. No Paul Bailey on pole position. We do have Paul Cook, though, on the front row, number 26. Second row is number 8, Mike Eustace, 43, Steve Schreikart. 9 and 81 on the next row, which is Jason Rees and Theo Millward. And it's 39, Christina Lowe on her own on row 4, because Daniel Smith, of course, we think the cause of all that oil.
Yeah, I did. I liked what Cook did on that warm-up lap because he was the only car that went and tested the patch to see if there was any grip there. Everyone else avoided it. So Cook's the only driver here that's going to know whether the car's going to stick there or not, which might give him a decent advantage on this first lap.
Let's see what he does when he gets there on lap 1, whether he uses it or whether he avoids it, having had that experience. Last cars are in position. 5-second board is shown, and this will be for the last time of asking today. Red lights go on, and out they go. Good start made from Paul Cook from the front of the grid, but Swack makes a good start from row 2 and is going to draw alongside Paul Cook as they run up towards Rich's corner for the first time. Is he going to be able to sweep around the outside? No, I don't think he is. But he just secures second place, so it's Cook leading, Schweikart second, Mike Eustace third, Jason Rees fourth, Theo Millward fifth, and that is that Michael Dunlop in 6th position, possibly, as they turn their way through the Wilson hairpin for the first time. It is this great gaggle of cars making their way through. Oh, and that's David Ashton, who looked like he shot sideways a little bit there. I don't know if he made a mistake or had a little bit of contact, but the Class 6 winner from earlier on was a bit out of shape there. But here comes Paul Cook down towards Agostini for the first time.
Yeah, somebody's been on YouTube and shown Michael how to get the launch control, haven't they? It's that was a good start in the M2 racing car, and he's playing. He's right up there with the M1s for now. We've got a lock up there further back in the field. That's the 888 car. That's Andy Phillips, who we were talking about earlier, and he's hung on to it, but it might have cost him a position there.
So making their way through towards the Bentley Straight. There's the second and third place cars, Schweikart and Eustace. Paul Cook is about 6 or 7 car lengths ahead of them. This is where we'll find out whether he's going to use the oily patch or not, as there's been a moment for 116. I'm afraid that's Alan Graham, who's recovering after a spin, but down towards Brundle and Nelson they go, and it looks like, I'm not sure that he did use it there, Paul Cook, but he's still there in the lead of the race from Steve Schweikart and Mike Eustace.
Yeah, it's a good clean first lap from Cook. Swack obviously made the best of the start there and made his way up to second place, but you fancy Eustace probably has a little bit more speed over the balance of the race, and if he's got anything for Paul Cook in this one, he's going to have to make a move quickly. But Swack's going well here, and he's got a couple of car lengths coming on to the start-finish straight.
Yeah, 4th place at the moment looks to be the car of Jason Rees. 5th is Theo Millward, 6th is Christina Lowe, so a back start for the time, and then 7th is the 63 car of Michael Dunlop. So he does lead the M2 racing class from Will Graham, and Ruben Cueto is a bit further down the order in 15th position, so he's had a sluggish first lap of this restarted race, but the top 3 pulling away from the rest.
Yeah, I think we saw Rees having some issues with that car in race 1, so it's nice to see that going well again in 4th place here. We're obviously starting to string out a little bit already, as is the nature of a multi-class race like this. So, but there's still battles to be had further down. We've got a couple of cars side by side on the entry to Palmer here. That was Aston in a battle with the 330 car and Martin. So not for class, but trying to crack on.
Yeah, Aston is leading in Class 6 at the moment. Second in class is Chris Blakey, who is trying to get another car between them. Already there's 1 car between the two of them, and Aspen trying to make it 2 cars. There's Blakey in the two-tone sort of green and gold car, if that's the car it is. It looks a bit like that. But second in that class, that's car 27, and third in that class is Ben Haynes, number 44. But Aspen does now have 2 cars between himself and his class runner here, so that's very useful.
Yeah, that was a mighty move as well, wasn't it? Around the outside at Agostini, you really showed a clean pair of heels to the car that you'd fancy should be a little bit more powerful, wouldn't you? But the good move from Aston, and he's made that nice little buffer in class, so on track for some more success for that driver. The battle for second's hotting up here, isn't it? The Eustace is starting to find that speed we saw earlier and put Swack under a bit of pressure, but it's all allowing Cook to get away.
Yeah, it is. Cook sometimes has borrowed Mike Eustace's car to race in, but it's not the case today. Over the line they go to complete the second lap here. Paul Cook was a 2:05.131. Best lap in the early race was a 2:04.894 for Mike Eustace. the lap record for these cars, a 2:03.51 for Graham Crowhurst, set in 2022. Paul Cook actually holds the lap record for Class M2, which won't be beaten today because no cars in it today. That hails from 2020. And in fact, all of the lap records are at least 4 years old in this class, interestingly.
Yeah, that's just with the exception of the Cup class that fell earlier to Mitchell,
yes.
who came second. Sometimes it can be a bit harder to track that race because it's further back, but it's no less competitive. It all came very close at the end there, didn't it, between Tweedy and Mitchell? So we'll try and keep track of the Cup class a bit more this time. Currently led by Bolton in car 150.
Oh, and Mike Eustace is off the road now. How did he manage to get there? Didn't see that happen. But Mike Eustace is turning his way back onto the circuit after a spin there on the exit of Agostini by the looks of it. So that's going to leave Swack much more comfortable in second place behind Paul Cook, who is soon going to be into the traffic, I think, because the 116 car quite a long way adrift of the field.
Yeah, we've still got this battle between Aspen and the 330 car from different classes, but Aspen's seems to have a bit of advantage in the infield, but it's going to be difficult for him to hang on to that position coming down this main straight. But he's got a nice big buffer over the next car in Class 6. He doesn't really need to be in a fight unless that's what he wants.
Down the Bentley straight they come then. There is Aspen, as you say. He's got those two cars behind him. We've got, I think that must be the car of Cueto in the background there. One of the M2 racing cars trying to get back on terms with his classmates who are a little bit further up the road. There's that 330 car of Anton Martin, the historic stock car racer from Red Lodge, not too far away from here. Back up on the inside of Aspen through the right-hander there at Coram, and he goes through to retake the position. So that battle is for 9th and 10th, the last positions inside the top 10.
Yeah, we've had Eustace back through in 6th overall, so we're not sure quite how he had the spin, but he's got the... there's plenty of racing left to do to try and catch back up, so we're watching the cars over the line. We're having the M2 racing cars and looking back now to try to find the beginnings of the Cup class, which is, again, currently led by 150 with Bolton.
Coolmer here in the 66 car. He's found himself ahead of Martin now, and indeed Aspen as well. So that's been a bit of a shake-up there. We've got Cueto homing in on them as well in the M2 racing car. On that lap, he was a good second or so faster than Aspen, which is not surprising really, given the car that he's in. But he should be able to make his way past the Class 6 leader before too much longer, and that will mean that Class 6 leader will have no cars between himself and Chris Blakey, who's the second car within Class 6 today.
Yeah, and that gap's only about 3 seconds actually, so depending on where you'd expect Cueto to make the move, but depending on where, that could bring the Class 6 leaders back together and give Aspen a little bit more to do. But you'd fancy just on pure lap speed that Aspen, once the track sort of clears up for him, should be able to pull that advantage back out.
Yeah, here they come down towards us. This is the Michael Dunlop car, I think. There's Anton Martin just heading out onto the Bentley straight. Mark Coolman we can see coming towards us now in 9th position, I think he'll now be as a result of that. And you can see in the background there, Ruben Cueto is on terms with David Aspen now, going to try and attack him for track position. Reminder that it is still 26 Paul Cook leading from 43 Steve Schweikert in second place, 9 Jason Rees third, 81 Theo Millwood fourth, Christina Lowe 39 is fifth, and Mike Eustace after his spin is in 6th place, car number 8.
Yeah, that's impressive pace from Millwood to be 4th overall in a car that would have been in the class below if it was if there were enough cars entered. So that's good going and decent times as well, 2:08. So. Approaching, it's still a little way off the class lap record, which is set by Paul Cook from previous years, but good going nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely right. So Cueto now ahead of David Aspen, up into 11th position, just in past did that after the timing line, so still showing us behind on our timing screens here.
Yeah, this is really going to inconvenience Aston there, isn't it? Because Cueto went defensive up at the hairpin, and this is the part of the track where Aston would probably have a little advantage over the M2 racing car, but that's closed that gap between the leaders in Class 6.
Yeah, it was 2.1 seconds over the line, and doesn't look as if it's as much as that now as they head through Palmer on lap number 5 of this race. Pretty much halfway through, 10 minutes left. Last race for these cars was a 10-minute race. I'm expecting the same again here. There's Aston and the Compass Fleet Services car. He does now have another car between him, but that's not going to be the case for very long, as that back marker is lapped as well by Chris Blakey in number 27. Cup classes Eric Bolton from Carl Mitchell on this occasion. Doesn't look like Shane Tweedy took the start here. Eustace now, he's on terms with Christina Lowe, so this is for 5th position. Recovering from that spin earlier on. Eustace with a lot more experience in these cars than Christina Lowe, who's acquitting herself very well. And look, you can see Theo Millward only just ahead, so you'll sense that Mike Eustace can pick up a couple of places here without too much alarm. It's going to be alongside Christina Lowe as they come along the centre straight, and he's ahead of Christina Lowe now, though she's going to have the line, but now she cedes the position to Mike Eustace as they arrive at Rich's corner. So Eustace has made one more place up, he's back to 5th. Next target is Theo Millward.
Yeah, and again, that car's sort of out of class, isn't it? So you'd fancy he's got the pace to go and get that one. But Reese will be the interesting one. Reese is gunning for his first podium of the season, and you know, the car looks to be running well this time. He's not got a big gap over Millward, but it should be more comparable in straight line performance to Eustace when he gets there. So there's only a few laps to go, and that's worth tracking.
Yeah, absolutely right. So down towards the left-hander Agostini comes Mike Eustace, taking time out of Theo Millward all the time here. And yeah, just up ahead of them is Jason Reese as well. The gap from Reese to Schweikart is more significant, in the order of 12.5 seconds. So this probably, if we can get past Reese up into 3rd position, it will be as high as Eustace can get in this race. But before that, he's got 2 more cars to get past Theo Millward, who's been the runaway championship lead this season with the great success that he's had in the M2 class, and unfortunately he's not been able to continue that run this weekend, having been moved up to M1 because of a lack of entries in his class. So he'll be picking up points as an M1 class driver, which will still count obviously to his overall season tally at the end of the season. He's, you know, got a decent result in race 1. He was 6th in race 1 and is on course to be maybe even 5th place in this one.
We've got a car rolling through the pits. It's number 30. That's the 330 car from Class 6 of Smith. It looks to be into the Parc Fermé out of the race, which is a shame. We've got a good battle on in Class 6 between 3rd and 4th place. Haynes and Laramie who were very tight over the line that time, and that's cars 44 and 31 as the battle for 3rd comes alive much sooner than I expected, with Eustace and Reese side by side over the line.
Yeah, absolutely right. Level pegging, 35 thousandths between them as they went over the timing line, but it's Eustace around the outside of Jason Reese as they go into Rich's corner. So he's done it. He's gone through into 3rd position. So a good comeback after that spin. His lap time, well, that was his best lap actually, 2:05.443. He's lapping faster than Cook and Schweikart are doing at the moment. Possibly they've been embroiled in a bit of traffic, but nevertheless, good times being set here by Eustace, and it'll be very interesting to see what he could have done had he not had that spin at Agostini on about lap 2 or 3.
Yeah, just an update on the M2 racing class. Dunlop and Graham, although they're separated by about 5 seconds, just lapped within 1,000th of a second of each other, both doing decent laps there, both in the 2:11s. So probably so close in times that they're not actually going to come together on the track unless the traffic later on affects it. But just interesting to note that Graham's got on terms with Dunlop in terms of lap time. But Eustace has been released now. I think the gap's it's going to be too big really with 5 minutes to go, isn't it? But it does give him the chance to demonstrate that pace we saw earlier when it took him to the fastest lap.
Yeah, a bit more lappery to do here. That's the 42 car of Paul Neville that's being passed. What we spotted outside the window, Pip?
That looked like the battle in the Cup class. Mitchell actually crossed the line ahead of Bolton that time after setting his best lap of the race. They were separated by less than 0.03 of a second as they crossed the line.
Yeah, so that looked like a change for position there. That battle heading up to Wilson Hairpin in the Cup class. And here they are on screen now. So the 150 car is that of Bolton, who's got the lead back, hasn't he, from Carl Mitchell in car number 6 there. So a real good scrap going on between these two now. Carl Mitchell, who set the fastest lap and got the lap record in the class earlier on. Still in his first season of racing now, taking the fight to Eric Bolton there. Here they come down the straight past the Tibbles restaurant towards Agostini, and it's Mitchell, I should say, to the outside line. And is he going to flick back on the inside line and get the cut back? No, he's not. So it's Bolton holding on for the moment, but a great advert for the Cup class this in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship.
Yeah, smart car positioning from Bolton there. He obviously compromised his entry a bit, as there's a big slide from Mitchell, who's obviously pushing on, because that previous best lap, as I've just checked my notes from earlier, was a new lap record in the class again by a couple of hundreds. So you fancy he's got the pace to close that gap back up despite the moment. He's got plenty of time left to do it, but Bolton drove a very sort of cagey lap there. It's very good defensive work from Bolton.
Yeah, and
who, as I say that, has just picked up a 5-second penalty for track limits. So that might have killed the contest a little, but you won't know that just yet.
No, but so that could give Carl Mitchell scope for his win there. And one of the Neil McDonald 325 Ti compacts that race in this class. You will see it in a few moments because it's emblazoned on the screen over the start and finish line. 5-second penalty, car 150, ETL exceeding track limits.
Yeah, well, just on the evidence of what we're seeing, Mitchell maybe needs to calm his own down, or it'll just be equal penalties at this rate. So he'll see it as they come over the line that his rival's got a penalty, and hopefully he's not going to earn one of his own. Or maybe, hopefully for the spectacle, maybe he does. But he's got that run again, hasn't he?
He has. He's going to be on the inside line as they go up to Rich's corner, and he's got the move done, I think, on the inside there. So penalty for Bolton or no. Carl Mitchell goes back through the driver from Surrey to retake the lead of the Cup class, but Bolton again is going to try and fight back against Wilson Heavy, but he doesn't make an attack there. For context, these cars are lapping in the sort of 2-minute 18, 2-minute 19s.
Yeah, and they're side by side again on the run to Palmer's. Bolton's on the wrong side, but he's going to try and hang it out round there. That's a brave one.
Yeah, here they come out off Palmer, and it is still Mitchell that's ahead. Yes, they're lapping probably 14 seconds a lap slower than the leading cars, but this is a great entry point to the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. But those lap times, 2:18, 2:19, they're still very respectable lap times around here at Snetterton. They're not hanging about.
No, you see polar opposites in style. Mitchell's got this really aggressive turn in that maybe caught him out a little bit through Hamilton's last time, and it just allowed Bolton to sort of smooth out his own lines at Agostini and take that gap away. So I don't know if he'll have seen that penalty board, because he'll have probably been looking in his mirrors to try to see where the other car was. But we're going to stick with this scrap because this is good fun, this, isn't it? They put it on a good show between the two very similarly lively 325s.
Yeah, you know, not often that we get the chance to sort of focus in on a battle in the Cup class, but on this occasion it's only right that we do so, because it's a great battle for the lead of the race. Paul Cook still leading from Stephen Schreikart, by the way, by 9 seconds. Mike Eustace hasn't really made any inroads into the top two after having a good fight through to recover third place when he was 6th or 7th at one point.
Yeah, we've got just to change slightly further down the order from our very leaders. Michael Dunlop has passed Christina Lowe there on that lap, so good progress for the M2, and that's moved him up to 6th overall, which is very impressive.
Absolutely right. Meanwhile, Paul Cook is not far away from starting his final lap of the race. He is on his way, I think, out of Murray's now and heading up the centre straight towards us. So he's going to go on to his final lap of the race with about a minute of the race to go. So on to the final lap of the day's racing here at Snetterton. But we're watching there the 62 car, which is Ruben Cueto, who is back into 11th place, gradually homing in on the two cars ahead of him in his class of Will Graham and ultimately Michael Dunlop as well. There is the that is still Cueto that we're looking at now, who I think made his debut at Alton at the last meeting, so still quite inexperienced in circuit racing terms. A few there of David Aspen, who has extended his lead in Class 6 over Chris Blakey, number 27, in recent laps, so he's looking secure for a double in Class 6 for this weekend, which he'll be very pleased about indeed, to add to the one win he'd had earlier on in the season at Silverstone.
Yeah, we've still got this battle behind us. Another sort of slightly wayward line there, wasn't it? But they're still stuck together. Bolton's picks up the fight, really, after Mitchell obviously had some speed. He's set a new lap record again, and Bolton's been able to sort of sweep himself along with it, possibly with or without the knowledge of the impending penalty in the Cup class. But we're following our leader now, Paul Cook, who's had a fairly lonely race this time, but I'm sure he won't mind after we sort of heard his frustration earlier about the jump start penalty and the confusion surrounding what seemed to be a lights failure and moving to the flag. So yeah, obviously testing that patch, he decided it wasn't the one, wasn't it? No. We're watching him avoid it along with everyone else. So maybe that'll have to get washed away by some rain before some track day heroes find it later in the week.
Absolutely. So Paul Cook making his way towards Coram for the final time then. It's going to be quite a comfortable win, 12, nearly 13 seconds over Stephen Schweikart at the start of this lap, to the winner on the road in the earlier race as well. But this will be a 5th win for Paul Cook in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship this season. He'll continue to lead in Class A. It will actually close the gap to Theo Millward in the championship. He crosses the line now to win the final race of the weekend here at Snetterton, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Then we're going to get the Cup class battle over the line, and it's going to be Carl Mitchell that wins that from Eric Bolton this time, even without the 5-second penalty to be added to Bolton's time. Next through is number 43, Stephen Schweikart, who takes 2nd place overall. So a good day for SWAC, with a 4th and a 2nd place finish. Mike Eustace, number 8, takes 3rd place. And then we're looking to see who's going to be the next finisher on the lead lap. That is going to be Jason Rees, number 9, who takes 4th position. And then it should be Theo Millward coming home next. I can see his red car coming towards me now, and he does take the checkered flag, a very good 5th position. And then I think it's going to be Michael Dunlop, isn't it, in 6th position overall. I think he's just heading into out of Murray's now and up towards the line. So it's going to be 6th place to Michael Dunlop, and he wins the M2 racing class once again. It looks like Class 6 is going to go the way of David Aspton. He's just heading into Murray's for the final time. And yeah, Chris Blakey quite a long way behind him. So it's going to be a Class 6 win for David Aspton. An entertaining conclusion to the day, Pip.
Yeah, we got there in the end, didn't we, after that long stoppage, and we're just in the tracks looking very splendid in this sort of sunset light that we've got here. But yeah, a good race. Impressive for Michael Dunlop there, but get up to 6th overall, and obviously a new class, but another lap record for his resume, isn't it, as well? So, and some good racing there. Obviously, Paul Cook just drove away a little bit, and any fight that we could have had from Mike Eustace was lost with that spin earlier on. But we had some fun watching him fight his way back through the field, and then we had that great scrap in the Cup class as well.
We certainly did. So as the final few cars come across the line, we're not trying to see where the cars have actually been signalled in this time. But yes, thank you very much for your company during the course of today, Pip. It's been great to have you with us. Hopefully you'll join us in the commentary box again at some point next season as we bring the 750 Motor Club races to you on Alpha Live. But in the meantime, you're back out at Thruxton next, aren't you, in the Motorsports? Yeah, that's right. I think it's the 26th of September. I think there's a few 750 championships guesting down there at the same time. So I'm excited for that because it's not a track we get to do very often. And I'll be throwing the Nova around in top gear for as long as it'll run for, I suspect. So it's good stuff. So yeah, we've got one more after that as well with
October at Donington Park. It's been a good calendar this year. 750's done a real nice job of putting some good tracks together for us to race at.
Indeed. Look forward to that. Quick rundown on the top 10 from that race. 26, Paul Cook was the race winner. Second place went the way of number 43, Steve Schweikart. Third to number 8, Mike Eustace. Fourth to number 9, Jason Rees. Fifth to number 81, Theo Millward. Sixth was 63, Michael Dunlop. 7th, 39, Christina Lowe. 8th was number 16, Will Graham. 9th, number 66, Mark Coolmer. 10th, 330, Aaron Martin. Anton Martin, I should say, and rounding out that was the 10th, I should say. The Class 6 winner in 12th place overall was number 20, David Aspin, from 27, Chris Blakey, and 31, Paul Laramie. The Cup class was won by 6, Carl Mitchell, from 150, Eric Bolton, and 42, Paul Neville. Quick thank you to all of the marshals who've done such splendid work all weekend here at Snetterton. Many, many thanks to all of you and all of the other officials of the 750 Motor Club who have helped to make this meeting possible. From the commentary box, Pip Hammond and myself will say a very good night to you. Well, that's where we'll leave it on the PA, but for those of you watching on the live stream, we'll hand down to Josh Barrett for the final time this weekend. Good night.
So we're down here for one last few interviews, and we can say congratulations to Paul Cook. Paul, this time I think it's going to stand, so congratulations. Lights to flag victory there.
Yeah, I'm a little bit peeved about the first race, getting awarded 10-second penalty, but it is what it is. I wasn't willing to put any money in to contest it. Apparently it's a fact. Once his decision's made, there's nothing can be done about it. But anyway, won the second race quite easily in the end. Steve was running out of fuel apparently, so that's his excuse. But yeah, apart from that, it's been a good day.
And looking forward to going to the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, looking forward to Thruxton. Graham Price is going to make an outing.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so we'll have a tangle with him, I'm sure.
Thruxton's obviously very quick and in bigger like touring cars, for example. They're always quite concerned about the tyres. Is that going to be a concern in these cars at all?
I don't think so. We'll just run some oldest tyres that we got and just hope for the best, really.
Well, look forward to that. Well done on your win, Paul. We got Steve here in second place. Is that true, Steve? The fuel was getting a bit low?
Yes. Last 3 laps, it was really low, and yeah, I just literally drove it straight on the trailer. It's cut out.
Right.
So I had some luck today. So yeah, it's a good race. Good race. I just couldn't keep with Paul.
I guess with that red flag and then actually the race being in full duration still, that was obviously the problem. So I guess that's more fuel for the next one.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously we did. I think we did a lap and then come round again, and then we have to run this as low as I can just to keep the weight. It's way too heavy in my car. So lots of work to do, but I'm here. So I've had a good day. Enjoyed it.
It's good to see a big full grid today as well. Obviously those last couple of laps you got the traffic to come through. That's all part of the championship.
Yeah, that can help you and can hinder. In the first race I was hindered quite a bit in that. With the traffic, but sometimes it can really help you. Yeah. When it slows you up, you just got to catch them at the right time. So yeah, it's good. It's good racing.
Well done on the podium. So congratulations to our top 2, which I think is all that we have this time from the BMW Car Club. More 750 Motor Club meetings to come. We have Croft and Thruxton in September. Then Alpha Live will be back in October when we head to Donington Park for the championship finals.